Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Is everything working? Are we live? You are live? Hey! Hello guys. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. We are alive. Always nice to be alive. I have bad news. I have the sniffles again. I woke up and I realized that my nose was going to be running throughout the entirety of today, so I'm probably going to sound a little congested throughout the entirety of the stream. But I think there's a genuine possibility that I may have an actual allergy to black corps. Because I swear at least 2 or 3 out of the 4 streams I've done this month when I've been talking about companies making colossal mistakes in their management and operation, I've just been sick throughout the entire thing. Almost forgot this was on. Chairman is scuffed again. I am. Skill issue on my part. Isn't that basically every stream? At this point, it might as well be. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Thank you for your generosity. Oh, Davidia Storm, welcome to the stream. I'm curious to see if there are any other VTubers that end up tuning into this one, because although the part that relates directly to what I've been working on over the past few weeks, it comes right at the end of the stream, because of course it does. But everything else should probably be a watch too if you're a fellow prospective creator. Are we just starting? Yes. No worries. I'm just complaining about how my body is suboptimal. Wouldn't be surprising. I just found out there's a gaming chair VTuber. Who? Drop their name in the chat. I'm very curious to check them out. I got here live. Hey, welcome Sour Apple. It's 1 AM. Don't worry, I always timestamp the VODs. Well, when I'm not playing games or anything, or just guerrilla streaming, I tend to timestamp the VODs, so they should be easily watchable if you're tuning in your own time as well. So don't feel any pressure to need to watch these streams live. Chris Brawl, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you guys enjoy those emotes that you have access to now. There will be some material in this stream that is at least a little bit recycled from some of the previous streams, because there are going to be some slides, some of the same material that we've looked at over the past few weeks that we're going to be bringing back for essentially a little bit of revision. But aside from that, everything in here should be kind of fresh info. But if you haven't seen before, I highly recommend going to check out my other few streams that I've done over the course of this month. There aren't too many, and they're timestamped in the pinned comment, so that should be really easy for you to find if there's a specific subject or talking point that you're interested in. Holy! I needed to clamp down on my my Australianism there. Prince of Dew, thank you so much for the Arca Super. Absolute Giga Chad. You and Kirsha are my Oshis. Aw. I hope one day you collab on a seminar on subversive language in media from journos. Here's my third worlder money in order to persuade you. Aw. You know, that would be a dream come true for me as well. And I mean, being able to yap about subversive language with Kirsha, I mean, closest thing to heaven you can get, right? But thank you so much for that donation. I hope someday, maybe someday, we'll be able to bring that to you guys. But in the meantime, I think I don't like asking for collabs while, I suppose, I still feel like I need to flesh out my resume a bit more, you know what I mean? get more streams under my belt, maybe work up to it with more topics. But, damn. Thank you so much, Prince of Dew. Thank you so much. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Damn you, Chris Rowe, for outdoing me. I love to get that drawn. Hold on. Love to get what drawn? Let me take a look. What have you been saying, Sour Apple? You're both my sleeping aid and teaching me things? Aw. Oh, I'm a chick. My name is a pun with my real name. Oh, okay. Damn. My... one of the 3%, 5% of my audience. Thank you so much for tuning in and representing that, that minority. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh. It's already begun. I can already feel that this is going to be another stream where every few minutes or so, I'm probably going to have to dip out to just clear my sinuses. 3% checking in. Oh, you too, Shironi. Oh, welcome you guys, welcome you guys. A 3%. Who the gaming chair VTuber? That's what I'm asking, that's what I'm asking. I would love to know. I've got to confess, I made a joke plaque for my students and now they're fighting tooth and nail for the meme. That's cute, Eddie. That's cute. Streamer starter probably fall asleep in 5 minutes. It's a very nice feeling when... It might sound strange because, I mean, technically I make these streams for the purpose of having at least some of it be listened to, but it's always a nice compliment when people tell me that they feel comfortable enough when listening to my content to fall asleep to it. I think that's one of the highest compliments you can receive as a yapper such as myself. Oh, Lame Boy, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. My picture is me. I stole that from the Prince chick from Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Ah, I see. Hello, Armchair, how you doing? Little sniffly, little sick, but we'll get through it. Thanks for showing up, Whimsy. Reindeer, have you ever tried a neti pot? It saves my sinuses once a year. I have no idea what a neti pot is. Why does the chair have a nose? That's an excellent question, Beeman. That's an excellent question. I'm still trying to answer that myself, unfortunately. Oh, brother, I've been struggling for 3 days. I mean, it's fair enough. All of you have all the time in the world to watch my old streams or VODs, because they're not getting taken down anytime soon. I hope. Cross my fingers. If they are, they're not going down without a fight, but you should be able to take your time, whenever you like. Doug is the name? Ah, okay. Thanks, Vesda. I'll check them out after the stream is over. A neti pot is basically a teapot with a long spout that you use to pour water into your nostril. Oh, okay. Thanks, Murray. I've never tried one of those. That sounds very uncomfortable, though. You get hot water, it has a spout to put it into your sinuses. Huh. Noxid, I mean, my first drawing of you had a nose with a quagmire chair. True. I'd forgotten about that. He poured distilled water and saline. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. It's not because I don't want, it's just that your voice is comfy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You should try a nebulizer. I think I've tried those. Having allergies is tough because you kind of cycle through a whole bunch of different treatments. Just try to see which ones work. For me, nebulizers never seem to do it. Artemis, thank you for the 5. Gotta grow out that schlong in the solo work before dipping a toe into group projects. Makes total sense. Can't participate in content orgies. Right off rip. That's true. That's true. You truly have a way with words, Artemis. Netty pot people are like vegans. They would shut up about it. It's the best feeling, but it takes my sinus infection down from a week plus to a few days. Huh. Okay, I might give it a try in that case. But curious, thank you for the 2. Chairman sleep learning streams. Yes. Oh, yeah, before we start, I just want to give a quick update about something that we've talked about 2 weeks ago now, when we did the Bond live stream. Peter Boxey, the ex-manager from Bond Live, he recently posted an update video on his personal Twitter, where he was basically just giving people, an update on how he is right now. So he seems to be doing alright. He's in therapy, he plans to make a return to content eventually. And aside from that, he clarified, I don't think I need to say this, but he clarified that he doesn't mind people covering the situation, but he asks people covering it not to point fingers or harass anybody involved, which is pretty understandable. So, depending on whether he releases another follow-up statement that has more detail in it, I might add it into probably a future Gorilla stream, depending on how much information comes out about Bond Live. It might not be, I'm not really going to say that I'm expecting anything, but if there is more stuff to come out, I'll look over it and then see if we can squeeze it in. Peter, please get a new mic. Best wishes to Peter. Amen, amen. The man's been through a lot. It's good that he's doing okay. Oh yeah. I mean, being stuck in that pressure cooker of an environment, it's frankly a miracle that he's still with us. If he doesn't say much, you could always do a 10-minute video about it. That's true, that's true. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, also, another thing. Twitch recently did a live streamed interview, and I say interview in quotation marks, with Giga from VShojo, where Dan Clancy talked about Twitch's policies towards VTubers, some of the concerns and questions that VTubers might have directed at Twitch. Now, as you could probably tell by the tone of my voice, after watching through that entire interview, and also watching Giga's follow-up stream on it, I do have quite a few gripes with the entire thing. And at some point over the next week, I know I included it in the poll that I posted into my community tab earlier on this week, but I will probably end up doing a Guerrilla React stream, just reviewing the entire thing, because there was a lot that was left unsaid over the course of that interview, and in my honest opinion, there was quite a bit that could have been said. A lot of people are applauding this as a good thing, like, oh, how stunning and brave of Twitch to finally come out and speak to a VTuber live on camera. But I think to simply write it off as a good effort would be to do a disservice to all of the people who have, up until less than 24 hours ago, been screwed over by Twitch because of wonky moderation. But yeah, just keep your eye out for that, because the waiting room will probably go up 1 or 2 days before it happens. But yeah, I thought it was it was one of the most painfully obvious softball interviews I'd ever seen. And I'll be very honest, Giga as a creator, great, fine, dandy. Giga as an interviewer, I don't know about that one. And I think it's not really anything to do with her personally as a creator. but it's more so the fact that she is extremely obviously pro-Twitch, and expecting her to ask some of the necessary uncomfortable questions about how Twitch is approaching the enforcement of its policies, not the way that those policies are written, although that has flaws as well, is, in my opinion, expecting a bit much. Twitch promised VTubers in general an interview with them, but they promised an interview with Shy Lily. Shy Lily, who ended up posting in anticipation of that interview, making a post on Twitter to publicly gather some of the questions that the broader general quote-unquote VTuber community might have for the platform. And yet, we have yet to receive that interview, and instead we got an interview with Giga, whose agency, VShojo, has some, previous ties to Twitch. I'd go so far as to say some ties to Twitch that are still pretty evident today, and who had no such community, no such community feedback gathering beforehand. It was just kind of sprung on the public, but yeah, no, keep your eye out for that over the next week, because as you can probably tell, I have quite a bit to say about that particular interview. I guess Shondo interviewing Twitch would have been it would have been very, very funny if Shondo had been given the opportunity to interview Twitch. But what I suspect is happening is that Twitch is making it they're being very careful to not let anyone who is, how do I say, who has a history of being very outspoken against the way it does things near itself when it comes to addressing any of these topics or questions. Because like I said, Giga is a good creator in the sense that she's successful, she's hardworking, she's likable. But one thing she isn't, based off of her content so far, is critical of Twitch. So, would Shondo make a good interviewer? See, the thing is, right, if we were to talk, would she be able to raise valid criticism and questions? I'd say, it's a bit of a 50-50, because on one hand, I don't think I've seen Shondo do something official like that. Official in quotation marks. But I think that Shondo, both due to her own experiences and her community or her friends in the Twitch streaming sphere, I think she would be quite effective at taking some of the wider concerns that people had to Twitch and to bring it to their attention. Thing is, I'm convinced that Twitch would never let her get close enough to do anything like that, so. The basement strategy. Yeah, a bit like that, actually. Yeah, now that you bring that up, Master N. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. How stunning and brave for Twitch to televise a softball game. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, never seen Shondo do an interview. Pippa, on the other hand, I would pay so much money to see Pippa do an interview with Dan Clancy. I think that would be hilarious. Because, I mean, Pippa would be, assuming that if she was interested, I think she would be a pretty good representative, because she is an avid Twitch watcher. She has been creating on Twitch for ages now as well, years now. And she has that mix of being personally invested in the platform, while also being a little disillusioned with the way that it's been going over the past few years. So, I wonder if False would be a good interviewer for this too. On one hand, he might want to keep the relations. On the other hand, he has the opportunity to do a proper interview process. See, that's the thing, right? When you're interviewing Twitch, there is always going to be that political aspect to it, where False is big in VTubing, but he's not like Shy Lily big. And the thing is, even if you're Shy Lily big, Twitch is still going to probably attempt to stonewall you if they see you as having the possibility, too much risk attached to you in terms of what you might ask or what you might say. So Mousy might be a pretty good interviewer for reasons that I will be going through when I eventually do that React stream. I don't think anyone from VShojo is capable of being a critical interviewer when it comes to Twitch. And it all ties back to the thing that I was talking about all the way back in the VShojo stream that I did, where if you don't have hard rules around something, like let's say you before you go into that interview with Twitch, right? Let's say you don't have any agreements, any contracts, any documents that say what you can or can't say. In the absence of hard rules like that, people will naturally default to social rules, which means things like wanting to be professional, wanting to be polite, wanting to be diplomatic. And that's where I suspect VShojo may end up falling over if what they are expected to do is to be critical of Twitch. Because it is in their best interests as a company, because despite their marketing, they are still a company whose purpose is to make money. As a company, it is in their best interests to preserve diplomatic relations with Twitch, and especially Twitch's upper management. It's not a good look if, well, it might not be very good for that diplomatic relationship if one of their creators were to be very publicly critical of Twitch, to the point of maybe asking them a few uncomfortable questions on a live stream with Dan Clancy. So yeah, VShojo will never... yeah, exactly. For those who don't know, Gunrun was one of the original founders of Twitch. All the way back in... from I think it was 2011 to 2018. So it's been 7 years, going on 7 years, since he left Twitch. However, it would be foolish to assume that he has no more contacts in that agency, and that he wouldn't at the very minimum be incentivized to preserve that sort of diplomatic social connection by asking the talents not to be too critical or discouraging the talents not to be too critical. It would be kind of naive if you assume that that wasn't something that happened. Nah, they need an indie to yell at them. See, that's the thing. That's why people were excited when Shy Lily announced that she was going to interview Dan Clancy, because people thought, oh, okay, this is someone who has been very outspoken against Twitch's lopsided enforcement in the past, someone who is big enough to not have to care about Twitch's possible retaliation, and also somebody who doesn't have any sort of corporate ties that go back to needing to preserve diplomatic relations with Twitch's upper management, on top of fielding questions from the broader community, or the broader communities that stream on Twitch. And then that fell through. So Yuna still demonetized? I've seen that some of the Brave talents have been getting their monetization back on YouTube, but I'm unsure of how many. Fillion is an indie, she wasn't too critical either. That's true. Fillion is also the person in charge of the VTuber awards, though. See, any VTuber or any creator that has... how do I phrase this? Sorry, give me a second. If you are a member of the audience, or you're a VTuber that streams on Twitch, and you're looking for somebody to advocate for you to Twitch, I think a pretty good metric, a pretty good way to gauge how much you should trust someone to do that, is to ask yourself, if this creator were to be forced to choose between staying on Twitch and staying as a VTuber, which one would be easier for them to go with? And once you answer that question, I think that generally speaking, you have a pretty decent starting position to evaluate how capable somebody is when it comes to advocating for VTubers against what Twitch is doing. The thing is with Fillion, I mean, at the current moment, she is one of the largest VTubers on Twitch. Giving up Twitch or destroying a diplomatic relation with Twitch, especially their upper management, would be extremely silly. You probably don't want something like that to happen. So, in terms of which creators I would trust to actually grill Twitch, I'd say Shy Lily is one of them. The other two that come to mind would be Kirsha and Lydia Nekazawa, because all three of those creators have a combination of being negatively affected by Twitch themselves in the past, fielding questions and concerns from the broader community that streams on Twitch, and also they have a history of being very publicly outspoken against Twitch's malpractice. So, I think those are three pretty good criteria to look for in a designated spokesperson. Kirsha would be a blast, yes. I guess False would be a pretty good candidate then. Yeah, I'd say False. The thing is, right, it would depend on how keen False is on preserving that diplomatic tie with Twitch. Because since he was involved in the last VTuber Awards as a host, I think there may be an incentive there to try to, I suppose, not rock the boat too much. But I could see him doing that, because I can guarantee that if he were to talk about Twitch, there would be a broader swath of people in VTubing in general that would start to perk their ears up. Because False does have he has built up a pretty strong platform and pretty strong brand for talking about these things as well. Not sure Lydia is big enough. I think Lydia makes up for it in terms of the other two, though, because back when... So this was late last year when a whole wave of VTubers were getting banned off of Twitch for quote-unquote fraud detection. Lydia was the one who collated all of them in one thread on Twitter and managed to get a reply from Dan Clancy himself, so... That is a big reason as to why I would recommend her as a possible candidate. Rue, thank you for the 20. In your opinion, it was a fluff piece that will fix nothing. Yeah, it did kind of come across that way. But in any case, I think we've yapped off topic for almost half an hour. Let me switch scenes. Let's get started, shall we? I'll save the rest of what I was going to say for that eventual stream where we do that react. There we go. Hello, guys. Hello. Okay, so... As usual, before we begin, a few disclaimers. As per usual, I am going to be singling out a few key individuals that have been guilty of quite a bit of mismanagement, quite a bit of unprofessional conduct over the course of, the last few months, years, etc., as I go through these case studies of various mismanaged agencies. However, that is not a permission, that is not a condonement, that is not a license to go and harass or in any ways contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Sorry. I'm dying. Third, all information or material shown over the course of this stream was posted on a public platform and or currently remains publicly available or traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. Because I live in Australia, a few dates may be off by about a day or so. And finally, if something's blocked off by my Fugi or chat, don't worry, I'll be narrating everything on screen anyways. So, I want to go back to the slide that we opened on last week. A review of all of the dead agencies the agencies that have died in the year 2024 alone. All 20 of them. There are more, most likely, but these were the 20 that have been making the rounds in a list that was published by AJ Shell on Twitter. So, in the same vein as what we talked about last week, if I were to even attempt going through all 20 of these in terms of their failures, I would not be able to do so over the course of a single stream. And for the purposes of that, I wanted to narrow down the scope of what we're going to be talking about to mostly stick to some of the agencies we've already dissected in previous streams, just so a lot of you guys have a basis, a foundation of knowledge, a basis of understanding that you can build off of to understand some of the criticisms I'll be leveling as to their marketing tactics, their spiels, etc., etc. And so, instead of looking at all of these 20, we're going to narrow it down. I started off with a list of 3. So, 2 of the agencies we've already looked at on the Wall of Shame, Aeon Project and Nexus, but I decided to add in an extra one that died in 2024, was supposed to launch at the beginning of 2024, and went down in a spectacular display of fire and fury, because this agency, otherwise known as Vertox VE, its collapse was extensively documented when it collapsed all the way in December of 2024 in this article, pretty succinctly summarized in this article by VTuber News Drop, written by Jay Aganoy, titled Vertox VE Under Fire, as CEO Abuse Mishandled Talents and Staff Are Alleged. Update: Talent, staff, contractors post statements against the CEO's threats and mishandling. VTuber News Drop has gathered important points from 18 released statements. So, in case you weren't aware, Vertox VE was started by, well, 2 individuals, but the main one being a guy by the name of Ray Flynn. And essentially, his aim was to start yet another VTuber Corpo, small VTuber Corpo that weren't like the others, that followed non-traditional ways of operation, including auditioning talents. And, well, if you would like to get yourself abreast of all of the minute details of how this company failed, I recommend going to read this article. However, for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to summarize some of the highlights of all of the things that this company did wrong in the following list. So, as you may have noted from the tagline of that article, this VTuber quote-unquote Corpo was made famous when it collapsed because of the fact that there were an entire 18 individual statements / Google Docs that were put out by the various people who were solicited to work as a part of this Corpo or under this Corpo or contributed any kind of work to this Corpo. And from these 18 statements, there were contained the following allegations. According to the statements that have been made by previous talents, previous staff, Vertox VE allegedly solicited work from prospective talents and staff while failing to compensate them, terminated talents and staff without justification or payment for completed work, distributed contracts that were not legally binding. The business was never formally incorporated, nor was it even registered with the Canadian Revenue Agency, which is basically the formal business registrar up in Canada. There were numerous former or prospective hires who reported having their communications deliberately funneled through personal conversations with the CEO. So basically, what the CEO would do, what Ray would do, is inform each of the talents individually that they were forbidden from speaking to one another or even the various freelance workers that were supposedly hired out by the agency, and they could only speak to him alone. This was a major factor in how this guy was able to keep this entire disaster under the wraps for so long. And on top of that, multiple talents have since come forward to accuse said CEO of promising official partnerships with more established agencies, including one with VShojo. And finally, the CEO, allegedly, throughout the course of this entire thing, routinely disparaged both departed talents and other agencies to remaining staff on a regular basis. In other words, this had all the makings of a shit show that was borne aloft on one person's ego for an entire 12 months, all the while stringing along a bunch of talents that were just looking to chase a dream. So, you know, the kind of stuff that we've been talking about for the past month or so. Now, once I had these three down, though, I started thinking over some of the other corpos that we've covered over the previous weeks, and I realized, hold on, the bad practices, the mismanagement, the misleading advertising, that's not just unique to the dead agencies either. There are agencies that are still currently operational, but have a history of mismanagement that could possibly also contribute some material that is worth dissecting and looking at. And so I hit on Bond Live, and once I expanded my horizons in that manner, there were two other agencies that cropped to mind as well. So, first, obviously, the most infamous of all, the blackest of black corps, VAllure, otherwise known as 910 Inc., as they've currently rebranded to, and pre-acquisition Idol Corp. And I want to make that very clear. I'm talking about Idol before they were acquired by Brave, because let's just say pre-acquisition Idol Corp had a lot of shifty things about the way that it was operating. And so, with these additions, we now have a nice balance between corpos that have died in 2024 and corpos that are still operational but have a history, a rich history of mismanagement over the previous years that they've been operating for. And in case you guys aren't aware of or aren't familiar with aren't aware of or remember the various problems that that pre-acquisition Idol Corp and VAllure have been known for, well, we can start off with Idol Corp, and just like with Vertox, we're going to do a character assassination termination notice style listing, bullet point list of all the things that have all the highlights of their low points over the course of that particular the time period that they were active for. So, in terms of pre-acquisition Idol Corp, some of the highlights of the disasters that have gone on in that agency before they were acquired. Pre-acquisition Idol Corp lost 3/5 of its debut generation in less than a year after they were announced. It terminated a talent using a character assassination style document, and in that same termination notice, it also noted that a talent manager had been fired for conducting a, quote, secretive relationship with said talent. There were operational issues that plagued the corporation that prevented merch orders and donathon rewards from being fulfilled. And finally, Idol Corp, rather famously, around halfway through 2024, got into a little bit of hot water for failing to pay hired freelancers on time. It got so bad, in fact, that the talents had to step in as emergency PR representatives due to how much upper management, and I say that very specifically, upper management, were dragging their feet on the issue. However, despite the fact that all of this doesn't look great, this is nothing compared to the laundry list of sins that VAllure has under its sleeve. So, going through, so this has been extensively documented, by the way. If you would like to go through some others previous coverage on the descent of VAllure, the ever-present garbage fire that is, dumpster fire that is Walkter. I recommend going to check out Kyo and False's channels because they've done several videos on this topic. However, to summarize some of the main allegations and accusations that have been brought forth against the company by its talents and ex-talents, Walkter, out of a total of 51 talents that have been recruited to the agency over the course of its existence, 43 of the talents have left the company as of January 2025. That is a departure rate of 84%, which is, well, I think that tells you pretty much everything you need to know. However, to add on to that, Walkter also infamously doxed and threatened legal action against the talents who had left or were attempting to leave the company. They were also accused by talents of workplace harassment and sexual harassment, accused by talents of unilaterally changing talent contracts without approval or consent by any of the talents. They allegedly demanded talents to complete tasks not outlined in their contract and failed to compensate them sufficiently. They allegedly instructed a talent to forego their prescribed psychiatric medication. And finally, they allegedly coerced talents into making public statements on its behalf. So, basically, everything that everything that people have been giving Niji shit for the past year or so, or the beginning of 2024, all the way throughout the entire thing, Walkter did way worse way before. So, when I say the king of black companies, this is a title that has been well earned by this particular agency. And so, like I said before, we have a nice mix of dead corpos and corpos that are still operational, but have a history of mismanagement. And when we look at the tricks that they were employing to sort of build up a positive public image of themselves, to solicit more talents to apply for their services over the course of the entire time that they were fucking over their existing talents or had basically zero operational capacity, you can boil it down to one main selling point, one set of cliches that keeps coming up again and again and again. And these are the marketing cliches that I'd like to spend just this stream kind of ripping into a little bit, because I'm not going to lie, at this point in time, when the VTuber industry it's this old, this many companies have come and, died, I think it's about time that some of these tricks stopped working. Broadly speaking, sorry, give me a second. Broadly speaking, you can boil down the main marketing slogan in all of these companies to one main thing: we're not like other agencies. Now, ordinarily speaking, technically every company kind of has this as part of their marketing. Every company is supposed to have something that separates them from the other agencies that operate in this sphere. However, what you may notice when you start to look at some of the bigger companies like VShojo, like HoloLive, current day VShojo, I should specify, HoloLive, Niji Sanji, Phase Connect, V4 Mirai, Globy, etc., they don't tend to adopt the "we're not like other agencies" as a core part of their marketing. They don't bash people over the heads with it, not least because it comes off incredibly pretentious and incredibly hollow at the first sign of any sort of mismanagement. However, for all of the corpos we've discussed thus far, this blatant beating the audience over the head with this same slogan, this has become a major part of their marketing. And when you boil down that whole illusion of being not like the other agencies or not like the other VTuber corpos, there are three main pillars that go into that. Three main, shall we say, marketing slogans that are used to routinely disguise flaws in the way that they operate. First, transparency, ever present, ever reliable, old reliable transparency. Second, challenging yourself. We'll go into exactly what I mean by that in a second. And finally, the new story or new journey begins tagline, which never gets old. Witness Void Fox, thank you for the 2,500 currency. Wachter, number one enemy of all Latin American VTuber fans for their actions against their talents. Good thing they had become successful indies. Absolutely. No better justice, no better revenge than success, and no better justice than Wachter's eternal PR death. But to start off with, transparency. Now, when you look through some of the more infamous examples of small corpos that have a lot of things wrong with them on the inside, trying to flex to audiences and prospective talents on the outside under the the slogan of transparency, there is a very small set of things that these agencies are willing to be transparent about. And one thing that they always seem to default to is just number monkeying. They are willing to share things like the percentage revenue cut. They're willing to share things like the total number of talents they support. They will say things like, oh, we're okay with sharing our revenue cut so people know how much we support talents, how much we respect our talents in this industry. But the thing is, just sharing your revenue cut doesn't actually tell you anything about the company. And I said this before when I was talking about the... I think this was when I did the Nexus stream, but for any VTubers, creators, prospective talents looking to scout out for an agency, the reason why you should never take it seriously when a company flexes its revenue cut as being low is, at the end of the day, if a company wants to justify you going from being indie to being reliant on them, the revenue cut, for all intents and purposes, is kind of irrelevant. Because a low revenue cut does not make it more worthwhile to join a corpo on its own. What you join a corpo for is the degree of support that they provide to you. And so, the only way that sharing a revenue cut actually, the only scenario in which that actually says anything is if it is presented alongside a specification of what kinds of support they're willing to give you. Remember, just because you are asked to give up less of the money you would have made as an indie doesn't automatically mean that giving up any portion of the money that you are currently making as an indie is worth it. Because they have to give you something in exchange. And when companies default to transparency as a tagline, as a marketing gimmick, I have to say at this point, that is a point that they are conveniently dodging in their advertising. And where better to start than by looking at 910 Inc. So, if we go onto their website, let me see if this is working. Okay, hold on, let me see if... Okay, that's better. All right. So, when we go on to 910 Inc.'s website, what you will notice is that there are a few key details that they are willing to be transparent about, and pretty much everything else being kept in the dark. So, for example, when you go onto their website, you start off with, the usual stuff that you see on pretty much every, VTuber Corpo's website. Slogan, my fun time is when I'm at work, working as a live streamer, etc., etc. And then they have their little introductory blurb, right? We are 910 Inc. Wachter is a VTuber agency that has been active for 6 years, gaining over 100,000 followers and managing multiple talents. It is a top-level live streamer agency that ensures that 100% of earnings from live streams go back to the streamers themselves. I want you to remember that tagline, 100% of earnings from live streams goes to the talents themselves. They are very proud of this. They are going to end up repeating this multiple times over the course of this webpage. However, whenever you are evaluating a VTuber Corpo's marketing, one of the key things that I would advise you to pay attention to is what they don't mention in their marketing. So for example, if you were a talent today looking to sign up to an agency, you're trying to evaluate VAllure based off of what they have put out as their marketing. You will note that they say that they have been active for 6 years. This is true. They will also say that they have gained over 100,000 followers and managing multiple talents. Now, while they say that they are managing multiple talents, what they've neglected to mention is that they are now managing 8 talents. 8 talents out of the 51 that have signed up over the past 6 years. So if you're looking at, if you're trying to judge whether this agency is going to be good for you or not, it's never a safe bet to go purely off of what they put out in their advertising, because there is always going to be missing information. So if we scroll down further, what makes 910 Inc. special? And then they list out a whole bunch of features. Now, let me just check the screen again to make sure that nothing's been cut off. Okay, it is slightly cut off on your end. So, hold on, give me a second. Let me see if there's a way to adjust this slightly. All right, I'll just narrate it. So no worries. Again, the very first feature that they feel comfortable outlining, 100% of earnings going out to the streamers. Using the live streaming application 910 Inc., streamers receive 100% of what they earn during streams. In other words, though they receive the bonuses of being in an agency, they also get to keep the same earnings that they would if they were independent. Now, if at any point you ever come across anybody that tries to advertise to you with the slogan of indie freedom, corpo benefits, or something along those lines, never take them seriously, because chances are they are lying about at least one of those two things. See, based off of what we know about VAllure, they were pressuring their streamers, if not outright demanding some of their streamers, to do extra work that they were not contracted for without compensation. So while it is technically true that 100% of their earnings may go to them, this doesn't tell you that VAllure is perfectly willing to both withhold their payments, to only pay out after they are due, and also that they will make you do work that you are then not paid for. AJ, as someone who has spoken to numerous Spanish-speaking VTuber fans, I assure you, everything you've heard about VAllure is not only true, but it's actually even worse. I see. So, second thing that they advertise, top project amount, 10 million Japanese yen. The network we have built in the advertising industry over the past 6 years as a VTuber agency include influencers and major companies. We have a track record of many projects, both domestically and internationally. Now this is basically irrelevant to your everyday operations as a VTuber, because while it is nice that they have that network, that they are capable, or they are supposedly capable of leveraging that network to bring about more opportunities for the creators that sign up, that doesn't tell you anything about the way that they operate. And so it is very important that when you go into the interview process, for example, or basically any stage of the onboarding process prior to signing on with this agency, that you actually ask, for example, all right, if you're going to tell me that you have a network among the advertising industry, are any of those members of that network going to provide sponsorships to the talents? How exactly are they connected? How exactly are they involved? What benefits are you capable of leveraging for the talents from this network? Or, in other words, what do they actually have to do with us as talents? Because just saying that you have them doesn't mean anything. Because it could just be a case where this VTubing agency happens to be owned by a parent company that owns other businesses with no interaction between them. Because technically, even if that was the model that this was operating off of, this statement would still hold true. So be very careful about taking businesses at their word when they simply just flex that they have connections or that they have access to a whole pile of money. Because they might. That doesn't mean that any of the money is going to end up going to you, though. Sorry, give me a second. Third thing, reaching 3.5 billion viewers worldwide. We offer language services in Chinese, English, and Spanish, which means that we have a market reach of 3.5 billion viewers and that our streamers have global potential. Now, what they are doing here is what I assume that they have done here is simply noted all of the different languages that their streamers speak, and then attempted to mash together the total population across the world that speaks any of these three languages. And then they've just gone on and said, oh yeah, that's our audience. Yeah, no, that's a fucking lie. So whenever anybody tries to appeal to prospective talents by just flexing numbers with no contextualization, it's best to basically treat that as just slop and nothing else. Because this, reaching 3.5 billion viewers worldwide, this means nothing. At the end of the day, the audience you're going to be streaming to is not going to be 3.5 billion. Oh, Charlie, welcome to the stream. Oh, supremacy. Amen, brother. Sounds like bad math? No, absolutely. Then the last two features that they have listed down here. Hold on, let me see if you can actually see them. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to read out number 5 verbatim. So, number 4, high quality virtual design. Streamers with good results will be able to use avatar illustrations and live 2D on the level of that of famous streamer agencies. Based on your results, you will also be able to use the same character design systems as famous VTubers. Now, what is... Oh, Canary, did I forget to switch scenes? No, this is the best... Well, this is the scene that I have that best fits this without having to fiddle around with it too much. But don't worry, I'm going to read out everything anyways. So, what is the line in this? What is the one line in this entire paragraph that should tip you off that this agency is not built with its talents in mind? It's not built to support its talents, at the very least. It doesn't actually care about establishing a supportive or nurturing environment. Resolve? No. There's literally only one VTuber tech. Yes, good spot, good spot. That is, yet again, them trying to flex something that's just a basic feature of operating in this industry. There we go, Master N. Good results. Exactly. Streamers with good results. Now, what that implies is that this is an avenue of support, an aspect of their support that is not going to be accessible to everybody. It might not even be accessible to anybody within a certain period of time. And when they say good results, you have no way of measuring how they intend to measure that. You have no way of predicting how they intend to measure that. And at the very minimum, it implies that there is going to be some sort of internal competition or internal rivalry between different talents operating under the same umbrella. That is not an environment that is conducive to the kind of unity, the kind of solidarity, the kind of community that you would want to foster. Well, that is one of the most potent aspects of actually signing on to a corpo. Because if it's just going to be all competition and, trying to outdo one another for the same shared pool of resources, why not just stay an indie? Because that's exactly what indies do. And, well, with an indie, if you stay as an indie, you don't have to worry about having Wachter's management gazing over your shoulder and telling you not to take your meds. However, another thing is, so far, right? Actually, I'll read out the 5th thing that they advertise, and then I'll come back to this point. But So far what you will realize is that all of these examples of deceptive wording or very convenient framing or leaving out of certain details, this is really obvious to spot, right? You can read through this the first time, you immediately see how it's designed to be deceptive, if not, while it's, while given the fact that it's not an outright lie. Thing is though, one of the problems with hindsight is that it can be very difficult to take the same lessons you learn by, viewing things in retrospect and then proactively apply them as sort of general prejudices that you can defensively deploy to protect yourself against similar instances of the same thing happening in the future. And so, as we go and start looking at some of the marketing that have been used by other agencies that maybe don't have as egregious a list of sins as Wachter, it becomes a little more subtle in terms of the way that they try to sort of build goodwill without earning it, let's say. Lame Boy, thank you for the 5. Bigger revenue cut with streamers? Yeah, okay, buddy, but 0 times 1,000 is still 0. Exactly. Sorry, give me a second. Now, the 5th feature that they've listed out here is experience of over 10 streamers using 3D avatar technology. Whatever the fuck that means. 910 Inc. has extensive experience with 3D avatars, with know-how on how to use studio equipment, as well as how to broadcast in 3D from home. Through this 3D technology, 910 Inc. is also able to connect its streamers to events such as Nico Nico Chokaigi. Now, what you will notice is when you review all 5 of these features, right? How much streamers are paid, total amount of, income or capital at the company's disposal, how many prospective viewers you might have, the quality of your design, experience with 3D avatar technology. What's missing from all of these advertised features? What aspect of streaming, of especially Corpo VTubing, is missing from all 5 of these points? The only 5 points that Wachter has deemed worthy of a spot on its webpage when it comes to advertising itself. I'm guessing 3D is in full 3D mocap. That's what you would be led to believe, but those results are arbitrary to money CCV and how they can advertise you. Exactly, yeah. But there's something else as well. Yes, NM Nemesis. Yes, support, right? A supportive environment. See, they've been quite, quote-unquote, transparent with various aspects of the way that they operate that most, other agencies probably wouldn't be as forthcoming with, such as the whole revenue split thing. However, what they have failed to mention is, how familiar are they with actually managing people? Do they have staff or a team ready to support their talents in making their content? Basically, the way that this has been pitched is you have a whole bunch of resources that are gate-kept behind a barrier that only becomes accessible once you reach a certain amount of success on your own after you sign up with them. And at that point, why not be an indie? And that's the crucial detail that a lot of these companies will conveniently gloss over. Some aspect of the way that they manage talents is always going to be, in general, the way that they manage talents is always going to be a point that they don't spend a lot, if any, time talking about. And that's probably deliberate given their known history of mismanaging talents behind the scenes. Charlie, thank you for the 5. Will you join my corpo? We offer 69% of merch, but you have to be the cuck chair. Cuck chair merch would be truly a cursed idea. I don't know how you would even portray that, unless you make it like this sort of cardboard paper thing that's designed to have like a like a model of a chair, but like in a corner of a room. Maybe we could sell like a dollhouse kind of thing, but it's just the corner of a room. Melon Fishy, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Now, if you scroll down, then they start listing out all of the applications they use, you know, TikTok, and then All Reliable, a combination of the three that we've been talking about over the past few weeks, 17 Live, Pacocha, and Reality, funnily enough. And then they start listing out, they start flexing all of the things that they provide that other companies supposedly don't provide, right? They start listing out the exact same metrics they used before. Hold on, let me see if I can reduce the size of this so that hopefully you guys can see it as well. Hold on. Let me see if I can expand this out. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Apologies for the scuff, but this is simply the way that we operate when we stream in EN times. The text is a little small, but don't worry, I'll read it out. Sell the booster cushion for the cuck chair. Why is it always those three? That's an excellent question. Makiris, thank you for the 5. Walk to a management meeting, gentlemen. Toast gesture to evil. Yes. So, again, they start flexing things like rate of earnings, 100%. Company A, 80%. Company B, 50%. And yet again, this is presented under the guise of transparency as if it is a good thing. See, the thing is, right? Yeah, people are already starting to spot some of the other red flags as well. But if you flex that you don't take any earnings from the talent, you have to ask, as a talent, where the fuck are they getting their money from? Because, thing is, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because if a company doesn't take any of your money, it also means that the company doesn't really have obligations to you. A company will owe whoever gives it money. And so, if you are not their primary source of income, the reason why you should find that more worrying than if you were, let's say, 40 to 50 to even 60% of their income, is because you then have to start asking, who are they beholden to because they don't get their income from me? If they don't get their income, sorry, let me rephrase that. If they don't get their income from you, and they get their income from somewhere else, their priorities will also lie with wherever they're getting their income from. And so, the less income you have to hand over to the Corpo, generally speaking, and this is a generalization, but generally speaking, that will correlate with them prioritizing you lower than their main sources of income. And you can very much see this in terms of the way that Wachter heavily mismanaged its talents. Now, the second thing that they've listed off here, rules and regulations. And they've said that both of the other companies, Company A and Company B, have rules and regulations, but Wachter doesn't, and we're supposed to believe that that's a good thing. Now, over the past year, it has become very fashionable, let's say, to talk about how rules and regulations for these corpos can become stifling or restrictive or outright domineering when it comes to the relationship between management and talents. However, that being said, if you don't have any rules or regulations, you are essentially foregoing one of the main functions of a corporation, which is to essentially provide, it's to provide the same sort of service that a seatbelt would provide to a driver in a car. See, the thing is, when you have to adhere to a certain set of rules, a lot of people will tend to dismiss that as just, oh, rules only exist to protect the company, without also accounting for the fact that when you sign up to become a part of a corporation, you are essentially a part of that company. You can't go on to treat the individual talents and the corporation as being completely separate, because something that will detriment one will also, by extension, end up detrimenting the other. And so, because of the fact that these rules are designed to, normally, right, generally speaking, these rules are designed to protect the company, some of those rules necessarily will pertain to protecting the talents as well. And if you don't have any rules or regulations in your company, then you're just left with a bit of a mess, because your talents don't have a guideline on what they should or shouldn't do, and your company doesn't have protocols for how to handle crises. Both of those are just inviting disaster. AJ, I'd normally be worried about no rules leading to talents causing bad PR for their agency, but in Walkter's case, there's nothing there's nothing the talents could do that could be worse PR than what Walkter did. See, the thing is, rules are designed to work two ways. A lot of people will tend to think that rules only work as restrictions for the talents. However, generally speaking, assuming that the company has been set up properly, those rules will also end up dictating protocols, procedures for what members of management can or can't do as well. That is the difference between setting up a company to be functional and setting up a company to be an exploitative hellhole. Because if it's an exploitative hellhole, the rules only tend to go one way. And thing is, there will always be rules. They might not be written on paper, but they will be enforced upon. And when you don't have rules on paper, you add more subjectivity, more leeway for whoever happens to hold the most power in a given environment to simply set and abide by and enforce whatever rules they want. And that is very evidently, as you pointed out, AJ, what has happened with Walkter. You need to show your face. And they've listed this out as, well, no shit, Sherlock. If you're a VTuber agency, of course you're not going to need to show your face. But in any case, I don't think I even need to go into that point. Introductions to new potential projects. Now, they haven't actually specified at any point what those projects are. They haven't even pointed directly to any specific party that they are affiliated with that could somehow facilitate these projects. So at this particular point in time, this is basically just an unsubstantiated thing that they've thrown out there. And when you think about all the different things that the word project can encompass, right? Do they mean promo videos? Do they mean ads? Do they mean collaborations? Do they mean music videos, covers, concerts? What exactly do they mean by projects? So, yet again, note that whenever you're trying, again, I keep coming back to this point, but I can't stress it's important enough. It's importance enough. If you want to evaluate a company's claims of what it can provide to you as a corpo after you sign up to it, the thing that you should always be looking for is specificity. And granted, this is just their website. So you can make the argument that maybe because it's just their webpage, because it's just what they put out for the general public, there isn't going to be a very high degree of specificity. But any specificity that is lacking in their public advertising should be made up for in their private consultations with you before signing on. You will always get an opportunity to ask questions. Now, whether those questions are answered or not is a whole different matter, but you will always get the chance to ask questions. And when you are asking questions, specificity is what you should be demanding. Because, well, if you're asking questions in private, specificity is the least that they can give you. Development abroad, that's pretty self-explanatory. Receiving your own virtual avatar and 3D transformations, basically just saying, are we going to give you a model? Now, funny thing is with Walkter, they tried to re-debut an old model with a new talent behind it at some point during last year. I forget when exactly this happened, but if you go through False's videos, I'm sure you'll find one where he talks about it. False and or Kyo's videos. But yeah, when they say receiving your own virtual avatar and 3D transformation, that's the part that they conveniently leave out. Oh, Billy, thank you for the 5. All right, thanks for the members only stream where you showed us your... I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yet another taboo broken? Yes, and it's another taboo that was broken that specifically points to the fact that Walkter does not seem to be aware of or care that the capital that they are working with are people, is people. You can't just swap out the talent behind a VTuber model and expect it to be an entirely new person. You can't just expect audiences to be able to gravitate towards that. That's not how it works. And the thing is, if at any point you look at a company's advertising and you realize that not only are they flexing numbers as their main selling points, but they also don't seem to talk about the human aspect of VTubing, That is one sign among many, albeit a pretty superficial sign, that the people in charge of that company do not see the talents as people. And if they don't see talents as people, they can only ever fail in running their business, because VTubing exists as an entertainment industry. And an entertainment industry necessarily revolves around the people in it. And so, finally, right at the bottom of the webpage, you have the whole reiteration of the main points that they flex, right? Business for 6 years, top project amount 10 million Japanese yen, 100% of live stream earnings goes to streamers. Again, over and over again, they're only selling points. Numbers. What do the numbers mean? Pretty much nothing at this point. So, when you're tossing up agencies to apply for, when you're trying to evaluate agencies based off of what they sell themselves on, be very cautious about approaching agencies that sell themselves only on numbers. Because yes, numbers are important, but they don't tell you an awful lot about how the agencies actually run. And, case in point, another one of the agencies, in quotation marks, that tried to use transparency as a selling point to build up their brand image in the opening stages of their existence was Vertox VE. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, so in October of 2023, Vertox put out a tweet that stated, "We are Vertox, a VTuber talent agency debuting in January 2024, and then including a graphic that was supposed to give people a brief introduction to what this agency was supposed to be. Quote, "Oh, Alan, thank you for the 2. Sadly, we'll miss the stream live, VOD gang for now. No problem at all. I appreciate you dropping by and thank you for the generosity. Howdy. We are excited to introduce you all to Vertox. Vertox VE is an entertainment agency centered around indie VTubers and helping them achieve their dreams while also doing what they love." Now, I'm not going to say, at this point in time, it is quite a big ask to expect an agency to come up with a tagline that is completely original, because originality at this particular point in time in the internet, even I would go so far as to say in VTubing as an industry, is a little in short supply. However, I do want to point out, if you ever come across, and this has become one of those sentences that's just it's devolved to basically being just noise in people's heads when they read it. Because, helping creators achieve their dreams while doing what they love, that's like every agency, that's every group, that's even every indie, because that's what they do when they hit go live every few days or every day or so. So, it's a little bit of a waste of words at this point if you say that that is the goal of your company. This includes helping our talents grow as creators and helping them navigate through the scarier sides of content creation by providing the tools to ensure they succeed. Yet again, it's really, really vague. Okay, sure, I'm not going to... Well, I've talked quite a bit about how there are scary sides to the VTubing industry, but you're not seriously going to expect people who read through this to think that you're going to be able to help with all of those, right? So specify which ones. One thing that I would love to see, one thing that I intend to continue ridiculing dead corpos for until it becomes a trend in newer corpos, is the lack of specificity in what they advertise. For example, if you want to help creators navigate through the scarier sides of content creation, that is a good goal, but which of these scarier sides of content creation are you going to help with? Are you going to insulate them from the more crab bucket mentality of the indie VTuber world? Are you going to give them safe harbor from the exploitative corpos that have been cropping up routinely throughout the course of the last few years? Well, spoiler alert, Vertox didn't, but you know, it's all about it's all about the intention, right? Or are you going to help them, for example, get over their anxieties when it comes to interacting with other creators or larger audiences, etc., etc.? All of these different things that could go under the broad umbrella of scary sides of the industry, but all of which require very different approaches to mitigate. And so it would be it would be great if in the future agencies or those who try to start agencies, people, especially people who take over the marketing for these agencies, would learn to adopt a more specific way of advertising their services to prospective creators. Because I'll be honest, few people are going to complain about phrasing things in this way because broadly speaking, it is quite inoffensive. It's just unoriginal. And so if you would like effective marketing, that goes hand in hand with avoiding cliches. Because what I said before about this just being noise because of how overplayed that particular selling point is across literally every VTuber agency that's ever existed, that will directly translate into better engagement with your advertising. So if you want more people to sort of prick up their ears and, you know, actually absorb what it is you are saying, I recommend being a lot more specific with what you intend to offer to people. Bakir's thank you for the 5. Walked theme song. Bad company, I can't deny. Bad company. Till the day I die. Until the day I die. What tune is that? I can't recall. But yeah. Golly gee, Vertox, you mean that you will help me achieve my dreams? That's so original and unique. I never thought it was possible. Yes, yet again, it's the same slop phrases that are, they're constantly used as if they are still stunning and brave, a commitment to have towards your talents, when in fact they are basically just the bare minimum. To continue, we hope that in the coming months we can get you super pumped for what's to come with the inception of our first season of talent and the debut of our first wave in January 2024. While we aren't opting for the traditional audition process of Vertox, we invite all creators, big and small, to submit their content pages for review so we can see what makes them all so awesome. Sorry, dying. Now, another thing that is another thing that goes hand in hand with the whole transparency, schlop that a lot of these smaller companies, especially the more exploitative ones, like to peddle, is this idea that they will directly say things like, we're not following tradition, we're going against the norm, we're so different from the other agencies, they all have things wrong, we're going to make a change in this industry. And very often what I see is that this will be uncritically praised by some as just innovation. In actuality, the reason why things become traditions, become norms, become conventions, especially in an industry, is because they work. So, if you are a talent trying to vet a company based off of its rhetoric and based off of its advertising, one thing that should always provoke more caution is them explicitly saying something along the lines of, we aren't going to adhere to tradition. We're going to be different. Because unless that commitment is tied to a justification, that conveys that the people writing up this marketing, this spiel, and by extension the people who are in charge of this corpo, are trying to break from conventions, break from traditions, without even attempting to understand why those traditions and conventions have worked in the first place. You can't subvert something unless you understand it. And if you try to without understanding it, well, all you're going to end up achieving is a more spectacular form of failure. See, when Vertox says we aren't opting for the traditional audition process at Vertox, be very careful of just reading that and thinking that that's a good thing. Because what is it about the traditional audition process that is a limitation in their eyes? They haven't even bothered to define that. So it's different without a justification. Some of the things that are inbuilt, right? Some of the inherent functions of the way that traditional audition processes work revolve around the need to vet talents, right? So, two things. First, the audition process provides a set of obstacles and filters to sort of make sure that the talents you ultimately end up signing on are actually compatible with the vision you have for your agency. That's the first function of a traditional audition process. The second function of a traditional audition process, where you have a set of criteria that you apply to a general pool of applicants in order to select the few that match up with what you want for your company. The reason why that works is because it also eliminates, or it at the very least minimizes, the amount of subjectivity behind the selection process. See, the problem is here. What ended up happening with Vertox is that each of the talents were just approached by Ray personally, and he pitched the idea of Vertox to them personally. And as a result, every single bit of communication, every single part of the selection process was subjected to Ray's personal limitations, biases, subjective outlook, etc., etc. And when you're trying to create a corpo, a professional working environment, having that amount of, forcing things to revolve to that extent around a single person is never a good idea. So, again, if you are a talent looking for potential agencies to apply to, and you look at their marketing and they keep going on and on about how they're not like the other agencies, how they're going to do things differently, pay attention to if they bother justifying those differences or not. Pay attention to how they justify those differences, that departure from tradition. Because if that justification isn't given, or if that justification isn't good, it's just difference for the sake of difference. It doesn't actually translate to a more effective business model. To go on, we invite all creators big and small to submit their content pages for review so we can see what makes them all awesome and select our talent based on who they are when in their element, not under a spotlight. Our first wave is hyped to meet you all. See you soon. Another aspect, another problem with tying the whole selection process to the whims of a single individual, essentially, is, let's imagine for a second that Vertox did end up working, that it did get off the ground, that it did have a first generation that managed to debut, second generation that managed to debut without, erupting into flames. The problem with having all of that tied to one person's subjective criterion is that you essentially have laid a timed explosive for yourself and for your agency. Because you've basically just laid the foundations for allegations of favoritism, uneven treatment, etc., down the line. Because if you don't have a consistent, objective, set in stone criterion for how talents qualify for a certain benefit or mode of support, etc., or a certain set of attributes that make a talent compatible with your overall vision for the agency, if it's all based around one person's subjective view, then everything else, when it comes to certain talents maybe benefiting more from the agency support than others, that is also chalked up to being a subjective decision. And that's the kind of thing that, if you are a talent, you always want to vet out of your possible selection pool. Because, let's be honest, if you apply to a corporation, I would guess that one of the things that you are looking for is professionalism. And this is not very conducive to professionalism. Yeah, Robin, or worse, cronyism. Yes, exactly. So, for those who don't know what cronyism is, cronyism is a term that's often mixed up with nepotism. So, whereas nepotism is basically just favoring your personal friends and family in the hiring process, cronyism is when you favor them to the detriment of effectiveness at their given role. So, nepotism is when you favor friends and family. Cronyism is when you favor friends and family over qualification. To go on, and the next thing that they would post is a sort of small blurb introducing who Raylin actually is. So, meet the team. Vertox, short for Virtual Redux, was an agency born from the idea of creating a space where talented content creators with a passion for what they can make it passion for what they can do can make it just as big as any creator with a curated corporate backing while doing what they love. Sorry, give me a second. Again, that very much appeals to a lot of people because it's basically saying, oh, you have a dream, you're an independent creator? Great, we're going to help you take that dream and bring it into fruition with the exact same degree of effectiveness as someone with corporate backing, but without needing corporate backing. And one thing that is kind of a little depressing is that, generally speaking, for a lot of talents, they aren't going to recognize that as an immediate red flag until they've been burned firsthand at least once. However, for all prospective talents who are looking for places to apply to in the future, on top of the lie of indie freedom corpo benefits, another lie that you should constantly be on the lookout for is corporate results without corporate backing. There is no such thing as corporate results without corporate backing. Whether you are backed by a corporation like VShojo is, where they basically have a venture capital fund fueling all of the managerial support that they get behind the scenes, or you are a company like Hololive, which very explicitly has external investors that they have regular shareholder meetings in order to, appeal to, etc., etc. Any corpo, in order to achieve the level of support that they give to their talents, has to get the money from somewhere. And so, if they are telling you, if a corpo is promising you that they are going to give you benefits without telling you how they're going to pay for that benefits, one of two things is happening. Either they are trying to deliberately hide where they are getting their money from, because they're not getting their money from you primarily, or they don't have any benefits to give. It always, unfailingly, is at least one of those two things. To go on. Also, fun drinking game that you can play during the stream. Take a shot every time the word passion comes out. Then you get to Ray's, personal short bio thing. Ray is not only a content creator himself, but also a marketing coordinator and creative director with over 8 years experience. Sorry, give me a second. With over 8 years' experience in the industry, he's worked with multiple clients ranging from large companies to small businesses just starting up. When Ray isn't using his expertise in marketing to create success stories, you can find him being an absolute goofball on his stream, making obscure noises in his mic, or getting drowned in hydrate redeems by his, quote, loving, end quote, community. Now, just as the same with Wachter, just being in this industry for a long time does not automatically equate to being effective at operating in this industry. Yes, you may have been operating as a freelancer in this industry for a while. That doesn't automatically, magically make you a good CEO. Another thing, I don't expect this to be in the advertising, but when you're trying to gauge the trustworthiness of a CEO, if you are a talent, and this is the thing, right? Because of the fact that Ray and Vertox in their advertising has said that they are not going to follow quote-unquote traditional audition processes. This basically means, and we know this based off of what other people have said now that the company has collapsed, this basically means that the way that people are recruited is that they go around having private conversations with Ray. Thing is, because he only ends up recruiting through private conversations, at some point during those private conversations, it is always a good idea, well, generally speaking, right? If you are a talent looking to audition for an agency, looking to audition for a corpo, and you find yourself going through their onboarding process, their audition, their interview process, at some point during that time, especially after the interview stages have begun and are either halfway through progressing or have finished, before you end up signing that contract, at some point during that process, you should have been told the CEO's real name. And the reason for that is because what ended up happening when Vertox collapsed was Raylin, and all the other social media monikers that he used were obliterated off of the internet. He essentially went into hiding, and people haven't been able to find him since. When you are signing on to an agency, the reason why it's really, really important to get the CEO's real name out of them is because one thing you can, well, obviously, one of the things that you get as a result of that is accountability. People tend to be less keen on screwing over people who have their, some of their legal details because they don't want a lawsuit. They don't want to risk that they've accidentally pissed off somebody that happens to have a large amount of money waiting in the wings and a large personal vendetta to settle. However, the second thing, though, is that it puts you in a better position to vet the company, because once you have their real name, if I were to go onto LinkedIn, for example, and search up Ray or Raylin, I probably wouldn't be able to find anything on him. However, if I were to get his real name, enter that into LinkedIn or any other sort of business registration site, that would then give me a better chance at possibly looking through their business history, looking through their resume, what businesses they've started, what businesses they've, closed or failed, and then forming a more, coming up with a more informed decision as to how much I should trust this person's claims that they are a competent business person. Now that sounds like common sense, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be the norm in this industry, because VTubing as a medium is built off of disguising your identity. Thing is, I understand that, I respect that, but business is business. If you're going to start a corpo, if you're going to make your talents sign a legally binding contract, those talents deserve to know that you're actually in it for the long haul. And one of the ways that people, as talents, can try to vet for that is by having access to the CEO's real name. And I think that it's quite a reasonable... if you're going to make your talent sign a contract that dictates that their career is going to be in your hands for the next year or so, I think the least you can do is give them your real name prior to getting them to sign that contract. Now, you might... As a possible retort to that could be, oh, but what if I get doxxed in retaliation? What if the CEO ends up exposing themselves to getting doxxed in retaliation once they pissed off a talent? That becomes... Now, for me personally, I don't view that as a cost that I'm unwilling to have, mostly because of the fact that that won't be a problem if you vetted your talents properly, and that adds a heavier incentive more of a pressure on people looking to start these companies to actually have proper vetting processes. Because let's say, for example, that the CEO reveals their real name to somebody in the, let's say, second or third stage interviews, basically the final stage of the interview before you actually show them the contract and get them to sign. At that point, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that you should have been able to vet out any talent that is erratic enough to engage in that kind of behavior. So, exactly, Prince of Dew. If the talents aren't going to be allowed to be anonymous in the eyes of the company, there's no reason why the people behind the company deserve to be anonymous in the eyes of the talents. It's a fair exchange of information, and making sure that the information is balanced on both sides is one of the ways of ensuring that neither side tries to screw over the other. Sorry, give me a second. Few days later, Vertox would end up posting a follow-up to that where they would actually outright say, quote, "At Vertox, we want to be as transparent as possible with our community when it comes to our business model. We want to ensure that our talents are treated fairly while creating content with us." And they've attached to that 4 different graphics. We're going to go through each of them. Prince of Dew, publicly not only to talent. See, thing is, right, I can understand not wanting to share your actual legal details publicly. That I can understand. So it's perfectly okay if a CEO just uses a pseudonym when they're communicating to the public. It's okay if a CEO refers to themselves as, Gunrun, H2O Sakana, Raylin, Eri, whatever. However, behind closed doors, and when you're conversing with the talents that are going to be signing contracts with you, that is when, in my opinion, they have no excuse to continue to hide their actual legal details. Because the talents are going to have to share their legal details with the company. So, at that point, it should go both ways. Yeah, Yagoo, right? I don't expect, to clarify, I don't expect a company to essentially dox its CEO and managers. No, that would be silly. However, the CEO, at bare minimum, should be able to share their real name with the talents once they've gotten us to a certain point in the onboarding process prior to signing an actual contract. Yeah, Gunrun's real name is also very public, so that's not a concern. Yeah. This is more of a thing for smaller corpos, where their CEOs are not necessarily a selling point in and of themselves. Now, the first graphic they've included, right? What we offer our talents. We provide Vertox talents with the tools they need to succeed, as well as support with their projects. Talent management, editing, professional marketing and exposure, stream assets, models, rigging and model add-ons, necessary equipment upgrades, live event interaction, brand collaboration opportunities. Community and support, project management, and personal project funding and support. Now, if you just go off of this list, this sounds like a brilliant set of benefits. These are all things that every indie talent is absolutely dying to have. However, all of these things, they take quite a bit of money to provide. Things like stream assets, models, rigging, and model add-ons, talent management. Well, generally speaking, on average, in this industry, management is relatively underpaid compared to managerial roles in other industries. However, at the same time, you still want to be able to pay your managers a living wage, which is going to require money. So, how do they go about getting that money? Revenue split. Talent share, Vertox's share, 50% for merch. Sponsorships, talents get 100%. Revenue split in general for streaming and video content, 85% goes to the talents. 15% goes to Vertox. But they've added this little stipulation onto the 85% that supposedly goes to the talents, right? 0 to 35% variable split, dependent on talent projects and debut assets. Now, why is this a little deceptive given that whole list of things that they said that they would provide to their talents? Zara Zephyr, it's cut from the talent's pay. Exactly. See, the thing is, only one of those two things that Vertox has claimed can be true. Either the projects are going to be paid for out of the talent's share, or those projects and, other benefits are going to be given by Vertox. It can't be both. If Vertox is going to say that they are going to provide these benefits to their talents, those benefits can't come out of the talent's cut. It has to come out of this 15%. And thus, when we look at this claim compared with this claim, we can start to see that, okay, they were just lying from the get-go. Because there is no fucking way that 15% of all talent streaming and video content can somehow pay for all of these things. Now, granted, yes, it doesn't just come from this. There's also 50% of merch. But let's be honest here. Merch is not going to be something that a company is going to be able to... that most companies are going to be able to get off the ground immediately. Especially not when those companies are essentially built on the hopes, dreams, and bubblegum of one person. So, yeah, no. At this particular point in time, there were already contradictions, pretty blatant contradictions that were emerging in terms of the marketing, the claims that the company has given. And by the way, yet again, to all prospective talents that might be watching this VOD or watching this stream, if you ever see this kind of doublespeak happening in corporate advertising, immediate red flag. Get the fuck out. They either don't know what... Well, actually, the chances that they don't actually know what they're saying are close to zero. Because this is a very deliberate, deceptive tactic that they are using to try and lull streamers into a complacent expectation that they will have access to most of the revenue while also getting those promised benefits. Whereas in actuality, what will probably end up happening, assuming that Vertox did get off the ground, is that the percentages add up to around 50-50 eventually anyways, because if you want them to give you those benefits, they're going to have to withhold some of the money that technically goes into your share. So, yeah, it's funny to note, but once you've actually accounted for all of the variables in that percentage, it just comes back to 50-50, but very deceptively worded and very deceptively shown. And finally, a little bit of a blurb on the talent-centered revenue split. Talent-centered, he says. Vertox's revenue split model focuses on talent needs. We tailor our revenue split to what a talent requires to produce their content. This includes their stream assets, model, equipment, editing, marketing, management, and expenses for personal projects they would like to take on. To remind you guys, all of those things are going to be taken out of up to 35% of the total money you generate in video content and streaming revenue, on top of the preset 15% that Vertox already takes automatically for itself. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the 15% was going straight to Ray, and then the 0 to 35% was, every other operational cost associated with Vertox. But to go on, that's just speculation, I want to specify. Quote, majority of the base revenue split of 15%, sorry. I'm assuming that's... majority of the 15% split will go towards talent promotion, editing, and management. He's going to do all of those things with just 15% of your streaming revenue. At this point, it is an astute thing to ask yourself as a talent, right? If you ever see this tactic being used in the future, where a company that has just emerged, has no history, no backing whatsoever, advertises that they are going to use whatever cut they take out of your earnings to pay for all of these things, look at what you are currently earning as an indie creator and think, can 15% of this pay for all of these things? If the answer is no, then you have a little bit of a disparity. See, you could make the argument that, oh, okay, technically the Corpo isn't going to be doing that because, you know, it's not going to be 15% of just one town's revenue. It's going to be 15% of the revenue from all the towns that are streaming together. But then you're going to have to ask questions like, how are those resources distributed between the different talents? Because while it is good to make sure that all talents have equal opportunity to access certain services, certain benefits, those benefits are going to be used to different degrees depending on the individual talent. Some talents might use it more often, some talents might use it less often. And as a result, this is why, if you're operating off of such a razor-thin margin, the chances of something fucking up, or some sort of uneven distribution becoming blatantly obvious, is increased significantly. All essentials in professional content creation. The variable revenue split will provide talents with flexibility to work on the content they love to make, without worrying about whether or not they can personally afford it. What about whether or not they can eat? What about whether or not they actually can afford groceries with the split that they actually get? See, whenever a corporation advertises flexibility, that's a very neat way of saying that they don't have protocols. They don't have ways. That's essentially a marketing slogan that's designed to turn a deficiency into something that sounds like a benefit, right? It's really bad if you say, oh yeah, we don't have protocols, we don't have procedures, we don't have set amounts, and we can't tell you exactly how much of your revenue split we're going to take from to provide the services we promised you every month or so. But it does sound good if you simply repackage it and say, yeah, we're flexible with your payments. We're a flexible company. We adjust according to your individual needs. See, that sounds like they're trying to accommodate you instead of just, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And in the case of Vertox, at the very least, and other companies that we will talk about who also use flexibility as a selling point, more often than not, that just means that they don't have procedures, they don't have protocols, they don't have a set way of handing out. They can't be relied upon to pay you a consistent amount on a consistent basis. Now, as you can probably predict, given all of these red flags, like we said before, Vertox didn't get to last very long, and once it collapsed on the in the days afterwards, all of the various content creators in this sphere that specialize in talking about this stuff ended up clowning on the agency for being this agency, in quotation marks again, this agency for being this disastrous personal project of its CEO that crashed and burned and gave birth to a whole 18 different statements from a whole bunch of different talents, X-Stuff, etc. that got burned in the process because they were lied to by the CEO. And to give you an idea of how seriously Ray is currently taking this disaster, after he dipped and disappeared, Vertox's official Twitter account just posted this. An update on the current situation. This is a message regarding the allegations against Vertox Virtual Entertainment, its partners, and owners. We are currently in the process of settling any outstanding accounts, further investigation on the matters addressed, and preparation of a statement regarding said allegations towards the company. We ask that you please remain patient while we prepare these documents, as this will give clearer context to any potential defamatory and untruthful statements presented. We will provide further updates when they are available. For reference, When I say 18 Google Docs, I don't just mean 18 half-baked, personal rants that are disguised as a, official public statement. No. I mean documents of personal accounts of their experiences with this, supposed agency and supposed CEO that contain things like screenshots, corroborating accounts from other talents, all of which add up to painting a pretty coherent picture of how badly this guy fucked them over. And so to simply double down and say defamatory and untruthful while providing no context, no information to match, renders this completely redundant, completely dismissive, and it would have honestly just been better to have stayed silent until those supposed documents and statements could actually be released alongside something like this. This was the equivalent of AN Project necroing their official account one day after closure to simply decry all rumors and misinformation about how the company was mismanaged that have emerged since its, closure. So, as a result, pretty much no goodwill left for this guy. If he ever tries to crop up and start another VTubing agency, this is going to haunt him. I don't even know if he's going to be allowed to operate in this industry unscathed. However, that being said, to my knowledge, the talents that were a part of Vertox or promised a part in Vertox have not been made whole in any way. They have not been compensated. They have not been given any sort of public apology. There has been no such thing. As a result, the consolation that Ray is no longer going to be able to operate openly in this space is a little bit of a cold comfort to the people who are caught up in this situation. And hence, this is why I am so insistent on the whole, making sure that you actually know the details, personal details of your CEO, your future CEO, before you sign a contract or anything like that. Because if you don't, now that he's essentially fled social media, there is no way to track him down. Another thing, apparently, when all of this news emerged, like I said before, when I was listing off the litany of sins, Vertox was never formally incorporated either. So, sorry, give me a second. So, unfortunately, even if you do have a case that you can, bring to a court, bring in front of a court, lost wages or being, broken verbal contracts or written contracts in the form of a personal message or anything like that, if you can prove that you have outstanding work that you've sent to him or done for him, but you haven't received compensation for, even if you have a legitimate case, there is literally no entity that you can bring it to. Because since the company isn't officially registered, it's not a business entity, you can't sue that. And since you don't have Ray's personal details, you can't sue him either. So the ability to hold any party involved in Vertox's upper management has basically been reduced down to zero. Because of the fact that he was able to keep himself so anonymous, and because of the fact that he managed to get all of these talents to sign on with him, and I say sign on in quotation marks, because what they signed were likely contracts that were null and void before they were even, put in front of the talents. But he essentially got them to sign on, give up an entire year of their lives, even if, or if not slightly over that 1 year time frame, for nothing, because now they have nothing to show for it. They don't have any way of pursuing him either. So when I talk about things like pushing to get information from the people you're going to be signing a contract with, this is exactly why I insist on that. This is why, if a company isn't formally incorporated, probably not a great idea to sign on. Because in the event that things go tits up, like this one has, you are not going to have any form of recourse because there is nothing to retaliate against. It's all just deleted accounts and dead websites. And that brings us, of course, to to the next example of a company using transparency as a way of deflecting from their flaws, I should say. Idle Corp, Idle EN, prior to their acquisition by Brave Group. So, to start off with, I want to go through the original audition form that Idle ended up putting out throughout the years 2022 and 2023, I believe. So, let me just see if I can pull that up. Okay, let me see. Can you guys see that? Is that visible on your screen? No. Okay, that's better. All right. By the way, is that too small for you guys? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can make it slightly larger so it's not written for ants. Okay. Sorry, give me a second. Sinful Lad, it's amazing how much you can delete yourself off the internet if you aren't being hunted by an alphabet agency. Oh, absolutely. Nothing short of the FBI or CIA or even Mossad would be able to find Ray now, I would say. But in any case, yes, VAllure Corp, because this was when Mr. Basin was still the head of it. So, to go through their advertising, their marketing. Idle EN auditions are open. Dreamt of becoming a VTuber? Idle is currently holding auditions for people with true passion for streaming, content creation, and the VTubing community. Now, generally, I would look at how VTubing community has been put in quotation marks and think, oh, maybe this person gets it. But that idea fades pretty quickly once we start looking at the rest of what Idle Corp was up to before they got bought by Brave. So, what is Idle? Idle is a VTuber agency that produces and represents VTuber talents around the world. Our goal is to empower our talents and provide them all the tools and assets they need to become the best content creators they can be. Which is pretty good. I mean, yes, that's the purpose of literally every VTuber Corpo, but this is good. And then they have a section that's titled Changing Industry Standards. We care about our talents. From mental health to growth strategies, we help our talents achieve the dream of becoming a full-time VTuber as part of our commitment to change VTubing industry standards. Now, I want you to remember that, right? One of their main selling points, their main marketing tactics up until this point, has been to say that they are going to change VTubing industry standards. They're going to disrupt them. They're going to raise them, etc., etc. Let's see if that holds up. Now, some of the things that they list as benefits that they are willing to offer to talents include, quote, talents get the bigger cut. We are proud to have one of the highest paying contracts in the industry. Personal support. Our talent mental health is our first priority. Our goal is to be there for our talents 24/7. Now, while this may sound like an applaudable goal, I want any talents who end up watching the stream or VOD to understand. It is better for a corporation to be cynical but honest than to play pretend at caring about their talents to an extent that is not supported by what they do. If you are signing up to a corporation, if you're trying to evaluate a corporation and its priorities, right? I'm not talking about the CEO, I'm talking about the corporation as a business entity, which means a non-human entity. A corporation's first priority is always going to be making money. And every other goal or objective is secondary to that. Now, talent well-being could and should be, maybe second to making money. But it will always, at least in the eyes of the corporation, as a business entity, play second fiddle to actually being able to make money. So if you encounter a small corpo advertising itself saying that their talent's mental health is their first priority, it's basically just noise. And if you are somebody, conversely, if you are somebody who is in charge of coming up with marketing materials or slogans for corpos or something, probably don't opt for something like this, because people aren't stupid, right? They can tell when you're putting on a face for the talents that may want to sign up with you. However, I do want you to note that their commitments so far, the two stated commitments are, one, giving the talents bigger cuts, right? And two, that they want to care for their talents' mental health. They are selling themselves off of being able to look after their talents. The next thing that they advertise, expenses coverage. From video games to professional studio equipment, we pay most of your streaming expenses, which is excellent. But that also begs the question, where are you getting that money from? Because you're not getting it from the talents, right? Because they get the bigger cut. They get to keep most of their revenue. So they aren't also, I think it's safe to say, they also aren't going to be the primary source of the company's income. So where is the money coming from? And then to go on, legal coverage. We cover all legal fees for our talents, free of charge, and represent them in the case of a lawsuit. Exclusive character. We work with the best character. Oh, Kendra Kendrillion, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Kendra Raiders. Welcome. We're breaking down Idol Corp's, pre-Brave Group Idol Corp's marketing slogans, especially around how they care for the talents. Sorry, give me a second. Gale, seems more like advertising for the talents rather than the fans. That's a very good point. See, something else we've managed to observe over the course of the last few examples that we've gone through, right? Vertox, Wachter, and now Idol Corp, is their advertising has pretty much no involvement with the talents. Now, you could say that that's, well, I mean, if this is an audition form, that kind of makes sense. However, at some point when they are messaging to the public, the intention is to generate public sympathy, public approval, which necessitates appealing to audiences, not just talents, right? And one thing I want you guys to pay close attention to as we go on, and we continue to talk about some of the other things that Idol has put out onto the internet, the way that they go about appealing to the general public. What do they feel comfortable sharing? And then the final benefit that they list is marketing and growth. We work with marketing experts to help our talents reach new audiences through paid media and sponsorships, and so much more. Again, great benefits. They sound good. Should Idol be able to deliver on them? One of the best small corpos, hands down, no doubt, etc., etc., etc. But the one thing that they keep coming to, talents get a bigger cut, personal support. And then they advertise getting a VTuber model by a well-known artist. They list a bunch of pretty famous artists in the space here. And then we got you covered. They talk about all the different forms of equipment they're going to give you. Stream elements, Go XLR Mini, iPhone face tracking, video game consoles, legal expenses in case of a lawsuit, fan art, paid media and marketing deals, etc., etc. And then at the bottom, they list out their guidelines, right? You must be able to stream regularly for a minimum 1 year, at least 3 times a week. You can take breaks from time to time. You must be 18 years or older. You will have to sign an NDA prior to audition. Auditions are for female characters only. You must be from the USA or Canada. And then you reach the bottom of the webpage. However, again, the thing I want to come back to is saying that their talent mental health is their #1 priority, and that they care about how talents get the bigger cut, while also promising to cover all of these various expenses and benefits that they give to their talent, supposedly. Now, to go back to what we were saying before, hold on, let me switch scenes. There we go. How would they go about flexing to the general public? Well, the thing that they would end up whipping out, similar to Vertox, similar to Wachter, is their revenue split. On August 21st, 2023, Idol EN's official Twitter account would put out the following post. Quote, "By the end of 2023, Idol is committed to making its talent contract transparent." That never happened, by the way. They never ended up sharing their talent contract for reasons we'll get into in a few minutes. Today, however, we have decided to reveal one of the biggest secrets of VTubing agencies, the percentage cut of our VTuber talents, so that other aspiring VTubers can make informed decisions. Our VTuber talents receive a 60% cut from their VTubing activities, but it doesn't end there. On average, our talents also indirectly receive an additional 15% each month from our expense coverage. This includes complete coverage of costs for video editors, music production, video games, equipment, and more. This means that talents effectively receive 75% of the revenue, both directly and indirectly. First thing, no they don't. You don't get to say that. Just because you spend 15% of their revenue on benefits you promised them does not somehow mean that they get that 15% of revenue back in their pockets. You don't get to call that indirectly receiving a 15% bigger cut. No, they receive a 60% cut, and then you use 15% of the 40% that you take as a company to pay for their promotion. The remaining 25% is retained by Idle each month, allowing us to remain a profitable company and to reinvest profits in our growth, team salaries, expansion, and more VTuber debuts. Idle proves that it's possible to maintain high profitability and rapid growth while not only giving creators a fair share, but also actively reinvesting in them, helping them to turn streaming into a full-time job from as early as day one. And then they provide a graph. How much does Idle take from the talents? And notice how it's very similar to what Vertox did. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Vertox ripped off this particular way of outlining things from Idle's advertising the year prior. Oh, sorry. Around the same... Actually, this is around the same time period. So a few months prior, I should say. How much does Idle take from the talent? 25% goes directly to Idle. They try to count, the whole 60 plus 15 as 75% of the talent, but in actuality, it's just a 60% cut with a 15% extra to Idle that they spend specifically for the talents, supposedly. And then they list out here, expense coverage includes complete coverage of costs for video editors, music production, video games, equipment, and more, etc., etc. And they include this tiny little stipulation at the bottom. Let me enlarge this so that it's easier for you guys to see. Excluding sponsorships or merchandise, those will be posted in the upcoming days. And to be fair, credit where it's due, they did stick with this commitment. The next day, so actually this should say August 22nd, Idle would then post a follow-up tweet. As promised, here is the breakdown of our revenue split with our talents. We invite our colleagues in the industry to be more transparent about their offers and to allow all talents to make informed decisions in regards to their futures. And then they give a whole bunch of, different lists, etc., etc. So, essentially what they're doing is... Sorry, give me a second. This is the corporate equivalent to whipping out your cock and flopping it onto the table next to a ruler to try and claim you're above average. So, essentially what they've done is they've set up a side-by-side comparison for some of the estimated... they misspelled that. Some of the estimated industry averages that in terms of how much of a cut the other agencies in this industry take out of various forms of revenue, and then how much Idle takes out from various different forms of revenue. And they're advertising that as if it's a good thing. But like I said before, the amount of money that a company takes out of your revenue is essentially irrelevant as a selling point unless they can also tell you whatever percentage they take out of your revenue, what that percentage they take out of your revenue, whatever it is actually being spent on. Because it doesn't matter if a company only takes 10% of your revenue but gives you zero support compared to if you were an indie. And also doesn't matter that much if a company takes 50% of your revenue, but they manage to turn you into a sensation within the course of 6 months. So it very much is it's a very convenient sort of framing to point the audience's direction at looking at certain things where they can flex and away from certain other things, certain other flaws in their operation that they don't want people to be as aware of. So two things especially that happened in the last sentence of that particular tweet, right? First, we invite our colleagues in the industry to be more transparent about their offers and to allow talents to make informed decision in regards to their futures. There are two underlying implications in that sentence. The first is that this is a direct challenge to other corpos to emulate their same approach towards advertising. They are trying to imply that because the other companies will not be transparent with this particular aspect of their operation, that must mean that they are worse operationally than Idle. However, the second implication, and this is the more insidious one, is that if you have access to this knowledge, you automatically know all there is to know about a company, right? This is implying, right, talents to make more informed decision. This is implying that a company just telling you their revenue split is enough for you to make an informed decision about whether that company is worth joining or not. In actuality, no, that's not the case. Because what this percentage doesn't tell you is, yet again, how they actually hold up their end of the bargain. How do they look after their individual talents? They made a commitment in their audition form to say that they care. Their first priority is the mental health of their talents. They want to look after their talents beyond just their career. They want to look after their talents as people. As Ihara, VAllure did it. We'll get to VAllure later on in the stream, because they're actually a pretty interesting example that is worth diving into a bit more. However, in the case of Idle, right, they made that commitment. They said they care about their talents as people. They are going to look after their talents as people. And the reason why I keep going on and on about that is because it's going to become very funny in a few seconds. However, at the bottom of this entire chart, you have a list, a tiny little asterisk that says, the presented estimates are derived from our internal studies. Actual industry figures may vary. We encourage other corporations to share their data, promoting a more transparent landscape and ensuring talents are fairly paid. Right. Technically, 80% of $32 made over the course of a month is a very fair pay. But the thing is, when they say fairly paid, it's basically taking your attention away from the total amount of money that the talents receive, right? And yes, I agree that there is such thing as a fair amount that you should be paid, a fair percentage you should be paid, right? Personally, I would aim that, mostly speaking, at least 50%, right? Because, the talent is what the audience actually shows up for, not the company, generally speaking. However, at the same time, just because you take a small amount of revenue out of your talents overall, just because you take a smaller slice out of your talents overall revenue, just like I've said ad nauseum over the course of this stream, does not mean that you are actually making whatever cut you do take worth it. And when they say that they got these percentages, the estimated industry averages that they used in this chart from internal studies, what the fuck does that mean? Did they try to send infiltrators into the staff discords of other companies? Did they actually ask around? Did Avial hit up Yagoo or something in a private phone call to ask? Like, what do they mean by internal studies? So be very careful about taking companies at their word whenever they do stuff like this, especially if they are purposefully going out of their way to try to initiate a dick measuring contest with other companies. Because whenever a company relies on reactionary advertising, that is almost always a sign that they can't actually sell themselves, or they don't feel confident enough on selling themselves purely based off of their own merits. And with Idle Corp, this was very much the case. Because all of that stuff that they said about managerial support, caring about talent, mental health, etc., how all of that stuff that was supposed to be implied based off of the revenue split that they gave to talents, 75% of their revenue going to talents, would start to ring real hollow about 3 months later, November 28, when they would release a termination notice for one of their talents, Riro Ron. Now, what made this termination notice exceptional was not just the fact that this was a, character assassination, bullet point style termination that listed out all of their supposed wrongdoings, their alleged wrongdoings, but the actual reasons that were listed. This generated quite a bit of buzz for a while, and for a while this was buzz that was primarily negative attention directed at Riro Ron. But as more time has gone on, more and more people have looked back on this and concluded, yeah, no, this starts to sound a bit like somewhere among upper management, something was very, very wrong, and they were trying to hide it using this. So, quote, "Important notice regarding the termination of Idol talent Riro Ron. Thank you for your continued support of Idol and our talents. We would like to inform you that as of November 28, 2023, we have terminated our contract with Idol Project Star talent Riro Ron. Regarding the actions of Riro Ron that led to this termination, it has been discovered through an internal investigation that Riro Ron has violated her contract and engaged in activities both dangerous and harmful to both her own well-being as well as to the company. Through our investigation, we were able to confirm that Riro Ron violated her contract in the following ways: misuse of controlled substances during live stream performances, soliciting fans during live streamed members content for private offline meetings, meeting with a fan in person and accepting gifts from said fan in the total value of thousands of dollars. And this is the kicker, this is the haymaker, conducting a secretive relationship with a member of the Idol management team, who has also been terminated upon confirmation of these details." Let me reiterate, this talent supposedly had a secretive relationship with a member of management. And not only that, this isn't just an allegation. No, somehow Idol has managed to confirm this to the point where they have been able to terminate that member of management as well. Now, I want you to bring this back to that previous paragraph where they said that she has engaged in activities both dangerous and harmful to both her own well-being and to the company. Are you just going to gloss over the fact that one of your managers was conducting a secretive relationship with a talent? That's a pretty blatant pretty blatant disparity in terms of power dynamics there. You gonna address that at all? Talk about caring about talent mental health. And yet, you've just terminated a talent because supposedly they've been taking drugs on stream and having a secretive relationship with a member of your management. This is what that 75% split will get you? To go on, these actions have breached the trust essential for our continued management and support of Riro Ron, leading to our decision to terminate her contract. Yet again, there is no acknowledgement of the fact that this was a member of management that engaged in this relationship. So far, according to this announcement, the blame lies purely at the feet of the talent that has now been terminated, which, like I said, blatantly ignores that really large disparity in terms of the dynamic between those two. We sincerely apologize for any disappointment the announcement may cause and appreciate your understanding. Now, granted, at this point in time, when this announcement was initially posted, right, the initial reactions from the general public were more shock than anything. A lot of people were way too shocked to even criticize Idol. And granted, I will admit, I was one of those people who thought, oh, at least they fired the manager, right? Because this is pretty bad. But upon rereading this, yeah, no, this announcement was fucked. We apologize for disappointment and appreciate your understanding. I'd say, this is just me going out on a limb here, but I'd say the general public is going to struggle a little bit to understand how a member of your management just happens to engage in a secretive relationship with the talent. And I think it's a bit difficult for the public to appreciate and understand how the talent is supposed to be entirely responsible for this. Because, I'm not gonna lie, after you've talked this much, you've flexed this much about how good and supportive your management is, how much you care about talent mental health, this is not a great look. Regarding, then they basically just talk about shutting down Riro Ron's YouTube channel, merch, etc., etc., and then they go on to say, we are treating this matter with the utmost seriousness and will be taking steps to ensure that similar situations do not happen in the future. We also ask that you do not message, harass, or otherwise disturb the day-to-day activities of our talents regarding this matter. We hope for your continued support for our talents and appreciate your understanding regarding this matter. Now, yet again, you don't just accidentally have a member of your management conduct a relationship with your talent. That just doesn't happen accidentally. That can only ever occur when the environment that you've set up for everyone to work in has some fundamental flaws within it that facilitate that kind of malpractice. And so, yet again, the thing that I want to hammer home in everyone who's watching, in the minds of everyone who's watching, is that yes, a company can tell you their revenue split. Yes, a company can flex how low that split supposedly is. But that doesn't tell you jack shit about the internal environment at that company. And at the end of the day, the thing that really matters, both for workers and for audiences, is the internal environment of that company. This was an internal environment that facilitated a member of management having what I can only assume to be an affair, according to the implications of this termination notice, with a member of their talent roster. That's not okay. That never is. So, yeah. JV Robert got a thing for the 125 pesos. Management wrote that to basically make them look bad. Instead, it made them look pretty rad. True. It really is a kind of rock star way of going out. But yeah, as time goes on, people have become more inclined to view this as a blight on Idol's operation and history rather than Riro Ron. So, which is, small amount of justice in this world. Sorry, give me a second. Now, as you can probably predict, if you have a corporation who that runs in a way that facilitates this kind of scandal, the corporation in question probably doesn't have very long left in this world. And we would start getting some signs of that come December 28th, about 1 month later, when Idol would put out the following announcement that they had now embarked on a quote-unquote strategic partnership with Brave Group. Quote, we are thrilled to announce a strategic partnership between Idol and Brave Group. Brave Group shares our passion for empowering talent and creating great content for fans. We are excited to be joining forces with them and believe this collaboration will be impactful for both parties. Please note, this partnership is about collaboration. While both Idol and Brave Group maintain their individual, independent opportunities. However, it would have been naive to see this announcement and simply conclude, this probably means nothing. Because, well, signs would begin to emerge that Idol, despite being so generous with its talents, wasn't actually very good with money. Prince of Dew, didn't Riro Ron release a video where she clapped back at it? Yes, she did. Kiyoresu, the talent behind Riro Ron, hosted a stream after this, basically a stream and an edited video, basically responding to these allegations in whatever capacity she could, legally speaking. If you are curious about her response, go to her channel. I would recommend going to her channel and checking out that video. I forget what the title is. However, this particular point in time, I think it's safe to say that people are taking what Idol alleged with a grain of salt. I don't think. I think as time goes on, Kiyoresu is going to end up smelling more like roses, and Idol, at least pre-Brave Group Idol, is going to end up smelling more like shit. Alan, thank you for the 2. I'm back. We'll be watching you live now. Oh, welcome back, Alan. Welcome back. So, about just over half a year later, July 20, 2024, an account by the name of Rosa Nagashi, and music artist, from what I can gather, tweeted out the following post. Hey everyone, I have some things to share about my experience working as a freelance mixer and audio engineer for the VTuber agency Idol Corp. And then they've included a Google document, but they also outlined the contents in a thread below that tweet. And some of the highlights of this thread include the following, quote, on 4 separate occasions in the span of 6 months, I did not receive payment on time, sometimes even having to wait 3 additional weeks before finally being paid for my work. Payments only go out once a month, meaning more than half of my invoices weren't paid on time. I always made sure to send my invoices on time, sent reminders when they needed to be paid, and made them as simple to review as possible. However, invoices repeatedly went unpaid, or were even lost entirely, causing me lots of headaches in having to chase them up. In other words, Idol EN was refusing to cough up the money that it owed to freelance artists. Quote, now, I want to be extremely clear that this is not the fault of the talents or the managers I have been speaking to. The talents are some of the loveliest people I've ever worked with, and some of them have even reached out to make sure I was being paid enough. They are the reason I have continued to work with this agency despite the issues I've had, because at the end of the day, I just want to work on cool things with cool people. Please don't send any hate to the Idol girls. They're the last people to deserve any. The managers I have been speaking to have also been incredibly understanding, and I believe are not at all at fault. They simply don't have the ability to do anything else but reach out to the people above them on my behalf, which they have consistently done immediately. I am running out of options. Reaching out to the individual managers hasn't worked. Reaching out to the talents I have worked with hasn't worked. Posting about it in the channel all other freelancers have access to hasn't worked. This is my last resort. So I want to clear up. I want to emphasize what this person said. Their problem is not with the talents. Their problem isn't with management as a whole. Their problem is exclusively with upper management. You know, the people who are supposed to write the checks. You know, people like Mr. Basin. The people who are in charge, presumably, of determining the direction of the company and deciding on how the advertising is done. You know, the advertising that talks about how they are going to provide all of these benefits to their talents and how their revenue split is so generous and how other companies should be more like them. Now, this response did manage to get a response from upper management because, well, since they'd run out of all other options, their only choice was to go public, and mysteriously, once they did go public, they did get some form of reply from Idol's official channels. Edit 1. To clear up some confusion, I would like to clarify that the payments were originally promised on a bi-monthly basis, once on the 10th and once on the 30th, during which the invoices of the previous period are supposed to be paid. Nowhere do they state that payments will be made an entire month late, and on the occasion where I was paid on time, it was at the start of the month, immediately after the invoice was sent, not a full month later. Sorry, give me a second. And then, presumably because this tweet managed to hit some sweet spot in the algorithm, it started getting boosted to a lot of people. People started replying, started quote tweeting, started atting Idle Corp, and then the official account would show up in the replies. Idle, we apologize for the poor experience and the stress it has caused. We are committed to improving and will address this in an upcoming announcement. In the meantime, if anyone has an unpaid invoice, please contact payments@idlecompany.com and we will handle it ASAP. And then Rosa would reply with, while I am grateful for your quick communication after this post was made, I am extremely frustrated that it had to come this far, and I sincerely hope that visible change is happening in the very near future, so we can continue working with you smoothly. Best of luck to all of you. And then she would provide further updates in that thread saying, Edit 2, management reached out to me soon after this post blew up, and I have just been paid for my work. However, as you can see in this thread and in the quote retweets and also in the DMs, there are still a lot of artists who dealt with / are dealing with these issues. Therefore, I will not be deleting this post and will still ask to share it around, as hopefully this gives other artists and freelancers the courage to speak out, get their payments sorted, and force Idle to make sure this never happens again. Let me be clear, this was a situation that was so bad that you had multiple artists that were basically forced to piggyback off of this post that blew up because of how Idle had neglected its payment obligations. So, you know, in November of the previous year, when they had to terminate a talent because one of the members of management had a secretive relationship with them, and how they said that they were restructuring, making reforms to the way that they operate so that something like that could never happen again. It's kind of funny that those reforms ended up having a management that was, an upper management, I should say, that was just as incompetent going into the next year as they seemed to be at the end of the previous one. Because, let's be honest here, you don't somehow forget to pay multiple freelancers multiple weeks late if you are running things well. And when I talk about this being a PR disaster, it got so bad, and Idle's official accounts, Idle's upper management, were so slow to respond that the talents had to start fielding questions and started having to take over Idle's PR response instead. So Rin Penrose, now an indie talent, by the way, after the acquisition by Brave Group, stated, "Hey, if we've worked together in the past and you've had any unresolved issues concerning payment, DM me here or on Discord, and I'll bring it up to the guys trying to sort everything. It's the least I can do." Note that she quote tweets Idle's reply to Rose's post, not Rose's post itself. And then Rin then goes on to clarify, "I can't guarantee anything. I didn't actually run this by staff before posting, tee-hee, but it's worth a shot. Without the work of freelancers, I'd be out several tens of millions of views, so I want to make sure you guys get to benefit from your own work as well." Now, multiple things. First, if you ever have your talents trying to handle PR for you, you've already royally fucked up as an agency. However, second, she didn't run this by management. And she basically said she was going to give this a shot even though she didn't know if it would actually work. Now that tells me two things. One, either upper management is completely disconnected from everything that goes on below them, including the talent managers and the talents themselves. And or, two, they are so uninvolved that the talents have no hesitation about doing something like this and actively feel like this is the only way of solving the situation, which means that at the very minimum, there has been some sort of behavior behind the scenes that has affirmed to at least Rin that were it not for public pressure, Idle would still be dragging its feet. So this has already given us plenty of reasons to doubt that Idle was being competently run as an agency behind the scenes, in spite of all of their posturing about transparency and fair pay for the talents, how much they care about them individually. Oh, see you, Noxon. Hope the VOD is a good watching experience for you when you come back. However, as you can probably predict, right, So we've already covered all of the various death flags that happen when a VTuber agency starts going through these stages. They stop paying people on time. The talents start stepping in as PR agents instead of, just being talents. And so we would get confirmation that this was indeed the case on August 1st, 2024, barely even half a month, not even 2 weeks later after this debacle, when Idol would announce that it was officially going to be acquired by Brave Group. Azahara, so transparent that the CEO disappeared. Funny that you should bring that up now, because we're going to get to that in a second. So, quote, announcement from Idol VTuber Agency. Dear fans, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, Idol was founded with minimal resources and a vision to support talents and maintain transparency with our community. Over the years, as we have grown and expanded our talent roster, maintaining the same level of support and operational efficiency has become increasingly challenging. To address these challenges and continue our mission, we are excited to announce that Idol has been acquired by Brave Group. Oh, Prince of Dew, thank you for the 50. Sorry, Chair Boss, for using your chat for software development experience, exchanges, and advice. Here's some, I'm sorry, but I'll probably do it again. No problem. This strategic move will allow us to continue supporting our talents with more resources and operational efficiency. Brave Group US shares our passion for VTubing and is committed to our original vision. Together, we believe we can elevate Idol to new heights. Talents will have the option to continue Sorry, I can't speak. I had a stroke for a second. Brave Group under the new structure, or become indies with their existing characters and social media accounts. Brave Group and Idol are aware of past operational issues and are dedicated to resolving them and preventing future occurrences. We will provide a clear timeline for the delivery of all previously unshipped merchandise. Any items that cannot be shipped will be refunded. Additionally, if any freelancer has issues with an open invoice prior to the acquisition, please reach out directly at payments@idolcompany.com. We understand this is a significant change. We appreciate your patience and continued support as we navigate our exciting chapter. Please look forward to a follow-up statement in the coming weeks with more detailed information. Thank you for being part of our community. Sincerely, Idol. To be clear, this debacle unfolded on July 20th. This is August 1st. This has been more than 10 days after the previous debacle, and they are still asking freelance artists to contact them via the exact same email address to get their outstanding payments settled. On top of that, operational issues. Does anyone have any idea what that is code for? They don't have enough money? Yeah, that's part of it. Bankrupt? Ran out? Yeah. Broke? Solvency? No money? Yeah, pretty much. You guys are pretty much on the money. It's that, and also the fact that, well, this is pretty obvious based on the fact that they have no money left. Gross mismanagement from upper management. Because if you're managing a company's finances, and all of a sudden you have operational issues that make it impossible for you to ship merch, and impossible to pay the people you hire, yeah, you fucked up. All that posturing about how little they take from their talents, all ended up amounting to nothing. Now, speaking of upper management, Mr. Basin would... He would also tweet out a statement about how he was leaving the company since Brave Group was acquiring Idol Corp. Now, this isn't unusual, right? When a company gets acquired by a bigger company, it's not unusual for the CEO to leave that company. However, assuming that the CEO has actually been doing a good job, usually they would at least be asked to have a seat on the board of the parent company. However, if a CEO just chooses to up and leave or is fired, generally that says quite a bit about the way that that company was run prior to the acquisition. So VAllure would tweet out on August 1st, same day, "Thank you," and then attach the following statement. "Dear Idol fans and followers, I'd like to announce that I will be stepping down as CEO of Idol and passing the wand." That's I suppose he could have said passing the buck, but that probably would have been in poor taste. "And passing the wand to Brave Group. It feels surreal to say goodbye to something that's been such a big part of my life. Evidently not big enough if you weren't paying people on time. But it's time for a new chapter for both Idol and me. When I founded Idol, it was all about giving amazing creators the spotlight they deserve and challenging what VTuber agencies should be." I mean, he certainly challenged what VTuber agencies should be, assuming that it's true that a member of management did have a quote-unquote secretive relationship with one of his talents, but to go on. "Looking back, I'm amazed at how far we've come, and I'm grateful for every moment. I just wish the best of luck to Brave Group, and I'm genuinely excited about what this means for Idol. They're just as passionate and committed to taking our original vision to the next level, and I trust them to lead Idol into a promising future. To everyone who's been a part of this journey, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your support during the highs and the lows kept us going. As I move on, I take with me not just memories, but invaluable experiences and lessons that I will cherish forever. I can't wait to see how Idol grows and evolves. Here's to new beginnings, continued success, and maybe our paths crossing again someday. With all my thanks, VAllure Basin." Now, evidently, some of the talents were not very interested in even the possibility of crossing paths with Mr. Basin again, because after Brave Group was acquired, quite a few of their talents, including Rin Penrose, ended up leaving Idol Corp, which is quite funny in retrospect. However, overall, right, this is a statement from the departing CEO. Apart from the CEO, that gets across the impression that this wasn't an easy decision for him, right? That he poured a lot of himself into this agency, that parting from it was a big deal. However, if you were to go onto his personal LinkedIn, the tone would be quite different in the way that he would talk about this departure from Idol. "I've completed my first exit! ! Grateful for the incredible team, partners, and talents who are part of this journey. Looking forward to what comes next! ! Now, to explain, an exit is basically Corpo speak for selling on a company you started. Basically, palming it off to somebody else. Now, I don't know about you, but generally, if you are really personally invested in something, I don't think you would be very inclined to sell it. And the second thing, "I've completed my first exit," makes it sound like something he was always aiming to do. Now, that may or may not be intentional. That may be me simply reading too deeply into the words that he's saying. However, "I've completed my first exit!" is quite a bit different from "it feels surreal to say goodbye to something that's been such a big part of my life." So, if you had any doubts about whether Mr. Basin actually cared about running Idol as a sustainable company, I think this should go quite a long ways, in spite of its shortness, to showing how much of the case that was. Crocodile tears. Always aiming to do? Yes, exactly. Yeah. In general, whenever you see a company that's being run like garbage and then it gets sold on and then afterwards the CEO talks about how they made a successful exit, right? Well, first off, it's never a good look when someone sells on a company that they started and then, they celebrate the fact that they've managed to get out. Because generally, like I said before, just because a company is acquired doesn't mean the CEO is automatically obsolete. Because there have been plenty of cases, actually, a recent case that we've talked about as recently as I think last week, Bond Life. No, sorry, not last week, the week before. Bond Life. But when Bond Life was acquired by Strawberry Prince, or Superstate Holdings as they are now known, the CEO did not get fired. In fact, the CEO became a member of the board of the parent company, the executive board of the parent company. And generally speaking, if you are a CEO of a company that's been acquired, you don't have to leave most of the time. The only two circumstances in which a CEO would probably leave is if, one, they wanted to, or two, they were fired. Both cases point to either them not having a personal stake in the company anymore, or them just being flat out too incompetent to be trusted with running it. So, which one is the case when it comes to Avial? I'll leave that up to you guys based off of pre-Brave Group Idle Corp's history of controversies. But safe to say, transparency didn't serve to do very much besides deflect from these flaws that hopefully everyone has now, been reminded of. I'd say things, but YouTube doesn't like when I talk about people from that region of the world. I'm willing to sell something I'm willing to sell something I like if I don't feel as passionate when I started it up. That's fair enough. However, like I said, right, completed my first exit. It's the word completed that gives the impression that this was an objective that he had from the beginning, right? And it's given how mismanaged Idle Corp was, because like I said, the flaws were there right from the beginning because they lost 3/5 of their debut generation within less than a year. That conveys to me that it was never really the aim to have a successful and sustainable business, and that, in fact, the exit was always the aim from day one. Although, like I said, that is merely personal conjecture based off of what I have seen from this company. Now, hopefully at this point, it's become quite apparent, quite obvious why quote-unquote transparency is a marketing gimmick at best, and the shortcomings of transparency, especially transparency around revenue splits, in terms of what it can actually tell you about how well a company is being run. However, that then brings us to challenge yourself. Any sort of rhetoric that revolves around the idea that some aspect of difficulty, some aspect of the company's operations, processes, that is left unclear or in any ways difficult to navigate, is up to the talent to solve, not management. Now, usually when this kind of rhetoric is used, just like with transparency, right? Just like with the concept of, as I mentioned before, when we were talking about Vertox, flexibility, quote unquote. This is yet another flaw that is being repackaged as a strength. When a company tells you to challenge yourself, yes, it could be them saying that they value go-getters, right? People with drive, with motivation, that they appreciate people who are capable of taking initiative to pursue success. However, more often than not, it is used as a crutch to justify the company failing to do something or opting out of doing something. And for a clear example, I want to go back to something that we talked about 2 weeks ago. Bond Live EN, specifically Bond EN, their reality branch. So to remind you guys, for those who don't remember, Reality is a mobile streaming app that Bond Live was previously using in its EN branch, in addition to YouTube, before both of those branches promptly up and died. So, when they were first recruiting for talent to join their Bond EN branch, their reality branch, a lot of their rhetoric revolved around asking prospective talents to compete and or, quote, challenge themselves. As seen in this tweet, for example, where they say, quote, "We are looking for candidates who would like to challenge themselves as an English-speaking VTuber on reality." And then they linked what the app is. And later on, they would post a so-called audition ad where they would say, "Reality streamer audition. Participating in the audition gives you the chance to win a live 2D model. Audition period, June 12th to June 25th EST. Apply from here." And then sorry, accidental cliffhanger because my body tried to shut itself down. Then they would end up posting the promotional graphic where they would start outlining it. And again, I covered this before in my previous stream, but just as a reminder, we'll go through it again. Bond EN will be holding an audition for the next generation of reality streamers. Now, generally, right, like when we talked about Vertox, when you talk about auditions, generally people tend to think, unless you go out of your way to dismiss this idea, right? Generally people will assume you mean auditions as in, you know, you have a set of criteria, you send in a video of yourself, you introduce yourself, etc., you give your resume, you let them know what your history of making content is like, and then they look at this pool of talents, they pick out a bunch, they go through an interview process, etc. That's what people generally expect when they see you say that you're opening up auditions. This is not that. In fact, I would go so far as to say this wasn't even anything close to being a proper audition, because they would then go on to state what you actually have to do in order to get in. Participating in this audition gives you the chance to win a live 2D model. You'll also get an exciting opportunity to join Bond EN and become a live streaming talent for the popular platform Reality. This audition is hosted by Bond Inc. Reality Streamer Audition. Bond EN will be hosting the next generation of reality streamer auditions special prize. Live 2D model, original BGM. And then you start looking at the requirements. What is Reality? Reality is an avatar creator and virtual broadcasting application. With Reality, live broadcasting is made easy. With no complicated live 2D settings, it is completely free. Why don't you take this first step towards your dream of becoming a virtual talent? And then they start listing out prizes. First place, live 2D model. Second, third place, original BGM. First to fifth place, right to join Bond EN, excluding current members of Bond EN. To be clear, they already had talents in this branch prior to this so-called audition. And in case it's not obvious, in case you haven't watched my previous stream on Bond Live, I recommend checking it out. This isn't an audition. This is just a competition. They opened up a competition, didn't exclude their own talents, pre-existing talents from joining it, and then they went, yeah, if you're 1 to 5th place in this, in addition to competing with our existing talents, we'll give you the chance to just join us. No vetting, no mention of anything like that, just you have the opportunity to come join us. All applicants, right to join Bond EN as a trainee. Probably some kind of, virtual talent academy stuff like what Niji did. And then they go on to list out the application requirements. You must create an account with Reality, you must be 18 years or older, you must be fluent in English, all genders, nationality welcome, no prior experience in streaming is required. Now this gives away that they're not actually bothered to vet the applicants, because literally everybody can apply. You don't even need prior streaming experience. They're not going to look at your prior content, no. They just care about what you end up doing over the course of this event. So when I talk about not vetting at all, not having a proper audition process, this is what I mean. Preferred qualifications, so this is purely optional. Experience with streaming on YouTube or other platforms, proficiency in Japanese, interest in Japanese culture, video editing or drawing skills, ability to sing or play an instrument. And then you go on to the next page where they list out what the audition flow is going to be like. Yeah, it's your prize is the privilege to work for us. Exactly. Step 1, download Reality. Step 2, create your account. Step 3, fill out the following form. Step 4, create an avatar. Step 5, audition starts. And then they list out what they are looking for. The main metrics to determine how suitable of a candidate you are to sign up to this quote-unquote agency. Stream as much as possible during the audition period. The winners of the audition will be determined based on scores earned from your streams on reality. Scores will be calculated by the amount of gifts, free gifts and paid gifts, received. Engage with your audience to increase your chances of earning a top score and winning the audition. In case it's not obvious, this is a dono farming contest. They are using a dono farming contest on this app as a substitute for a proper audition process. So, yeah. And then terms and conditions, they list out various different things that happen once you win. For example, that you can't change the BGM once you receive it, that there's no individual support for trainees, but if you make good results in reality, you might be promoted to an official member, basically saying that being a trainee is a glorified intern. And you cannot participate with the existing if you can't participate with an existing account. Another thing is you have to create a new account in order to participate in this, excluding if you're a pre-existing Bond EN talent, of course. And then if you happen to be involved in any cheating or fraudulent activities, your prize may be cancelled. So you can't just, buy those gifts yourself. You can't just hack those gifts. You can't get those gifts through fraud, etc., etc. But essentially, when they say challenge yourself, that's just code for we can't be bothered to screen the talents that sign up to us. And to give you an idea as to the long-term effects of doing something like this, the people who watch my Bond live stream, they will remember this, but some of the quick stats that happened between December of 2022 and January of 2024 when Bond Live tried really hard to get this branch off the ground, right? Total number of talents that they ended up debuting, 55. However, of those 55, the results of not actually vetting them properly to see if their vision matched up with what Bond Live was willing to provide started to show itself pretty quickly, because as of by the end of January 2024, so, 1 year and a little bit, there were 15 talents that had departed from the company. Of these 15 talents, all of them plus an additional one have ceased all VTubing activities entirely as of January 2025, so something went so wrong that they gave up the industry entirely. The highest number of departures in a single month was 5 in the month of July in 2023, and the total number of consecutive months with at least one graduation each was 8 months from June 2023 to January 2024. Throughout that entire period, not a single month went by without at least one graduation, although there were often months that went by with multiple graduations. So, if you're wondering as to what is the possible outcome of not vetting your talents, this constant hemorrhaging is the natural conclusion. On top of that, the reality branch has since been closed, so it's a dead branch anyways. Now, Bond Live has been trying to go all in on Irium. We'll see how that goes, although as you'll remember if you were tuning into the Bond live stream, that's not been going very smoothly either. Yeah, acceleration, basically. Which brings us to another VTuber agency that also tried this meat minigun strategy. Nexus. Now, to remind you guys, Nexus is the company that famously opened, its opening gambit was to debut 27 talents across 3 days on an app that people didn't use prior, AnyLive. And it became infamous for trying to pull off just this. Now, we're also going to be going through some of the material that we went through back in the Nexus stream, just as a reminder. However, when evaluating some of the rhetoric that they use, right, the challenge yourself rhetoric, one of the things that Nexus was infamous for was actively promoting a business model, actively trying to justify a business model that revolved around trying to foster internal rivalry and competition among its talents. This was the VTuber Battle Royale agency. And you can see this in some of the graphics and some of the articles, the backgrounders, the media releases that they published trying to explain the rationale behind their business model to the public. For example, this one. Nexus equals academia for virtual talents. When you ignore all of the My Hero Academia slop, fundamentally what they're saying is that they are going to lock the talents in this pressure cooker environment where, although you start off with a whole suite of talents and a whole mob of talents at the bottom, they plan to create an environment that is designed to make it so that only a small minority manages to work their way up to the top. In case it's not already immediately obvious, this is not a very healthy way of running a VTuber agency. And they would elaborate on this further in their What is Virtual Talent Academia backgrounder that they would end up publishing on their website in March 18th of 2024. So about 1 month prior to when they would try to debut. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh, goodness. Okay. So, to recap some of the highlights, or lowlights, of this article. Harry would... this article is written by the CEO, Harry, by the way. Harry would attempt to explain how the EN VTuber market is at a turning point, right? And when he would explain these VTuber markets, he phrases these platforms as if they revolve around a single superstar talent that represents the entire platform. Now, I said this when I was talking about when I was going through the Nexus stream. However, I'll say this again for anyone who didn't tune into that, prospective talents who might be watching the stream or VOD. If an agency ever promises to turn you into a superstar, if an agency ever says that they are going to turn you into a superstar, you're going to need to be very introspective before taking on what they say at face value. A lot of these smaller agencies who don't know what they're doing, they will come into this space and they will say, oh, we're looking to create the next Gargura. We're looking to create the next Nene Amano. We're looking to create the next Pipkin Pippa. And then they will say this as if the entire corpos revolve around the success of that one talent. No, that's not how it works. And if you think that's how it works, you are doomed to fail at creating a business in this industry. However, the thing is, that is a lie that is very appealing to believe in because it plays on the ego of prospective talents. Everyone wants to believe that they are a hidden gem that can shine just as brightly as the best of them. And maybe that's the case. However, an agency that is relying on you to become that kind of successful in order to keep itself afloat does not actually have any sort of long-term viable business plan. They are essentially approaching VTubing the same way that people would approach panning for gold. And the problem is, that's not the kind of industry that VTubing is. VTubing requires companies to actively make sustained investments in individual talents to build them up to becoming something greater. That's why Face Connect still exists today. Not because they, tried to throw a bunch of talents at a wall, had Pipkin Pippa stick, and then go, oh, yes, great. Now our entire agency can just lay back on its, sit back on its laurels and feed off of her success. No. One of the things that makes Face Connect viable is the fact that they take on talents and then invest in them, actually build them up to have their own distinct audiences and platforms. Yes, it is the case that, particularly with Face Connect, there tends to be quite a lot of cross-pollination between the audiences of individual talents. However, at the end of the day, each of those talents have their own unique identities, own unique, successes, own unique audiences. Because that is what you need to give your talents to justify your existence as a company. And that is not what companies that have this model, this way of perceiving the industry, have in mind. That's not things that companies that have this business model are willing to attempt. Because at the end of the day, if they're trying to just piggyback off of a breakout or flagship talent, well, they're not really going to be invested in investing too much. Sorry, they're not going to be willing to invest too much in every single talent. They're probably just going to sit back, do nothing, and wait to see if one talent just happens to be experiencing more success than the others, and then try to go all in on that talent, which sucks for the other talents as well. So if you ever have an agency approach you and say something along the lines of, we're looking for the next Gargura, or we'll turn you into a star, or something along those lines, run. Fucking run. Eddie, I thought Face Connect was was a copy company. True. The next low life that I would like to handle, how they talk about the sustainability of the existing VTuber agency business models becoming quote-unquote challenging. Now, basically, over the course of this to sum it up, right, in this section of the article, Harry basically states that one of the reasons, he basically tries to make an argument that traditional VTuber agencies are not viable businesses because of the fact that the agencies themselves cannot provide the level of support that talents expect. Right? Basically, what he's saying is that people are starting to expect too much out of talent agencies. As a result, the business does not work. Right? Traditional VTuber agencies cannot work because expectations are too high. And specifically, he says in bold at the bottom, the traditional model of investing all efforts into a few talents and waiting for them to grow on platforms like YouTube or Twitch is becoming unsustainable for companies. What is he saying when he says what in that sentence? What is he trying to imply? Oh, Sinful Lad? In case you haven't seen it, someone named Player mentioned how they were a former member of Bond EN. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll back and see if I can find that. It was probably a while back by now. Let me see. This was during the Bond section, yes? Sorry, just give me a second to scroll. Can't quite see it, can't quite find it. Player, if you're still around... it's always funny how much this is like conducting a seance. Player, if you're still here, please say something. Sorry for missing your message, by the way, I didn't get to see it. Your inner teacher is showing. True. About 10 minutes ago? Oh well. I'll go through the VOD later on when I'm reviewing it to timestamp it. Lowering expectations? Yes, exactly. That's basically what he's saying. He's basically saying that the traditional model of investing in talents, right, individual talents, that doesn't work. That's unsustainable. So the solution? Just lower everybody's expectations. Surely that will fix the problem. And, well, I mean, in case it's not immediately obvious, this is yet another way of trying to justify not actually doing your job as a corpo, not giving the support that your talents need. However, speaking of jobs, right, the job that a corpo has the obligations that a corpo has towards its talents. Now, he's identified this problem, that traditional VTuber agency models are supposedly not sustainable. What are his solutions? Well, the two that he suggests: dominate new platforms, construct a new agency model. Now, the dominate new platforms is basically him saying, okay, throw in the towel, don't even bother with Twitch and YouTube, just go to AniLive. Now, as we ended up covering in the Nexus stream, the reason why, or likely the reason why, is because the CEO of AniLive, Captain, was an angel investor with Nexus. Now, I don't think I need to explain why that's a little bit of a conflict of interest. However, that does go quite a long ways towards explaining why the hell Harry was so wed to the idea of keeping his talents restricted to streaming or at least debuting on AniLive. However, What I'm more interested in is the new agency model thing, because that's more relevant to the whole challenge yourself rhetoric that he loves to peddle. And that would be outlined quite specifically in the later portions of that same article, where he would explain why he wanted this VTuber agency to work like a university. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, player! Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see that you're still with us. I'm sorry to hear that you are a part of Bond EN. That sounds like an awful time. Do you have any particular insights that you would like to share from your time inside from your time locked inside, about any other points of mismanagement that we might have glossed over when reviewing its history of bleeding members? Oh, former member of Bond EN here. This was run by the first manager who got cancelled. After all this, she left Peter alone to dry with all the drama. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. All right, sorry, give me a second. I might actually be dying. The cost of bringing player back to us is making me take his place in take their place in the afterlife. Ugh. Okay. Hopefully, I'm good for a few more seconds. So, if you will remember, so the people who watch my Bond livestream, if you remember, right at the beginning of when Bond EN, the reality branch, was starting to crop up, their other branch, their YouTube branch, had their entire Gen 1 leave. And after that Gen 1 left, a document came out, an exposing document about Bond Live's inner operations, inner workings, that stated that one of the managers, a female manager, was extraordinarily hostile towards the talents. Now, it doesn't surprise me then that the manager ended up leaving after that entire disaster went public. However, what is interesting is that that lines up with around the time that Peter says he joined Bond Live as a manager, because he said in his statement, in the one that kicked off the previous controversy with Bond Live, that he joined, I would assume that he had been working as a manager at Bond Live for about a year, for about 2 years, if I remember correctly. So that lines up with about the beginning of 2023, I would say. So that's... It's honestly quite depressing how it seems like they're running off of a management skeleton crew. And, well, I mean, this is no secret to us because we've already looked at the situation, but yeah, Peter was essentially left to hold up the world on his own. Goodness. Okay. Ugh. I can feel my throat kind of dying a little bit at this point. Hold on, give me a second. However, to go on, oh, player, the audition event was a mess. The talents were also unhappy about it. It doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me even a bit. Because, well, I suspect that maybe some of the talents were participating in order to get some of the benefits that Bond listed out as prizes. But on top of that, they probably also didn't like the fact that those benefits were only made accessible if you had to compete with the general public as well. On top of the possibility of the unvetted people coming in probably becoming problems down the line. How I'm curious to see how close I am with some of those assumptions about what went wrong. But yeah, coming back to this this absolute gem of an article by Harry. Quote, furthermore, the concept of academia within Nexus embodies our desire to respect the autonomy of our talents. Now, this is yet again another buzzword that's used to disguise a failing as a benefit. Yes, your autonomy is important as a talent, but if a corporation is trying to advertise itself to you, and it advertises itself to you on the basis of the amount of autonomy you have, it doesn't understand the point of being a corpo. Because, you know who has absolute autonomy? An indie talent. And if a corpo tries to sell you on something that you can get more effectively as an independent creator, I think that says everything you need to know about the corpo's ability to understand even its own usefulness. Unlike traditional agencies that dictate a uniform branding strategy, we encourage talents to independently, again, yet another buzzword, decide their direction and strategy. They are also free to choose their curriculum and their offerings, allowing for a personalized path that respects their individuality. Again, with this single paragraph, you have that unholy trinity of corpo buzzwords: autonomy, individuality, and independence. Respects their individuality and fosters self-directed growth. You know what else fosters self-directed growth? Staying as an indie. Now I hope you can see the reason behind me referring to the anime, by this he means My Hero Academia, all the time. Support tailored to commitment. Now this is where things get real funny. Please understand that while we provide an environment for talents to autonomously utilize with sufficient support systems in place, individualized support for each person will be less. Now this is just a really long-winded way of saying, yes, we do have supports, but they're going to be less than the supports offered by other agencies. Consider the analogy of universities or high schools. Services aren't equal for all. More diligent students will often receive more attention and support from teachers, while those who neglect their studies and attendance might not graduate. This is a metaphor geared specifically towards blaming talents for their own lack of support after joining this agency. While equal opportunities for learning are provided, leveraging them depends on the student's initiative. Similarly, in Nexus, we actively support those who demonstrate a high level of engagement and ambition. If you want to call it favoritism, it might be true in a sense, but please understand, we will do it more systematically. That is the death knell. That is them as a corpo coming out and saying, yeah, we have favoritism, so what? Just be better. Lol Lamau. yeah, Waijin. Just do better, Lamau. Pretty much. Now, just because you point out a flaw and admit to it does not mean that it is automatically corrected or mitigated. So, yeah. Specifically, we're establishing a system that rewards talent to achieve good results. Same rhetoric as what was said in Wachter, by the way. Good results in various Nexus events and competitions. We aim to create a community where the competitive environment transparently benefits those who excel, really trying their best to cram in every single buzzword they can with this article. Or I should say, he's trying hard to cram every single buzzword he can, because this was written by Harry. The business of talent management involves investing in talent initially and recouping that investment over the medium to long term. So essentially what they're saying is, because the previous traditional agency model is unsustainable since it invests in talent over the long term, what he's basically saying is, oh, I have the solution. Just don't invest in the talents medium to long term. Just invest in them initially and sit back and wait for them to become profitable on their own. Which, yeah, I don't think I need to explain why that's an idiotic idea. But to go on. Hence, we wish to work exclusively with those passionate about realizing their dreams. This whole thing about using the passion of the prospective talents as a justification for being lazy and just leaving them out to dry is truly something abhorrent, an abhorrent trait that refuses to die in these small corpos as they crop up one after another. Yeah, it's Sumonite, become passive income for me. That's basically what the business model that Harry is proposing revolves around. Yeah, exactly. Given the inherent exposure to rankings by subscriber numbers or concurrent viewers after debut anyway, those preferring a competitive, free, leisurely pace may not find alignment with a talent agency. Individuals desiring a stable salary or just to follow instructions may not match well with Nexus, and we appreciate through consideration to avoid any mismatch in expectations. Now, it is normal for maybe a talent to engage in a little bit of number monkeying by sort of looking at their sub count or CCV and unconsciously or consciously comparing those with their gen mates. That is normal. However, what else is normal is those agencies not actively encouraging that mindset in the talents. What's normal is those talents being told by either their managers or their other talents not to freak out over numbers that much, and certainly not to start resenting their gen mates for having higher numbers than them or different numbers to themselves. That kind of crab bucket mentality is the last thing you want in an agency, because that's exactly what you get in the indie sphere. That's one of the things that makes EN VTubing in the indie scene so infamous, especially in the bottom or lower levels. And you would think that if someone wants to join an agency or join a corpo, they are doing so, at least in part, because they want to be able to escape from that kind of mentality and environment. So, yeah. Now, we've already gone through plenty of reasons as to why this challenge yourself mentality is an idiotic idea for how to run an agency, how it's basically just a convenient repackaging of the negligence, essentially. However, this was nonetheless a business model that Harry from Nexus was very, very adamant on pushing through. So adamant, so confident that in the lead up to the official debuts on AniLive, he would start going onto Twitter to specifically fight with people in the replies to his Twitter announcement about how Nexus was going to be debuting on AniLive. I will go poke all the people who want to criticize Nexus just because you see the number of talents and a new platform. You'll never know what we're working on, and I won't forgive people who just want to be a blocker of industry growth. Now, spoiler alert, AniLive does not seem to be growing very well, because in I believe it was, I don't remember if this was December. Yeah, this was in December 18th of 2024. They announced that they were going to be going on a bit of a hiatus starting from February 1st, so about 6 days from now or a week from now. So I think it's safe to say that AniLive as a platform didn't exactly get off to the same start that Harry was building it up to be. However, what makes it worse is that this crash out, right? this demonstration of snarkiness and aggression from Harry would all be for nothing, because despite having to debut on AniLive, the talents would also be posting debut videos onto YouTube and Twitch as well, except the people making sure that other people were that others had access to the debuts were not management. It wasn't Harry making sure that this happened. No, it was other talents who had to volunteer to take over that job. Lulu Lasso tweeted out on April 26th, "I've read worries about not being able to join the AniLive app debuts. Don't fear, non-iOS users. There will be an edited highlight of the best moments of each talent, so everyone will be included. I will edit it myself. Each one of you are so important to me. Hashtag VTuber, hashtag VTuberEN." Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying lol Lamau, geez, yeah. So just like how I said in the case of pre-Brave Group Idol, how when your talents have to step in to do a job that reasonably should be done by staff, completed by staff, that's a sign that your company doesn't have isn't long for this world. The exact same thing applies here, right? Lulu's amazing. Yes, she was indeed quite something. She was indeed quite something special that Nexus lost in having to close down. Because of the fact, well, I would be willing to say that purely based on the fact that she was willing to do this. But in any case, yeah, on December 10th, like we covered in the first stream that we did this month, Nexus would announce that it was shutting down. The entire announcement where Harry would, go on this sort of bleeding heart long post about how he's so sad to be losing Nexus, how this meant so much to him, how he's so proud of, maybe the real VTuber agency was all the friends we made along the way and all that shit. And then, fast forward to 2 weeks later, when he, on his personal Twitter account, would then, in a manner very reminiscent of Mr. Basin, would end up tweeting out the following. Sorry, give me a second. That's not Lulu's job? That is an understatement. I hope to God she was paid for that. Because if she wasn't, holy shit. But in any case, Harry would end up tweeting out on his personal personal Twitter account, quote, "Although I have made the decision to close the V agency business and pivot, I would like to put together a summary somewhere once all the retrospective work is done. We are already working on a variety of exciting projects and are making good preparations for the next year. There are many opportunities that won't come unless we let go of existing things. And this month I realized that I need to speed up my turnover and not cling to businesses that aren't growing. Fire emoji." Yeah. Anyone in chat who's very surprised? Yeah. When he went on that whole spiel earlier on, when he said how devastated he was at losing the agency, he wasn't. I think it's safe to say that he wasn't too cut up about having to lose Nexus. Because, well, I need to speed up my turnover and not cling to businesses that aren't growing. Fire emoji? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty cut and dried, open and shut. Not the fire emoji. Yeah. No. When he said we have a lot of good preparations for the next year and a lot of exciting projects, that does not fill me with excitement myself. But yeah, if he ever turns up in this space again, I think we all know what to do. Pretty sure the business is not growing because he didn't make it grow. Exactly. And that's a point that he conveniently omits from this statement here. But yeah. She wasn't paid, probably? Yeah. Unfortunately, I would believe that if that was the case. And so, at the end of the day, I hope you understand that when you see these small corpos operating off of advertising, challenging yourself, being autonomous, independent, not wanting to encroach on your individuality. If a corpo ever tries to sell you on things that you would be more furnished with as an independent creator, yet again, that is something that should tip you off to the fact that this corpo doesn't really have very much going for it in terms of the support that it can give you. Now, in terms of the more harmful, shall we say, examples of rhetoric, transparency and challenge yourself are pretty much, I would say, the more harmful of the three, right? Those are the ones that outright, whenever you see them, every time you see them, are always a red flag in a VTuber corpo. However, the third one, new stories. Now, this one is a bit more interesting because it can range from being something that is fairly, it's basically just verbal noise to being an indication that something is deeply wrong with the way that a company is set up, right? A new story, that particular slogan in particular, tends to be a line that is overplayed as fuck. Any and all, every VTuber, every prospective VTuber CEO and their dog and mother likes to use this as a tagline to explain, to metaphorically explain how their company has emerged. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Rip up like the chair. Yes. Sorry, give me a second. However, generally speaking at this point, right, I think it's safe to say that when you read the lines "a new story," regardless of whether you are a talent or you're a member of the audience, it's one of those phrases that has become so overused, so cliche, that it's basically just noise in your head. It barely even registers as you read it, right? And to give you an idea of how overdone this is, how much different use cases of this metaphor tend to overlap with one another, I want to go through 2 audition announcement videos made by 2 different agencies within the span of 2 months at the end of 2022. That being AN Project's announcement that they were opening auditions for Gen 1 and Idol's announcement that they were opening auditions for Gen 2. We'll start with AN Project. So, hold on, let me mute the music for a second. Can somebody remind me to turn it back on afterwards as well? Because I tend to forget. Hold on. Let me try playing it and seeing if the audio is working. Can you guys hear that? Is that coming through? Is that working? Hold up, their writing is this mid. Pretty much. D suffers. Funny that you should bring up games, because that'll come into play later. Oh, you can hear? Okay. Loud. It's loud. Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can turn it down. It's loud. It's a bit loud. Hold on. Let me see. I'll turn it down to 70%. Is that better? The EN VTuber curse is striking yet again. Louder. Okay, Muckies. Still a bit loud, but better. I'll turn it down again another 20 points, let's say. I'll do the same for Idol preemptively as well, just to make sure I don't blow out all of your eardrums. Alright. Let's get it over with. Amen, amen. Alright. Okay, so it opens with that "a new story begins" tagline, right? Just generic EDM playing throughout the background. Then, will you be a part of it? Just that explicit invitation to the audience, outlining, giving an outline of some of the models that are up for grabs, and then just segmenting off into the main tagline of the company. Everlasting narrations, or etc., etc. Now, that bubble-based music is so generic. Yeah. Now, we get to Idol. Pay attention to the slogans that this video uses as well. Now this one sounds like the opening to like a news segment, right? However, if you look at the scripting, the slogans, it's almost the exact same. A brand new story is about to begin. Would you be a part of it? And then same thing, showing off the silhouette of a few of the models that they have. I believe this was their previous gen, Isekai, when they released this. And then Then they just segment off into the tagline of the agency, logo, etc., fade to black. So when I say that this, it's basically the same, right? When I talk about lacking originality, this is what I mean. Now, to be fair, since Aeon released their trailer first, and knowing what we know about the way that Idol was run prior to its acquisition, I am willing to believe that maybe this was inspired by it, although it does seem to be decently well produced, so there's a chance that maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was already in the works by the time this came out. However, at the same time, yeah, they're basically identical to one another. And so, when you look at these two trailers, although despite the fact that superficially, right, they might look the exact same, I would make the argument that when it comes to viewing them as a representation of the company as a whole, they tell you quite different things about their respective companies. For example, if you were to arrange them on a spectrum, right? Well, even though both of them are unoriginal, they are unoriginal for different reasons, and they are, well, despite the fact that they are very similar in terms of the way that they use that slogan, right, that rhetoric of a new story as a way of advertising themselves, their choice, Idol and Aeon's specific choice to use this as a tagline is, well, various degrees of concerning for different reasons. First, Idol's use of a brand new story as a tagline. It's cliche, but ultimately kind of harmless, because at most you can kind of dismiss this as just some sort of unoriginal use of a tagline that is, how do I say, lorem ipsum, yeah, basically. It doesn't really have anything to do thematically with either Idol Corp as a company or the design of the talents that they were auditioning for, or sorry, the models they were auditioning for. See, if I remember correctly, Idol EN's Gen 2 was comprised of a magical singer, a dragon, a raccoon that steals things, an otaku, and a clown. And when you look through what scraps of lore there are for each character, there is no unifying theme between any of them. So, when they say a new story begins, I'm willing to just write that off as them opting for a generic phrase and metaphor to use to describe the fact that they were just bursting onto the scene. However, the same cannot be said for Aeon, because especially in the way that Aeon represented itself as a corpo when it was just opening, this being the main focus of their trailer, right? Them wanting to use a story metaphor to encompass the entirety of how their business came across to the audience is indicative of deeper issues because of the... Oh, you forgot about the octopus? The octopus otaku. Yeah. I forgot to mention that she was an octopus, yes. A raccoon that steals things, how original. Yes. Because with Aeon, this wasn't just a bit, this wasn't just a one-off line. No, this was an underpinning philosophy that guided how the entire agency was arranged from the ground up. So I want to go back to something that we talked about last week, which is the initial article, the promotional article that was released in VTuber News Drop that explained, that basically conducted an interview with the founder of Aeon Project, Mo Eri, and where she divulged her rationale, her thoughts behind the way that she founded Aeon, right? Now, a lot of people previously were aware of the fact that a lot of people in chat, when we were going through our previous stream, talked about how they noticed that Aeon had a really weird focus on lore. That the way that the talents models were designed, that the way that the marketing worked, all of that seemed to revolve around the stories that Eri as a person wanted to tell. In fact, these characters, according to this interview, actually, I'll just read through it. So basically they go through introducing Eri as the CEO and founder of Aeon Project, and then when it comes to explaining her thought process behind creating AN as an agency. Sorry, give me a second. Oh yeah, the BGM. Thank you for reminding me. So, when it came to explaining the rationale behind the creation of the characters, Eri states, quote, the writers of the article opened by saying, for every agency there is an origin story. We understood that Ayan's origin stemmed from Moeri's imagination. Her creations led her to share the spotlight with other aspirants. And Eri responds, quote, it's actually a pretty funny story. I've always thought of ways of rebranding or changing my personal VTuber design, and have even thought of various designs, but I ended up always sticking to my current persona. I didn't want to leave Eri and the community I built as her behind. Imagining various different characters was just something that I enjoyed. Then, one day, I thought to myself, oh, I can create ever unique, fun, and cute new characters and support aspiring VTubers at the same time. That was basically the initial start of the creation of Ayan Project. So, these all started off as OCs, essentially. Every VTuber model that cropped up in Ayan was essentially, or the character, quote unquote. She thought of the VTubers as characters, at least to begin with. And so, I don't think it's unreasonable to conclude that when she went about auditioning talents, it's not unreasonable to assume that at least part of the way that she perceived that would have not been dissimilar, would have been pretty similar, to casting characters for a role, when in actuality that is not how VTubers work at all. That's tough. Yeah, pretty much. And so she goes into more detail, focusing on passion. So what's the nature of Ayan as an agency? What does it look for? Quote, the main thing that we look for from everyone working under Ayan Project, whether it be talents or staff, is passion. We want to create a positive and uplifting company culture, a place for each individual talent to shine, a place of support that allows our talents to reach their full potential through the guidance and encouragement of Ayan Project. And then she goes on to state, Forever Home, the agency will be debuting its first generation Musea February 25th. Is there any overarching lore or theme for this debut generation? And this is where things get important. When she starts to explain the main underlying theme behind the debut generation of this new VTuber agency that has its foundations in her OCs, essentially. Eri states, our first generation will be the foundation of Ayan Project. So the theme of Musea is aligned with our mission to share entertainment in everlasting narrations. Musea will be releasing an original song called Forever Home. This is also in relation to their love and our dream that we find their forever home with us. Musea, as a group, has the overall theme of harmonizing, working together to make something beautiful. Musea's lore centers around a mysterious being of light who plays a very important role in each member's lore. I don't want to give too much away, so I hope everyone will tune into Musea's debut streams. And then she goes on to specify long-term goals and sustainability. So far, right? So, actually, before we move on to the long-term sustainability, what she said for that, which I went through in the previous stream, but I want to just remind you guys of here. Why is it, generally speaking, a bad idea to focus your VTuber agency, its theming, its design, its marketing, its messaging on lore? Lore, so much lore. And this is the root of the reason as to why Eri's focus on lore was in fact a symptom of a problem rather than just being this fun, quirky little thing. Wanting to make your own anime without animators, I think that's a pretty good comparison. But, yeah. Why is lore a bad thing to found it around? Because it's not about the talents? Yes, that's part of it. They're more obsessed with lore than the map. That's true. It's not about the talents, lack of adaptability, kind of. Because we're here for the people, not the characters. Because of the talents, yes. However, that's only half of it. There's another half of the problem that creates, that's directly linked to. K-Vape always fades, that's true. Lamau, they were so chuny. Yes. IP focus rather than talent, yes. However, it's not just the talents. See, the thing is, right? Because of the fact that the audience shows up for the talents, not the characters they are playing necessarily, or in other words, the audience, at least to some degree, unconsciously expects that some of the character will obtain over time elements of the talent's personality who's playing those characters. This is messaging that does not appeal to an audience. VTuber lore is a lot like video game graphics, where if the base product is good, then having that on top is always a nice thing. However, if the base product is bad, then no matter how much lore you cram in, no matter how fleshed out it is, that will never make for a better viewing experience. And the thing is, when you're looking for the actual substance of the product, right, the corpo, what does lore tell you about it? Nothing. And so when you think about what a member of the audience looks for in a corpo, right? They look for the ability to provide support to the talents, the ability to keep the talents happy, the ability to evolve alongside the talents, to grow alongside the talents, etc., etc. What do creators look for in a corpo? They look for much of the same things, actually: support, marketing, access to an audience, the ability to help them evolve as a content creator, grow as a content creator, etc., etc., which necessitates allowing them to gradually add in more of their personality traits into the character that they are supposed to be playing, into their VTuber persona. And so, as a result, if you have an entire agency focused on the lore, or if you have an entire agency that has its roots founded in lore, you have a bit of a branding problem right off the bat, if not an operational problem as well, because of the fact that you are trying to appeal to an audience that is comprised of both average viewers and prospective talents, while using something that is kind of irrelevant to the way that your business operates, kind of irrelevant to the overall product that you are trying to sell. So yeah. Lore just means aesthetic, exactly. Funny that you mentioned graphics. It feels exactly how Western AAA corpos, game corpos, use that fancy realistic graphics to poorly disguise terrible or undercooked gameplay. Yeah, exactly. And it's much the same thing with AN Project, I suspect. Because, well, let's be honest, it took less than 4 months for them to have a spat between management and one of their debut talents. So I think it's safe to say that they didn't exactly have a great idea of what it is they were doing. So, when you think about it that way, it becomes a bit more, I suppose, explainable as to why that focus on lore might have been there, or how that focus on lore might have contributed to the problem that emerged later. Super Borami. Lamau, the whole lore discussion is reminding me of the whole Omega Alpha debacle from... Yeah, exactly. That's a good comparison, actually. Yeah. Omega Alpha from Hololive EN was also a massive wasted opportunity because it was all aesthetics and no substance. So, yeah, exactly. When you're advertising a corpo, when you're advertising management, you need to make sure that all of the lore, all of the aesthetics is second to operational competence. And as a result, you know, it's quite similar to the whole transparency shtick as well, in that it can be good on top of competent performance, but it will never be a sufficient substitute for competent performance. And so, you can start to see how this lore, this focus on the lore, kind of deflected or distracted from the inherent lack of preparedness that Eri had when trying to found this agency. Because when you look at her replies to questions of how do you see yourself making AN sustainable, she says, quote, "Strong talents. We were very careful in our selection process and believe that they will help to shape AN's path forward, and we will hope our guidance can help them to flourish." AN, Nexus, Bond Live, all of these companies seem to that have now, you know, failed and died. Well, not died in the case of Bond Live, but have failed spectacularly over the course of their existence. It all comes down to the same fundamental thing. They forget that the talents are not the main, well, They are one of the main factors behind a corpo's success, but they can never be the sole source of a corpo's success. Hoping for superstar talents, even strong talents, is simply not enough to sustain an entire corpo. Yeah, play, it's more about the talent's personality, not the lore. Exactly. Because, I mean, what does the audience tune in for every stream? Not the lore, the talent's personality, like you said. So, yeah, it's all aesthetics and no substance. And then she goes on to say, so if you are ever asked, right, a good idea for talents if you're walking into an interview with a prospective CEO is to ask them, what do they have a long-term plan for the sustainability of the company? And if they do, ask them to elaborate on what that plan is. If their plan involves anything along the lines of just hire strong talents, Lamau, or just have a breakout talent like Gargura Lamau, that is yet another red flag that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. To go on. We have strong support for sponsorships, are aiming to have our talents appear in upcoming conventions in the near future, and are already planning on a second generation. So already kind of, getting ahead of herself when it comes to thinking about producing a second generation before the first one is even debuted. We're also looking to secure more investors and are careful with the budgeting so we can make the best use of the funds our talents will work hard to bring in for the company. One of the crucial things to understand when you're trying to evaluate the viability of a company in the long term. First, never settle for a company just saying, "Oh yeah, we'll just hire strong talents and they can carry us on their backs." No. But the second thing, always be wary when a company's plans for long-term growth not just include, but revolve around and rely upon external investors. Because the problem with external investors is you also get outsider priorities. Priorities that may not necessarily align with that of the talents and their audiences. And so, as a result, if their long-term plan for sustainability necessitates them bringing in investors from the outside, you are signing yourself up to a corporation whose future is completely in the hands of people you don't even know yet. And if that sounds scary, good, because that lack of predictability is something that should worry anyone who wants a long-term home for themselves as they try their best to pursue their dreams of becoming a successful VTuber. And then, final quote, "We give our best every day so that our talents can have the best shot at success. We are thinking and planning for the future and are aiming to expand our staffing when the time is right, to better support the talents and grow together." Now, if she had finished that by saying, "We are looking to hire more staff," instead of saying, "We are thinking about debuting a second generation," or "We are thinking about our second generation," that would have been a lot more comforting. However, unfortunately, that's not what happened. And as a result, people who watched the last stream will know, people who kept up with the various corpos that died last year will know, but Ayan was, in a similar manner to the previous corpos that we talked about, not very long for this world, because come October 19th, 2024, about 1.5 years later, Ayan Project would announce its own closure. And, like I mentioned briefly before, they would necro this account 1 day later, or more specifically, I should say, someone among the higher-ups, specifically someone who has access to this social media account and has the authority to tweet from it, would then revive the account for a single day after the closure date in order to throw shade at the ex-talents and decry everyone else for daring to speculate on why this company died so suddenly, among a bunch of other controversies to do with favoritism and lack of proper support that you can learn about if you go and check out my previous VOD, which has been timestamped in the pinned comment. So, to summarize from all of this, I think at this point, right, there are a few main takeaways that we can observe by looking at all of these failed attempts at leveraging certain buzzwords or buzz phrases to attempt to disguise deep and systemic insufficiencies in terms of how businesses like this operate. Vivian, welcome to the Footstools. Thank you for staying a Footstool. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh, I'm dying. A real whodunit? Yeah. I wonder who that could be. My question indeed. So, when you sort of take all of these various different case studies together, you summarize all of the main things that have gone wrong in terms of the way that they have tried to message. A few things. There are these certain phrases, these certain bits of rhetoric that keep cropping up in between them, right? Challenge yourself, open competition as auditions, independence, autonomy, indie freedom, corporate benefits, streamers with good results, VTuber community, we're not like other agencies, and just flexing low revenue cuts, right? These are some of the most overdone, some of the most overrated marketing tropes and slogans and cliches that populate this particular industry or this particular content sphere. However, so far, what these companies have been relying on are optimistic readings of what these various things may imply, right? So, for example, challenge yourself implies we encourage personal drive. Open competitions as auditions imply that they are hiring based on merit. Independence and autonomy imply that, the company won't get in your way, that you'll be able to do what you want. Indie freedom, corporate benefits is designed to signal that, the company's as permissive as they are supportive. That streamers with good results show that, the fact that they're even paying attention to the fact that certain streamers may be achieving good results means that they want to reward merit. Whenever they use the phrase the VTuber community, they talk about how it's essentially designed to imply that they want to create a safe space just for you. When they talk about how they're not like other agencies, it's usually them trying to say that, oh, look, we don't take as much from you as the other agencies do. And finally, when they flex low revenue cuts, they're saying some combination of your success remains your own, or our primary goal is to help you succeed, or you'll have more independence once you join us. However, the purpose behind this stream is to help anyone who may watch this start to see past these optimistic readings, because it is possible that when a company uses this kind of rhetoric, uses these slogans as a marketing tactic, that they do genuinely mean it in this way. However, I think it would be naive and very unwise to default to reading these in an optimistic fashion. And as a result, I want to introduce in this space, in whatever capacity I'm capable of using my little platform, a little bit more skepticism, a little bit more cynicism when you see these overdone tropes in a small startup's or a new corpo's advertising and or rhetoric. Because when you really boil it down, what they mean when they say things like this or do things like this, you can translate them to the following. When a corporation asks you to challenge yourself, they are saying that that's not their problem. When a corpo uses open competitions as auditions, they're saying that we can't be bothered vetting you. When a company, a corpo, advertises to currently independent talents on the basis of permitting them to have independence and autonomy, they're basically just saying, we're not getting involved with that. When a corpo preaches indie freedom with corporate benefits, they're basically saying, how much support you get is on you, not us. And on top of that, it's almost always a lie. When a corpo says that they will give benefits to streamers with good results, they're basically signaling that favoritism and rivalry are features, not flaws. Or at least that's what they are approaching this with, the mindset of. When a corpo says, the VTuber community, They're not just saying, we want to build a safe space for you. Alternatively, they could also be saying, we want you to feel safe in our space. And there's a very important distinction between those two. When a corpo says, we're not like other VTubing agencies, what they are usually saying is something along the lines of, we won't or can't provide what they do. And finally, when a corpo flexes having low revenue cuts, almost always, especially in the absence of actually specifying what forms of support they provide, or actually, failing to provide those forms of support in its day-to-day operation, what they are essentially signaling is some combination of either you won't be the primary source of our funding, we have people to please besides just you and your audience, and or don't expect a lot from us in terms of customer service or managerial support. Jane Doe, what's the difference between those two? I feel like you said, but it being said like that makes me question. Okay, so the difference between we want you to feel safe in our space versus we want to make a safe space for you is in the underlying intention behind that promise. When someone says we want to make a safe space for you, the intention is on creating somewhere where you can feel safe, and the implication is that it's somewhere where you are justified in feeling safe. By contrast, if someone just wants you to feel safe in their space, that doesn't mean that they are going to build a space that is safe for you. It just means that they want you to feel comfortable relying on them, opening up to them, etc., regardless of whether they've actually earned that privilege or not. That's the difference between those two. And this is admittedly the much more cynical way of reading that particular use of the quote. However, I do want to make sure that everyone understands. When I say VTubing is an industry and not a community, it's not just a neat tagline that I insist on shoving into every stream. I say this because whenever you think of a community, you think about it in terms of the obligations, the relationships that exist between the individual members of that community. There is an underlying implication that each member of the community will, at least to some extent, look out for and or look after the other members of that group. VTubing does not work like that because it is an industry. You don't go to Hollywood expecting to make friends, or, well, at least not, naked and oiled up on some producer's couch. You go to Hollywood to pursue a career, and everyone else in Hollywood does that as well. And the thing is, funnily enough, when Matara used this as a metaphor, Hollywood is a great metaphor to describe VTubing, because just like Hollywood, it is fundamentally an industry hotspot that revolves around entertainment. And given time, perhaps it may even become as sordid and as corrupt as Hollywood, but we can only wait and see. However, thing is, right, whenever a corporation uses VTuber community as a way of appealing to you, there is an underlying implication that they want you to think about their place in VTubing, in the VTubing industry, as a safe space, as a community, as somewhere where you will be placed next to people who have your interests in mind aside from their own. Thing is, that is exceedingly rare. The chances of you actually coming across a corporation, or even just, coming across some other individual creator in this space that has that kind of mindset is exceedingly rare. And that is something that, I see a lot of times creators coming into this space, right? Coming into VTubing with the expectation of making friends. Do you go to Hollywood to make friends? No. But the problem is, VTubing, a lot of people like to use the word community when they refer to VTubing because it's cozy. It makes you feel safe. But that's not how this space works. And so, if you were to take a group of people who entered VTubing with the intention of making content, and you were to take a second group of people that entered into VTubing with the intention of making friends, I guarantee that the first group, who's more focused on making content, will be happier over the course of 12 months. Over the course of 12 months, that first group will be happier than the second group. Because that first group has walked into this space with an accurate expectation of how things work. Whereas the second group will end up probably being disappointed, at least to some degree, if not outright, falling out of love with the medium. It's sad. It's cold, it's callous, it's, fundamentally disagreeable. It's not something that many people like to confront. But fundamentally, that's just how things work. And it's doubly true if you're entering the corpo space. Because when you first sit down in an interview with a CEO of a startup VTuber company, neither of you knows the other for shit. And as a result, you don't even know if the other person sitting across from you or, sitting on the other side of a call with you actually has any sense of obligation towards you yet. Even after you sign that contract, you can't guarantee that for a while. Until your corporation has been operating for, let's say a few months to about a year or so, sometimes even longer than that. The foundations that you have the foundations you have access to lay an underlying sense of trust between you and the people managing you, they're not very strong. And you can't really guarantee that they have your interests in mind on top of their own, and that they will prioritize what's good for you above maybe what's good for immediate profit. I'm not even talking profit for the company. I'm talking profit for them as an individual business person. So, while it may seem disagreeable, while some people may disapprove of me advocating for cynicism to this degree, if you want to be able to protect yourself in the VTubing scene, especially in the corpo scene, unfortunately, you are going to have to develop a reflex to start interpreting things in this light as well. Because it is better to be cynical and be proven wrong than to be trusting and screwed out of an entire year and potentially thousands of dollars of your time and your money. Now, the last part, I just want to hammer this home. If you are joining an agency that doesn't take a large cut out of your revenue, you need to understand that you are also, by extension, probably not going to be the primary source of that corpo's funding. More often than not, that is going to be what's happening. Now, the thing is, low revenue cuts are universally used in marketing as a flex, as a positive. However, what I want more people to become aware of is when you allow someone to take a cut of your revenue, that revenue that you give to them, that's not just a payment. That's also a measure of their obligation to you. It goes the other way as well, right? And as a result, if most of their funding does not come from you, that also means that it is a possibility that most of their obligations are not owed to you either. And so, I want to urge people to be a bit more critical when they're looking at agencies simply flexing the fact that they have low revenue cuts. Because yes, that means they take less of your money, but it also means that they owe less of their operation, less of their decision making to you. And then, aside from that, it's also... it's entirely possible that I do have a negativity bias with the last point, right? Don't expect a lot from us in terms of customer service or managerial support. It is possible, I want to clarify, it is possible to have a low revenue cut and still be able to maintain a decently high standard of customer service and managerial support. However, I think it would be naive to ignore how often the practice of trying to flex low revenue cuts has coincided with poor customer service and or poor managerial support. So, when you encounter that kind of marketing, don't just blindly accept it as a good thing. It might be, but it might not be. And so, if this is all the things that, individual talents, I would advise individual talents to look out for, I also want to provide a certain something to the corpos or possible founders or possible staff that may happen to be, watching this for whatever reason. If you are marketing yourself as a corpo, a few pointers based off of some of the failings of the past and based off of the way that marketing in this sphere has evolved over the course of the last 4 years or so. First, if you are marketing yourself as a corpo, don't use independence and individuality as your main selling points. Because when it comes to both of those things, you cannot compete with the amount of either that people have access to if they simply remain as an independent content creator. So, yes, you can sell yourself based on independence and individuality, but don't make those your main selling points. Because if you do, it's a sign that you don't really understand the obligations of a corpo to its talents. You don't really have a great understanding of what separates being a corpo talent from just staying independent. Second, low revenue cuts can only ever work as a selling point depending on the perceived quality of customer service and managerial support. And unless you can provide both, flexing low revenue cuts is nothing more than just a gimmick. See, you can flex low revenue cuts, you'll get likes, you'll get retweets, you'll get people patting your ass on Twitter. But at the end of the day, the moment the public gets any sort of whiff that there is mismanagement going on, or that you have failed in your obligations as a company, you're fucked. Because all of a sudden, those low revenue cuts don't really mean anything. And honestly, your preemptive PR would have been better, your preemptive PR strategy would have been better spent on something else. And I don't know what, but literally anything except low revenue cuts is a good idea. Because at the end of the day, right, there's no point, unless you can back it up with actual results, this is just meaningless virtue signaling. Third, transparency cannot mitigate fundamentally bad and or unsustainable practices. It's like I've always said before. No amount of good PR can make up for bad management. Similar kind of principle here. It doesn't matter if you're transparent if what you're being transparent about doesn't actually help your company. Yes, you can flex that you have the lowest revenue cuts of any big corpo in the industry. But at the end of the day, if you're forced to terminate a talent because they have allegedly been engaging in a secretive relationship with one of the members of your management, no one gives a shit about your transparency. It was still fucked from the get-go. Fourth, new ideas are not always good ideas. If you are going to attempt to subvert traditions in this space and in this industry, at least understand them before you do so. Don't rely on reactionary advertising. If most of your advertising, or even a significant portion of your advertising, is dedicated to simply pointing at another corpo that exists in the same space and saying, at least we're not like them, your marketing needs work, because you're not marketing yourself based off of your own merits. And you're not even guaranteeing that you make up for the deficiencies of the other entity that you're supposedly flexing on. That's just not how it works. Fifth, remember to advertise to prospective audiences as well as prospective talents. If you are deciding on what you want to make the cornerstone of your marketing campaign, you need to think to yourself, does this appeal to audiences? Does this appeal to talents? It doesn't matter how much it appeals to you. It doesn't matter how much it appeals to, investors that may or may not want, the corporate suits that may or may not even understand what the fuck VTubing is. No. Make sure that the cornerstone of your advertising appeals at least to some degree to either the people who are going to be playing the quote-unquote characters you have, people who are going to be making the content for you, and the people who are going to be consuming that content. Sixth, this is pretty self-explanatory. Do not equate the number of talents under your wing with success. And remember that your capital is human and your rhetoric should reflect that. Don't just throw numbers at people with the expectation that that is enough of a selling point. I don't care if 100% of your revenue goes to the talents if those same talents are being abused by their management. Like I said before, nobody gives a shit about numbers if everything else is falling apart. And finally, if you're not hiring superstars, and let's face it, if you're just a startup corpo, you probably won't be, don't expect to create superstars. Now, I'm not saying that your talents aren't worth investing in. I'm not saying your talents aren't worth believing in. I'm not saying that unless you're already a superstar talent, you shouldn't even bother applying to any agencies. No, not at all. But what I am saying is that trying to hope for hoping that you find a flagship talent is not a sustainable business model. If you want someone who is as big as Gargura to be a part of your talent roster, you better make sure that you are only hiring people who are as big as Senzawa before you even dream, even think of having that be the case. And if you're not, well, buckle down and prepare to start injecting a lot of resources into what talents you end up taking on. Because maybe they do have the makings of a talent that could rival the likes of, one of the members of Hololive in the future. That's perfectly possible. But they're not going to be able to get there if all you do is sign them on and then sit back, relax, and wait for them to get big. That's not how this works. Golkura. Yeah, but 1,000 talents. Fuck that. So, we've so far the stream has been a little depressing, right? We've looked at examples of misleading marketing. We've sort of broken down the individual slogans and cliches, broken them down to a more cynical reading of them, which even though they might be better in the long term for just preserving your own safety, they are admittedly considerably more depressing an outlook on things in general. I want to go to an example of a VTuber corpo that has come close to falling into these same marketing cliches and traps, but paradoxically seems to actually have managed to overcome those pitfalls. And that is that VTuber corpo in question, brought up by Azahara earlier on in the stream, is VAllure, the VA-focused VTuber agency. Eddie, these entrepreneurs think Gargura is a gacha SSR. Actually, that's a great metaphor for how a lot of these people, these soulless suits are wandering into the sphere, basically hoping that they roll an SSR when they sign on talents. But yeah, no. VAllure been a thing since around halfway through 2023. Absolutely no relation to anything that happened with the AN project throughout that year. If you're curious about what I might be implying, go and watch my previous stream. And one of the first things that I want to start, rifling through is the initial marketing that they put out to build hype for their agency. So just like with Idol, just like with AN, VAllure ended up putting out this sort of promo trailer to announce that they were auditioning talents, right? Announced that a new agency was on the block. And I think it's worth looking at some of the things that this trailer does that may or may not set it slightly apart from what we've been looking at previously. So give me a second to just mute the BGM. All right. So, on December 31st, 2023, just on the cusp of the year rolling over, the official VAllure Twitter account would tweet out the following. The first EN, a VTuber agency, so I assume that's adult VTuber agency, is here. We are VAllure, a new agency with a focus on the spicier side of content creation. We hope you follow along our journey as we begin to prepare for auditions. And then they posted this trailer. Now, in a pretty similar way to AN Project, right? What this trailer does is it essentially sums up the underlying theme, the underlying design philosophy, I suppose you could call it, behind how this agency is supposed to brand itself, right? This is its sales pitch to both prospective talents and prospective audiences. When you sign on to either become a part of or to watch VAllure, this trailer is supposed to encapsulate the kind of content you can come to expect. And so, what I want to do, for no particular reason at all, is a little bit of a side-by-side comparison between AN Project's trailer and VAllure's trailer. Now, what is the first thing that you guys what is the first thing, or some of the first things that you guys noticed when we played through that trailer from VAllure? Very clear cut, yeah. No buzzwords, yeah. Although, to be fair, at the time that AN released that trailer, I don't think a new story was that overdone just yet. So I'll give them a pass on that. The music is catchy, very clear cut. Music is great. Okay, yeah. Good. What else, though? Not a new story begins. The talents were first. Yes. New. Exactly. A lot of you guys are picking up on the fact that, in contrast to what AN did when they released their trailer, so some of the fundamental differences, right? For example, yeah, silhouette, they had models already. Oh, to be fair, AN also had models already. They also had the silhouettes right at the right at the end of their trailer, funnily enough. However, the thing is, right, in contrast to what AN focused on, which was the lore, what VAllure's trailer focuses on is a new content niche. And the thing that separates that from what AN did is a new content niche is not just something that appeals to prospective talents. That is a sales pitch that audiences are going to be able to understand as well. Because while it is very much the case that nobody really gives a shit about VTuber lore after, let's say 2 months after someone started streaming, or that's a bit generous, right? I'd say, normally speaking, less than 1 month after a talent's been streaming regularly. A new content niche, now that's something that's going to grab most people's attention. Another thing is, when you start looking at some of the actual technical aspects of the trailers, you notice that there's a little bit of a difference in terms of the way that the order in which they present the slogans, right? For example, with AN's trailer, they start off with a general statement, right? A new story begins. And this makes sense considering the underlying theme of the agency. And then they pose a question to the people watching, right? A new story begins, will you be a part of it? Whereas with VAllure, they do the opposite. Ready for something new, opens with a direct question, and then goes into a general statement. A spicier take on content is here. Now, it looks like a pretty minor difference, and to be fair, it is, right? I'm building it up for the purposes of actually, trying to explain it, trying to articulate why it grabs. However, it is, in my opinion at least, a pretty important thing to do when you're trying to grab someone's attention, to make them the centerpiece of whatever message you have. That's why opening with a question is so much more engaging with just opening with a general statement. Second thing. Everyone thought it was going to fail because they were VTubers. That's, yeah. That actually kind of ties into, one aspect of VAllure's success that you can't really ignore, which is the fact that they are the first VTuber agency, to my knowledge. And with novelty comes that degree of cachet that other, shall we say, future corpos that try to occupy the same niche might not also be able to replicate. Because, admittedly, being the first to do something does give you an inherent advantage that is very, very difficult to imitate. And so, yes, I do think that VAllure can get away with a little bit more because it is the first of its kind. However, there are aspects of its marketing that are effective that I think are worth learning from as well, on top of that, objectively speaking. Also, when you look at the main things that these two trailers are framed around, right, even to some extent the agencies as a whole are framed around, AN was more focused around the underlying design theme of stories, whereas VAllure is framed under the underlying design theme of lewdtubers. Now, like I said before, stories isn't really a content niche unless your content revolves around writing and or reading stories. Whereas lewdtubers, I think that's self-explanatory. adult content, spicy content. It is the whore affectionate agency. And final thing, when you look at some of the recurring motifs, right? Granted, when you go through Ayan's trailer, it is admittedly, hold on, let me just make sure. The audio is admittedly a little generic, right? Like I said, it's just the casual, like, boppy EDM that was pretty typical around early 2021, 2022. And so, when you look at the various, the underlying themes of this, the things that keep coming up visually, right? Because, sorry, how do I express this? I'm cooked from the from the amount of dying that I've been doing from the past few minutes. Essentially, when you look at the different aspects of the Ayan trailer, right? The visuals plus the audio, there is very little to make it distinctive in terms of its audio design. And as a result, you're pretty much constricted to only evaluating it visually. So, when you look through this trailer... Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just make sure it's not freezing. You're basically restricted to just looking at what kind of visual motifs this trailer keeps using, and how those visual motifs are supposed to be an expression of what Ayan's branding is. So some of the things you notice, right? Skies, splashes of color, explosions of color, lights, threads. Notice how they all come. So notice how they all start weaving together, and like they unite at the top, create this flashbang of color. Now, I'm going into this with the assumption that all of this is designed. This is all intentional. So, this fits with the theme of stories. Ayan's music annoys me to no end. I admit, it probably... it was very much a relic of its time. But... yeah, so when you look at the overall, the imagery that they use, the motifs that they use, it all adds up to the whole story aspect of it. By contrast, when you look at VAllure, you notice that some of the, you don't just have the, the visual motifs that are going on, right? Because, they have visual motifs as well. They have those flashing lights at the back as if it's like, camera flashes going off or something. And you have that underlying, that undulating pattern in terms of the purple pinkish lights behind them. Sort of like, the kind of vibe that you get from a disco ball, let's say. But the thing that grabbed the most people, at least from what I could see in chat, is the music. So they immediately open with screeching trumpets, and then I assume it's trumpet, not. I hope I'm interpreting that correctly. I might end up looking like a big idiot in the aftermath of this stream. However, then they just go into strumming. So it sounds like an instrumental that is actively designed to fit the theme of the spicy content company. Yeah, it sets a mood, exactly. It's mood music. So, that hi-hat that keeps going off, that upbeat, distinctive musical track. The funny coincidence. The opening of the track combines strumming on guitars and trumpets. I don't know if this was intentional. I assume not. But if it was intentional, it's a fun little Easter egg. When you combine the two, they add up to being strumpets, which, for those who don't know, strumpets is an old English word for harlot or slut or whore. So, again, I don't think this was intentional, right? But I like to imagine that it is, because it's just a fun little Easter egg. It's admittedly a bit of a nerdy one, but, small things. But yeah, it fits nicely. Exactly. More importantly than that, it utilizes some of the other aspects of these sort of, video trailers that I do think goes a little underused generally when companies try to put out promotional material like that. Wow, new knowledge. Again, this could just be me reading way too deeply into things. In fact, I'm convinced that that's probably the case. However, I would like to imagine that because it just fits so perfectly thematically. So, yeah, no. The thing is with what VAllure did with this trailer is it set the tone for its branding, its marketing, by appealing to possible audiences right off the bat. And it might sound obvious, sorry. It might sound obvious, it might sound stupid to have to say this out loud, but you always want to advertise to your audience, right? Not just your prospective talents, but prospective viewers as well. So, gaslight yourself into thinking that others are smarter. They maybe knew, maybe not. I mean, they have some talents from the UK. I'm pretty sure Stronny, who's their founder and CEO, is from the UK. So it's not out of the question, but it's probably just a happy accident. And you can see this theme continuing with the way that their website introduces them in terms of their bio. So if you go onto their website, into their main about section on their opening webpage, the first EN VTuber agencies here. So they're really milking the fact that they are the first, formally incorporated, formally organized Corpo to try this, and I don't blame them for that a bit. VAllure is a new VTuber agency dedicated to supporting the rise of content creators who have a passion for creativity with a lewd side. Sorry, let me see what you guys are saying. The music director might have trolled them. Amoria Lumina was one of them. Oh, one of the music? Hold on. One of the music directors or one of the talents? Oh, sorry, to go on. With a heavy focus on ASMR and audio roleplay content, we hope our soon-to-be talents can swoon you with ease. At the heart of our agency, we know that supporting creatives in what they do and providing new exciting opportunities is the best course of action. We hope you follow along our journey where our actions speak louder than our words. We see some examples. I'll let you search that up in your own time, Wei-Jin. Honestly, in spite of being the adult VTuber Corpo, their talents' general streams, their YouTube streams, are really quite tame. I've seen far worse from the average indie VTuber on Twitch. So I think they're actually quite, well, okay, that's a lie. I was about to say they're quite say-so on YouTube, but they are quite tame on YouTube. If you want their spicy content, then, I mean, their Patreon is in the description, in their bios for all social media platforms. But I genuinely think that if you just want a chill creator, looking among VAllure on YouTube, at least, is probably not a bad idea. Consider me swooned. So, admittedly, this is what I mean by they're able to get away with some things by just being the first of their kind. Have a passion for creativity with a lewd side. Heavy focus on ASMR and audio roleplay content. Now, generally, what I would say is generally speaking, that's not really that specific, that's not really that out there. However, because they are specifically set up to be an VTuber agency, now that is hyper-specific, because that is a niche that other corporations have yet to thoroughly exploit, or even yet to thoroughly explore. So as a result, this comes off being a lot more specific in terms of what they claim to allow their talents to achieve, not in terms of the actual words themselves, but because of the context surrounding it. Murray, they're probably keeping their talents on a leash on the public streams because they're targets already. Yeah, absolutely. I could absolutely see that being the case. And you can see this being echoed in their follow-up promotion as well. Like, this wasn't just an anomaly with their first trailer or anything. No, over the course of in the lead up to their debuts, they would post out these teasers of their talents models. So our girls can't wait to see you come June 1st. Then they posted their feet, then their thighs, then their boobs. And at this point, they were thoroughly... I was about to say milking, but I should probably opt for a better word. They were thoroughly exploiting all they could from that premise. And it seems to have worked. Because in the time between June 1st of 2024 and January of 2025, there have been no terminations, no graduations, and all of the talents seem to be growing quite a bit. In fact, one of their talents, Imi Bizo, has managed to break 70k subscribers within the span of, 7 months? Which is quite impressive, honestly. And all of their other talents have at least 15k subs, which, considering the fact that they are a small corpo that basically emerged without any corporate backing, is, in my opinion, quite impressive. So, the fact that none of them have died yet on YouTube is even more so, considering the fact that I know that Imi had a close brush with YouTube termination in September of last year. But that brings us quite conveniently to how they advertised themselves surrounding auditions. Billy, someone said feet. I'm glad that you heard that in particular. He's like my personal winter soldier. Sorry, give me a second. So, when you go through the application section, the audition section of their website, they list out under the application requirements some of the main things to take into account before you decide to apply to VAllure specifically. Application requirements. You need to be 18 years and above. You need to be female. You need to have a history of content creation or streaming, no matter how small. You need to be willing to provide evidence that you have produced, engaged in, or sold lewd content in the past, which will stay private with VAllure, but ensures that they as an agency are not converting you to this line of content. And finally, you have to accept and are comfortable... you have to accept and be comfortable with the fact that this is a company interested in making 18 plus content, audio and illustrated, as well as the risks and benefits therein. Now, granted, I could be setting myself up to look like a colossal idiot in about, maybe 7 to 12 months from now, depending on how VAllure goes. However, over the course of their first 7 months, they seem to have been doing pretty well. Even in spite of the fact that a lot of people instantly looked at the concept of adult VTuber agency on paper and rightfully concluded, yeah, that sounds like a massive risk to take. So, however, the more important thing is, these 3 dot points that they have here, you have a history of content creation or streaming no matter how small, willing to provide evidence that you've produced, engaged in, or sold lewd content in the past, and that you accept and are comfortable in the fact that this company is interested in making 18 plus content. And more importantly, these 3 dot points specifically specify, I should have just said specify, specifies that VAllure is going to vet its applicants. Now that might sound self-explanatory, that might sound obvious, because no shit, Sherlock, you want to vet your applicants. But remember how in the past, when we have small corporations cropping up and trying to, get some sort of a public image boost through marketing and slogans, how they would always make up excuses for not vetting their talents properly, whether it be turning the entire audition, quote-unquote, process into a competition, a glorified dono farming competition, or by trying to pitch themselves to prospective talents by asking them to challenge themselves or pursue a place among their roster autonomously or independently or with their individuality. No, this is a company actually making a commitment to taking on the responsibility of making sure that the applicants are right for them, and by extension that they are right for the applicants as well. Gabriel, even if they completely implode in the next 2 minutes, you wouldn't have been wrong because there's no rumblings that things were going badly. That's true. That's true. I tend to forget things like that because whenever I talk about stuff, it's always with the benefit of hindsight. So In fact, that was the entire rationale behind making the stream in the first place, because I wanted to convert hindsight into something more easily applicable, shall we say. On top of that, they also include notes at the bottom where they go into further detail about some of their expectations. So, VAllure are looking for a minimum of 3 streams a week and 4 lewd audios produced per month. We have a dedicated team of script writers and editors, as well as the option for a lead example, so please do not be worried if you feel you are inexperienced when it comes to audio production. I've always wondered about how people who make lewd ASMR scripts go about their process. Maybe I should rope in a LewdTuber who writes their own scripts and maybe get a peek behind the curtain. Because, I mean, the lewd audio kind of explains itself, right? It's, well, to me at least, with my genetic disorder, it all just sounds like slurping and gawking. So I can't really understand. I mean, I don't think there's a lot to get into there, but from my perspective, there doesn't seem to be a lot to get into there. But the scripting aspect, now that's something that I think is something that, in my opinion, has meat and potatoes to it, or is the meat and potatoes. To go on, we are equipped to train you up in this field. So not only that, but they are committed to, after vetting the talents, actually bringing them up to speed. They are making a commitment to making a substantial investment in their talents instead of just, setting them loose and hoping they become profitable. The contract is 1 year in length from debut date, and VAllure holds exclusive streaming from the talent during this time. There is no stream exclusivity beyond the duration of the contract. If lewd and or sexual content makes you uncomfortable, we are not the agency for you. I really do wish that more corporations would have something like this in their advertising and or internal policy. Because an agency that tries to cater to everyone caters to no one. And I've already gone on multiple tangents before about how I wish that more agencies understood that equally important that half of branding may be identification, but the other half is differentiation. And you need to be okay with alienating people if you want to differentiate yourself effectively. So it's always gratifying in a way, it's always refreshing to see something like this in the rhetoric of a company, especially a small one. And then, finally, during the debut preparation period, April 1st to May 31st, selected talents can work on their previous lives, but will not be granted the sign-on bonus until their pre-debut work is completed. Basically just saying, if you want to, continue to be active on your past life accounts prior to debut in that preparation period between April 1st and May 31st, that's fine, but we won't be paying you anything to just make content on your PL, basically. Strawny is pretty creative with a rather interesting ASMR. I have not had the chance to check that out, and to be honest, because it's ASMR, I hesitate to check it out because something about ASMR it just doesn't work for me. It just sounds uncomfortable. I think you're in a unique position where you have a justification to try to go behind the scenes since you analyze the do's and don'ts of the industry. That's true. Maybe I should try to leverage that a bit more, but maybe something to think about for future content plans. Now, the thing that's real interesting is the section where they try to point out the reasons as to why people would look to apply to VAllure. This is their marketing pitch specifically directed at prospective talents. So, first thing that they say, receive a spectacular live 2D model plus assets to stream with. Now, the second thing, 80-20 split across all revenue incomes towards the talent, the highest of any agency. And then at the bottom, they have an asterisk that says the highest split that has been publicly shared by other agencies, that VAllure is the most generous with 80-20 split towards the talent. Now, bear in mind all of my previous criticisms of trying to flex your revenue split. All merchandising profits will go towards talent, the exciting opportunity to voice act in a lewd video game, create a song cover for a debut, option for talent managers to help you with your content, equipment purchases on your behalf if signed on, sign-on bonus if you become a selected talent, a team of experienced or content creators behind the scenes with editors, clippers, and artists, and countless more opportunities. Now, everything that I said before, right? Problem with flexing a low merch cut. One, it's useless if you can't prove that you have the substance to back it up, that you have the service and support to back it up. And two, it means that the talents are, you know, less of a primary obligation to the less of a primary priority to the company compared to where they do get most of their money from. There are two quite interesting ways that VAllure circumvents this issue. First, despite the fact that they've only existed for around 7 months, they seem to have had plenty of evidence to suggest that the support behind the scenes does seem to be very intact. Now, admittedly, their contracts are for a full year since after debut date, and we're not at, I guess we'll see in June 1st of 2025 if anybody ends up graduating of their own volition. But so far, it does seem like the support behind the scenes is exactly what it's built up to be. They have had opportunities to launch things like merchandise in conjunction with Uwu Market, which conveniently also solves the problem of having to have a fully functioning merch distribution logistics system, because they can just piggyback off of Uwu Market's distribution system. For example, if you go and look at the merch that's on offer for all of their individual talent pages, all of them have their mugs sold out, funnily enough. Sharona's Slave, have corpos always flexed their revenue split, or was it only after everyone clowned on Niji 2%? I don't know if it... I think it's not impossible that it was a thing prior to January of 20... Well, no, because the revenue split thing... Most people on the EN side of YouTubing, at least, became aware of the revenue split thing being a marketing point when Idol Corp tried to flex it way back in 2023. And I think ever since then, there have been instances sporadically of smaller English VTubing agencies that have tried to hop on the trend, although it is admittedly a trend that has a pretty bad history. So at this point, I would actively advise against it. Mostly because when I think about it from the perspective... Okay, so if you think about the whole practice of trying to turn low revenue splits into a marketing gimmick, I want you to think about the effects of popularizing that on VTubing as a whole, on Corpo VTubing as a whole. What happens if the dominant way of trying to sell yourself as an agency becomes trying to undercut your competition in terms of revenue split? One of the first flow-on effects of that is likely going to be more reliance on external investment to keep a company afloat. Because, like I said before, you can have low revenue splits, but that doesn't guarantee that your company is going to be sustainable. In fact, I would argue it actively harms the long-term sustainability of your company if you insist on making it low beyond a certain point. Second, if that becomes the dominant mode of trying to advertise your company in comparison to the other companies, you essentially initiate a race to the bottom to see which companies can get by on the most razor-thin margins possible, which also may have the flow-on effect of reducing the norm in terms of how much support talents get when they join an agency. And it is for that reason that I tend to be very critical... Sorry, give me a second. It is for those reasons that as someone who has an interest in VTubing as an industry, both from the perspective of a creator and an audience member, a viewer, that is why I am very critical of this becoming a marketing strat or a marketing meta or a marketing gimmick. That's why I don't want it to become popular, because of those reasons. Because let's be honest here, even in the best case scenario, Corpus can still give the full amount of support to their talents at the cost of needing to rely on external investors. External investors aren't going to know what the fuck VTubing is on average, at least for the next 2 to 3 years. It's going to take that much longer for the business sector to fully catch up with what's going on in this industry. The conventions, the actual appeal of the VTubers beyond just thinking of them as intellectual property. All of that stuff is going to take time. And in the meantime, there are going to be a lot of cases of investors trying to muscle their way in here by just waving around a wad of cash with no other basis to understand what is going on with the creators, with the audiences that populate this space. So, personally, when I see a revenue split like Idols, I assume the company will be running out of money within 2 years. Yeah. Fair point. I'm not arguing it's good. I'm just arguing it's not exactly unprompted. Yeah, no. I understand that. I don't mean to say that you were trying to argue anything else, but your point just brought up that thought in my mind. So, on top of that, VAllure has also been reinvesting pretty noticeably in its talents by commissioning reputable, artists, animators, like, for example, H and Mr. H, who's very known for making popular animatics of other VTubers or highlights from their streams, to make clips for individual talents' channels as well. For example, this one from Shibi Cotton Bum that was made by by H and Mr. H. On top of that, in the instances where their talents actually get caught up in a bit of a pickle with one of the platforms that they used to stream on, like when Immy got unceremoniously terminated from YouTube in September of 2024, VAllure actually was able to get through to YouTube's get through to the human beings, the alleged human beings that certainly, for sure, definitely exist at YouTube, and get her channel unbanned. Which is, although it does sound like, the kind of bare minimum thing that you would expect a corporation to be able to do for you, it is important to clear that bar. And as a result, so far, it does seem to be the case that the company is providing a satisfactory level of support and customer service that allows them, basically gives them the leeway to flex that revenue split. And then, of course, you have the whole fact that all of their channels have managed to grow as much as they have within the course of only 7 months or so. Now, on top of that, the other problem that you usually find when it comes to having low revenue splits is that the company's priorities, because they necessarily lie where most of their funding lies. The problem that usually comes up is that the talents become secondary in terms of priority. They become secondary sources of obligation to the company. However, the way that VAllure seems to have gotten around this, and this is something that is admittedly a little bit of an eyebrow raiser for me, is that they have investment. I assume that their primary source of funding, at least at this stage of their existence, comes from investment by investors. But their investors, their main investor, their founder, their CEO, also happens to be a talent. So if you go on to this page has now been removed from the website, but when VAllure first opened their doors, they had a section of their webpage that was dedicated to introducing the average person to the full team of the staff that work behind the scenes. And one of them was Dude That's Lewd, or otherwise known as Dude That's Wholesome, an investor and advisor for VAllure. Now, short blurb there that you can get from her Patreon account, where it basically explains how she has a long history creating content on YouTube and other platforms that revolves around ASMR, especially lewd ASMR as well. And the thing is, Dude That's Wholesome / Dude That's Lewd is, in addition to being one of the main investors behind VAllure, also Stronny Cuddles. So you have a talent, an investor, and a CEO all rolled into one, which ensures, at least to some extent, which essentially negates, at least to some extent, the issue of talent concerns not being a primary concern for the company. Because, yes, perhaps not all of the company's money at this particular point in time comes from the, whatever split they get from the talent's revenue, from streaming or whatever. But it still comes from a talent. Even the pre-debut investment in the company came from a talent. The CEO is contributing their own personal money, their own personal revenue to keeping this company operational, growing the company, and promoting the other talents as well. So while it is certainly an unusual way of circumventing that problem, so far it does seem to be working. Bimu, is it not a bit of a conflict of interest? Potentially it could be. Potentially it could be. I'm not going to deny that because, I mean, we have plenty of examples of talents and management overlapping. And, well, to put it mildly, whenever you get an overlap between talents and management, historically speaking, that has not had a lot of... there are not a lot of good precedents for that. However, in the case of this specifically, Stronny genuinely seems to be incredibly invested in the company turning out well. The fact that she's a talent, I think you can make an argument either direction, admittedly. However, I do think that because of the fact that she's a talent, in addition to being an investor slash co-founder slash CEO, this does strike me as kind of... it is, oddly enough, a bit of a parallel with how Eri was really personally invested in starting Ayan, except the funny thing with Ayan is that it always, when you examine the various controversies, the various instances of mismanagement that occurred, it always seemed to stem from management micromanaging and arbitrarily picking fights with its talents. And this is my personal conjecture and speculation, based off of my personal reading of what happened with Ayan. I want to just preface it with that. But that always struck me as the manifestation of what happens when you get a creator and you force them to run a company while abstaining from creating in that company. And so, only time will tell if this method of trying to circumvent the problems I raised earlier is going to work long term. However, it is interesting that Stronny does not seem to feel the need to abstain from creating content, which is evidently something she has a great deal of passion for, just so she can run the company. And I think that, at least in the short term, that the fact that she hasn't forced herself to give up anything probably goes quite a long way towards making sure, or at least minimizing the chances of her having some sort of weird resentment towards the talents that she also has under her wing. Because right now, because of the fact that she's spending a lot of her money promoting the other talents as well, it's not so much that she comes across as, you know... The conflict of interest is kind of, I suppose, mitigated, at least somewhat, by the fact that she is playing a kind of guardian-esque role guardian-esque role in relation to the other talents, because she is spending her personal money on making sure they are promoted as well. So, again, like I said, it is admittedly a little early to judge as to whether this is going to end up being a sustainable business model. It hasn't even been a full year yet since their debut generation made it their way onto the scene. However, so far, they seem to be doing just fine. Better Eri. Yeah, kind of. See, Marquise, she loves streaming too much to give it up. The thing is, when I look at Ayan Project, what I see is one woman's world-building project that was forced to become a VTuber Corpo. And as a result of that, and again, this is my personal speculation and conjecture, because of how arbitrary and weirdly petty all of the conflicts between Ayan's management and Ayan's talents seems to have been in hindsight, I can't help but think that maybe some of it was due to the fact that, at least to some degree, there might have been a bit of resentment from the founder of Ayan and the talents at Ayan, because of the fact that the founder had to give up being a VTuber or chose to give up being a VTuber in order to operate their own agency. So, again, like I said, this is mostly conjecture based off of what I've seen from Ayan, what we've reviewed from Ayan. This is nothing more than my personal opinion, my personal reading and interpretation of events. But I can very easily see that being the case, because of how arbitrary a lot of the decisions that company made towards the end of its lifespan, a lot of the controversies, the PR disasters, the weird approach, the weirdly personal approach to talking about its talents that the company statements adopted, especially towards, actually throughout all stages of its operation. So yeah. maybe maybe if you just love the game, it's worth not forcing yourself to just be a coach, if that makes sense. That is my rat, yeah. My rat is that a lot of the mismanagement at AN could be boiled down to the founder and CEO resenting her own talents for being able to make content while she had to give it up. This why does this sound like the story of a parent resenting their children for ruining their lives or dreams? Somewhere out there, at some point, some university student who is obsessed with VTubers may come across the story of AN Project and write an entire paper about how its corporate trajectory mimics postnatal depression, but postpartum depression, I should say. But you know, that's neither here nor there. So the culmination of all of this, funnily enough, is that Strawny's success as a talent is actively reinvested into the company as if it came from, you know, in a similar fashion to how other companies would try to solicit funds from outside investors, except this comes from someone who is inside of the company, who knows the in and outs of the company, presumably knows in intimate detail the dreams, desires, hopes, priorities of the other talents, and so is in an infinitely better position to dictate the direction of the company in a manner that will not alienate existing talents and or fans. So just as there are a few, you know, possible concerns when it comes to conflicts of interest and stuff like that, it also, I think it's worth pointing out that there are some aspects of this that unconventionally circumvent the problems that are traditionally inseparable from relying on investors for most of your funding as an agency. For example, case in point, on October 14th of 2024, Strawny completed a donathon that she was running and stated, as a result of that, she now had sufficient funding to begin production of Generation 2, as well as enough funds should she wish to prep a Generation 3 down the line. So she states in this tweet, I could never have imagined in the wildest of dreams that a VTuber who has only been at it for 4 months could have found so much success in their first donathon. That there isn't even a need for another. You have brought to life 12 future VTubers under the wing of VAllure. Now, I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that when she says 12 new VTubers, 12 future VTubers, she means one gen of 6 and another gen of 6, not a second generation of 12. Because, yeah, that's been tried before and it hasn't really worked very well. And then in the graphic that she's attached, she says, thank you for the insane success to my donathon. Not only is Gen 2 of VAllure in production, but the funding for Gen 3 is also there. Now, very important, she doesn't actually say that she's committed to producing Gen 3 yet, which is good. I couldn't have done it without you, Reeflings, and for that I am eternally grateful and in your debt. Heart. Total donations, $44,415.66, which is massive. That's a big amount of money. And on top of that, the VAllure official account would also post out, congratulations at Strawny Cuddles on reaching your donathon goal of $69. VAllure can now officially confirm Gen 2 is in production. And, you know, the button pressing meme. Sorry, give me a second. I hope she's not doing the red flag of mistaking her personal funds for the company's funds. I think at this point that Dude That's Awesome / Strawny has been at the content creation game for long enough to know not to do that. I like to hope that I like to hope that she would be able... I mean, like I said, so far, the business decisions that VAllure has made seem to be on point. And I'm willing to be cautiously optimistic that VAllure is in good hands. Although, like I said, we will see come the period after June 1st of 2025 to see whether that's actually the case. So, in terms of being a success, VAllure, within the first, 7 months or so of its existence, has proven itself to be one, against all conventional wisdom, against all widespread expectations. They seem to be chugging along just fine. The talents actually seem to be quite happy, and the agency certainly seems to have managed to overcome a lot of the pitfalls that other corpos of its size have fallen into over the past 2 years. Now, I do want to reiterate, there are aspects of their marketing that admittedly are only allowed because they have the privilege of being the first VTuber agency in the EN VTubing sphere. However, that doesn't change the fact that, at least in my opinion, the pitfalls that are normally associated with using certain marketing slogans or tropes or trends does not seem to have affected VAllure. Now, like I said, only time will tell if that marketing actually corresponds with truly long-term sustainable internal operations. But I think at this point they've earned the right to a little bit of cautious optimism. And that's what I'm going to be extending towards this agency as I observe how they move forward into the future. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention while I was prepping these slides. They actually have quite a few small clipper channels running around as well. The two that come to my mind are Rhetoric and Discount Ostrich, if any of you have seen them in your recommended feeds as well. If you haven't, I recommend going to check them out because they are clippers that do a pretty good job of, they make, if you can't watch their streams, I think those are two clippers that sum up the general vibe of the VAllure members pretty well. But no, they have clipper channels that are running around on YouTube that are actively gaining subs, which is always a good sign of growth. When you have clipper channels that consistently post clips and have those clips consistently gain views that are either close to or outright exceed the number of subs that those channels have. Because clippers and VTuber corpos, especially at this size, grow together. And the fact that they do have active clippers that are growing, is a pretty good indicator for overall company health. So, yeah, knock on wood. Yeah, exactly. If you guys are curious, if you want a quick hit to see if they're the right talents for you, then I recommend going to check that out. So, we've gone through shitty VTuber corpo marketing trends. We've gone through how to translate them into what they actually mean if you were, to approach them cynically. We've gone through an example of one of the more positive uses of those same VTuber marketing trends. A VTuber corpo that has paradoxically managed to overcome all of the struggles and concerns that people had about their existence early on into their emergence. No pun intended. But that then leaves the question, how do you actually vet a company before you decide to sign a talent contract? Because so far, all of what we've been talking about has revolved around hindsight, has revolved around looking at things retrospectively in hopes of gleaning some sort of truth or lesson about what to take seriously and what to dismiss. And so, the aim, what I've been working on over the past few weeks, is taking all of those retroactive lessons and trying to condense them into what I like to affectionately refer to as a prejudice wish list, where it's a bunch of different traits that you should look for in a company, and that if said company that you are trying to vet does not exhibit these traits, that is a good sign that you should invoke your natural human capacity for prejudice and treat that company with an extraordinary amount of apprehension and suspicion. So, broadly speaking, it doesn't have a very inventive list. It doesn't have a very inventive name. I've just called it 5 things to look for in a VTuber startup. Not very inspired, not very original, but it gets the job done. Most of my brain power has been put into actually finding out or deciding on what these 5 criterion should be. So broadly speaking, there are 5 traits that you want to look for in a VTuber startup before you actually trust what they are saying to you or what they say in their advertising. First, professionalism. Second, transparency, but where it matters. Third, that they will finish what they started, or that the people who founded this company have a history of doing so. Fourth, that they have a talent-centered debut strategy. And fifth, that they have the preparation that permits personnel support. Not personal support, personnel support. And I'll get into in detail what the difference is between those two things in a bit. However, I want to specify, before I start going into what I mean by each of these dot points, what each of them encompass in detail, I want to specify that this is a list that is not designed to be a predictor of how commercially viable a company is. This is more designed to be a list to tell you how credible their claims are. It could be the case that they are just absolutely dog water at marketing, and that they exhibit none of these superficial traits because their CEO and their marketing team is just a bunch of amateurs. However, generally speaking, while this list cannot guarantee that it will be able to correctly predict which companies will fail within less than 12 months and which ones won't, I do think that this is a list that is good enough to help you predict whether a company can be trusted or not right out of the gate. And so the second thing I want to specify, I'm not saying that a company needs to hold every single criterion under every single dot point. For example, a company can be a bit loose when it comes to, talent-centered debut strategy, or a bit loose when it comes to personnel support, and still end up being a company that betters itself, improves its way of operating, and becomes a success story in 12 months or so. However, like I said before, this is a prejudice wish list. This is essentially an enabler to allow you to judge how trustworthy a company and its claims are when you still are at a stage where you don't have that much information to go off of. You are in a position where low information, low trust position, and as a result, you need as many different handholds as you can get to try to evaluate whether this is a company that is legitimate in its intentions or not. We'll start off with the first one, professionalism. Now, first one, pretty self-explanatory. Actually, Akun Kyoreweebu, FaZe's legendary Reddit ads. I want to make this very clear. Some of the, ironically enough, FaZe Connect, which is a talent agency whose talents, I'm going to be honest, I am admittedly at this point in time a bit of a FaZe fan, a little bit biased. But FaZe Connect's initial marketing, if we were to evaluate 2021 FaZe Connect, they would not be able to exhibit the majority of these criterion. They would not be able to fulfill the majority of these criterion. And I do also want to say, though, that if FaZe Connect tried to debut in 2024 or 2025 in the exact same way that they debuted all the way back in 2021, FaZe Connect would have joined the pile of corpses that is small VTuber corpos in 2024. What FaZe Connect did in 2021 is something that could have only worked in that era, in that particular stage of the industry's development. And the reason why FaZe Connect exists today is purely owed to how they learned the correct lessons in the nick of time to prevent themselves from imploding. So, again, this is something I'll probably end up coming back to later on. But in terms of professionalism, first thing, no minors allowed. This is not up for debate, no compromising. If you want an idea of how professional a company is, great opening metric, do they allow minors? The answer should be no. This is stated clearly both in company policy and by company staff when they are being asked. And more importantly, when they are asked this, there should be no hesitation about it. If they are a company that comes from Japan as well, by the way, this is pretty important, you always want to look at what their Japanese policy states. Because if their English policy states that they don't allow minors, but their Japanese policy says that they are okay with hiring minors so long as they have parental permission, then chances are, if the management is also carried over from their Japanese branch, they will probably occasionally turn a blind eye to minors being signed on as well. So it's always important to check for consistency both in the JP side if they come from Japan or any other country if they come from there, and their EN side. Because if they don't match, then there's reason to be suspicious if something begins to go wrong. Second, the business has been formally incorporated prior to announcing auditions, or at the very latest, prior to the first stages of the interview process. Now, the reason why I say this is because when I talked about how Vertox managed to get away with everything that it did because of the fact that there was nothing to sue, nothing to name, this is what I mean by companies that are committed to projecting professionalism. Because a company that doesn't even exist yet could not possibly hope to bring any of its talent's dreams to fruition. Because it's not even a company. It's a word written on a piece of paper or on a website somewhere that they paid maybe $12 a month for. So this may sound self-explanatory, this may sound obvious, but it bears repeating. Do not ever sign on with a company unless it actually has been formally incorporated, unless there is an LLC, unless it has an entry on a business registration list somewhere, a government business registration list somewhere. No matter how tempting it sounds, no matter how much you personally know the CEO or you trust him or whatever, don't just take them at their word. If they're not a formally incorporated company, they can essentially peace out any time and you have zero forms of recourse. The next thing, this may sound like a bit of an odd one for some, but I'm going to explain it in a few seconds. NDAs are distributed to and signed by confirmed interviewees prior to entering their first interview. And again, I'll come back to that in a bit. Fourth, contracts are complete and legally binding. Talents are also either encouraged to review contracts with a certified lawyer being present or have one provided to them at the company's expense prior to signing. Never, ever, under any circumstances, sign a contract without first getting a lawyer to review it. And if your contract is given to a lawyer and then they laugh upon reading it and say, this is gobbledygook, it's not even legally binding, peace the fuck out of that company. Because all too often, a story that I have heard over and over from various VTubers that they have, released in public statements out on Twitter or whatever, or by talking to them in private, all too often, companies will pressure talents without any explicit threat, but just, pressure them using some sort of excuse or some sort of social obligation to try to get them to sign a contract without getting a lawyer to review it first. Don't fall for that. It's never worth it. Don't do that. If a company is willing to cut you loose because you wanted to get a lawyer to look at the contract before you signed it, that company was never interested in you as a talent. They just saw you as a piece of meat that produces content. That's it. And it's not worth losing sleep over. Another thing is, though, any company that actually has an idea of how corporations work will want to make sure that their contracts are fully understood by you before you sign it, and therefore will encourage you to go out and review it with a lawyer before signing it. Because any talent that signs onto a company without fully understanding what they are signing becomes a PR liability in a few months' time. The moment something happens, any internal conflict between management and the talent feels like their contract is being violated, or they feel like they signed something they didn't fully understand, they become a PR liability, because it is very possible that talent might then go to social media or whatever and start talking about how they signed something that was, exploitative or something that they fully didn't understand, etc., etc., etc. So understand that any company that's actually worth your time will want you to review their contract first. And if they don't want you to, there's another aspect to that as well, which is if you've already passed the interview process, if you've already passed the audition process, if you've gotten to the stage in the onboarding process where they are willing to put a contract in front of you, they have already affirmed to you that you are valuable to them, that there is something about you that is worth something to them as a company. And as a result, because I'm very painfully aware that VTubing is an industry that is very frequently populated by people who have self-esteem issues or various variety of other, personality disorders or detrimental or ways of thinking that are detrimental to themselves, especially the women in this space. Understand that if you get to that point in the negotiations, not only is being able to review that contract with a lawyer a right, but it's also something that you should feel comfortable insisting on. You've more than earned that privilege at that point. At that point, you've already proven, not just to yourself, but to the company that is trying to recruit you, that you are worth something. And I get that that might sound obvious, right? Like, everyone likes to say in this space, know your worth, know your worth, know your worth. But when you think about actually applying for a VTuber agency, when they put a contract in front of you and they ask you to sign, that is what they are confirming, whether they state it aloud or not, that you are valuable, you are worth something. You've already proven it to everybody in the room at that point. So you have a bit more leeway. You have a little bit of weight to throw around, especially when the throwing around is just doing something that should be second nature to any professional agreement. So I understand that to quite a few people who might be, listening or watching or whatever, that this might not be second nature to them, that they might be, they might have trouble putting their foot down and saying, no, I'm not going to, I can see that you're trying to get me to sign this before I get it reviewed, but I really, really want to review it with a lawyer before I sign it. I'm not going to budge on that. I understand that that might not come easily to some of the people who happen to be watching this stream or VOD. But I think that it is worth understanding consciously, even if you've already understood this subconsciously, it's worth consciously acknowledging that at that stage of the audition process, at that stage of the onboarding process, you are well within your rights. You've well earned that right to insist on that added step in the onboarding process. It will save you time in the future. It will reduce liabilities for the company in the future. And if the CEO or founder or whatever is not in a position where they are business-minded enough to understand that, they're trying to rip you off. You deserve better than that. And when I talk about you deserving better than that, this is what I mean. Taking charge of that particular portion of the interview process, allowing yourself to risk being disagreeable for even just a moment, because I'm not going to lie, possibly as a result of what I talked about earlier when it comes to VTubing being full of people with self-esteem issues, there is a toxic positivity problem in this sphere which makes it very difficult for people to simply embrace being disagreeable. And the thing is, if you are trying to be nice to everyone, you're just going to turn yourself into a doormat for everyone as well. And when it comes to business, no one can afford to be nice all the time. So, yes, you might seem disagreeable in that moment, but believe me when I say that will save both you and the company a whole lot of trouble going into the future. It will protect the both of you. So, 100%, through whatever means possible, put down your foot if you are ever pressured otherwise, and ask to get a lawyer to review a contract before you sign on with any agency. And final part of this particular section of the list. Payment structures, obligations, cycles are clearly outlined during the onboarding process and strictly adhered to thereafter. Again, there's nothing wrong with, if you have reached that stage in the interview process, right? You've probably had at least some opportunity to ask the people who have been interviewing you, what is the payment cycle like? Now, obviously, you want to ask it in a more tactful way than that, but it does need to be stated, or at least you need to make sure that you have reviewed the section of the contract that outlines what your payment cycles are, and then confirm that with the employer as well, to make sure that everyone understands how often you are paid, how much you are paid, and for what you are paid. Because if that isn't set in stone, and if that isn't stuck to thereafter, that is a sign that you should be getting ready to pack your bags and leave. I want to just go back to the whole toxic positivity thing for a while. See, I do feel like an underemphasized aspect of the positivity, quote unquote, rhetoric in this industry is the fact that, just because you deserve something doesn't mean that other people are automatically obligated to give it to you, right? When I say you deserve better, that also comes with the caveat that you need to get that yourself. There is at least some degree of personal responsibility, for want of a better term, when it comes to getting what you deserve. And when I talk about things like you deserve better when it comes to transparency in the interviewing process, you deserve better, you deserve to not be screwed over by the corpos that would try to solicit you to sign on with them. Yes, everyone deserves better. No one deserves to be exploited. But predators and exploiters have never given a shit about what people deserve. So it won't stop them from doing that. And so if you want to get what you deserve as a talent, if you want to be able to chase your dreams, you're going to have to, and this is, again, for want of a better way of phrasing it, you're going to have to buckle down and learn how to you're going to have to learn how to put your foot down and be disagreeable at some point in time. Preferably prior to signing anything, and preferably prior to auditioning for your first agency. But even if you're past that point, even if you have been burned before and you still have a corporate dream that you're trying to keep alive, this still applies to you. This can still work. Now, to return to the point of the NDA thing. Now, a lot of people instantly, they hear the word NDA or they read the word NDA and they instantly think, oh, bad, scary, right? The thing that can get me sued. However, I want you to override that initial knee-jerk reaction, because the thing is about NDAs is I want you to think about them as, because NDAs go both ways, not just in the sense that they make both parties obligated to confine themselves to secrecy. No. But they also play into power dynamics differently depending on whether they are handed out to you prior to you signing a talent contract or after signing a talent contract. See, when it comes to NDAs, if you sign an NDA with a company prior to signing on with that company as a talent, the NDAs actually work more in your favor, whereas if you sign an NDA only after signing on with the company, they work more in the company's favor. Now, this is the scenario, the set of circumstances that people in the space tend to be more familiar with. However, the reason why NDAs should be handed out prior to the interview process, the reason why they work more in the talent's favor if they are signed and distributed at that stage in the onboarding process, is because once you sign an NDA, the company and its representatives lose all excuses not to answer your questions. See, ordinarily, and this is why I included it as a mark of professionalism, if a company doesn't hand out NDAs to confirmed interviewees prior to that interview process, you are either put into a position where there are certain questions that they can't answer, or they give you information while being blissfully unaware of how you can then go on to leak that information to Kingdom Come. However, if they give NDAs to prospective interviewees, they can no longer hide behind, oh, we don't want you to leak anything, or oh, we can't trust you with this information. No, at that stage, because you have signed an NDA before signing a talent contract, any questions you ask are feasible to answer. Well, pretty much any questions you ask are feasible to answer. Obviously, probably don't ask for the CEO's home address or anything like that, but within reason. So, once a company hands out that NDA, essentially, you now have a pretty good frame of reference to judge whether they are choosing not to answer your question because they can't, or whether they're choosing not to answer one of your questions because they are actively trying to keep you in the dark. And once you've signed that NDA prior to that interview, once you go into that interview, you start asking questions, because that's what you need to do. Like, that interview is not just an interview for you, it's an interview for the company as well. You both need to test the waters to see if each one is right for the other. However, once you start asking those questions, if you have that NDA signed, they have no excuse to not answer those questions. And so at the end of the day, maybe you leave the company, right? Maybe, you leave the company, maybe you've learned within that particular time period that this is indeed a shifty company and that the answers they gave to your questions were extremely dodgy, etc., etc., etc. But at least now at least now you have walked out of that interview either with a few answers to, hard questions about how the company intends to operate, what its plans are, who are the people who are funding it, how is it running, who's behind it, etc., etc., etc. Or you walk away with the knowledge that this is a company that is not willing to be open with you, because they have no excuse not to be at that point. This is why I advocate for NDAs being handed out to confirmed interviewees prior to the interview as a measure of professionalism. Because ideally speaking, you will have that sort of exchange of information. Tomahawk, the difference between asking and they can't answer and if they won't answer, get laid bare. Exactly. That's a good way of phrasing it, right? So ordinarily, right, assuming they didn't hand you an NDA prior to interviewing you, if you ask a question and they say, oh, I can't answer that, it's kind of hard to tell whether they mean I can't answer that in the sense that this would be compromising information and we can't afford to get this to leak out to the public, or we don't want to answer that because that answer would make us look bad. However, once you've signed that NDA, that becomes a lot clearer. There is only one answer to that. I won't answer that instead of I can't answer that, pretty much. Again, assuming you haven't done something silly, like like asking for the CEO's feet pics. So the next set of criterion on professionalism. One, this is pretty obvious. Staff are not family and or friends with any of the talents prior to debut. It creates problems down the line. Allegations of favoritism get more fuel to the fire if they ever crop up, if this has been the case. Just don't do it. Always be on the lookout for that. If you are trying to audition for a company and you realize that some of the other talents happen to be friends with the CEO beforehand or happen to be family members of the CEO beforehand, that is a sign that this is less of a formal business and more of a formalized clique. Next thing, there is no overlap between talents and management. Personal romantic relationships between staff at all levels is also heavily discouraged, if not outright forbidden, according to workplace policy. This is again another very self-explanatory dot point. If you walk into an agency and you realize that the CEO is, that the CEO has no managers, for example, that the talents are also expected to be managers, or some managers are also talent, that generally doesn't, that there are not great precedents for that being the case in VTubing history, shall we say. Even in the cases in the past where a manager has been a talent at the same time and have been unilaterally praised by all other talents as a paragon of competence, like Umiyushi Urara, she still ended up graduating from the company because she burnt out. Now, it's a bit difficult to judge how much of that is inherently due to the duties she had to juggle as both a talent and a manager, and how much of that was due to Tsundere's incompetence, because it was a hotbed for incompetence. Managerial incompetence, I should specify. But generally speaking, it is not a good idea to mix management and talents. Second last thing, marketing and or internal rhetoric does not involve or condone disparaging or, quote, throwing shade, end quote, at other existing agencies and or their talents. This is pretty self-explanatory. However, the reason why I say this is because when you really think about it, VTubing is an extremely saturated industry, which means that if you want VTuber fans to watch your content, you are going to be very hard pressed to find VTuber fans that are not already fans of another Corpo or another Corpo's talents, at least to some degree. And so, if you build your marketing off of disparaging or attempting to initiate a dick measuring contest with other agencies, you are going to end up alienating any possible viewers that are already fans of those agencies. And with as saturated a market as VTubing is working with, that is something you never want to do. So, well, that's added on top of the fact that you're going to alienate them for sure if it ever leaks that you've been doing that internally. So it's safer to simply opt out of that altogether. So again, if you are a talent and you're looking to audition for an agency, or you're talking to a CEO or whatever, you're trying to familiarize yourself with what they are like prior to signing any sort of contract with them, always take note of how comfortable they seem with disparaging their competitors. The more comfortable they are with doing that, the more unprofessional that business is likely to be. And finally, marketing and or internal rhetoric does not revolve around positivity, inclusivity, and or amalgamating staff and talents as, quote, family. This is pretty self-explanatory. Any space that is inclusive, any space that is positive, does not need to market itself as if it is positive and or inclusive. Any space that attempts to equate a professional relationship with being family is a space that is actively trying to ingratiate itself to its workers to an unreasonable degree. Do not mix work and play. Family and colleagues are not the same thing. And more often than not, if a company tries to get you to think of it as a family, if it's actively trying to do that, actively trying to solicit that kind of connection in your mind, chances are they will also try to get you to extend favors that you would only extend to family as well, like doing things for free. And yes, that can happen when a company is well developed, well established, when it has built up an extensive and trusting relationship between the management and the talents. But if you're auditioning or trying to get into a newer corpo, you don't have that foundation. So best to assume the worst. I love my VTubing family. But curious, thank you for the 5. I have an idea for a VTuber agency called Clique. Give me money. Yeah, I mean, it's depressing how you say that as a joke, but it's depressing how often that ends up becoming, legitimately the case in a lot of these smaller corpos that just crop up out of nowhere. The next dot point, transparency, but where it matters. First, the CEO/founder is willing to share their real name, legal name, with the talents as well as their startup history early into the interview process. This is mostly so you actually have some way of trying to do a background check on the person who's starting the company you're going to be signing on to. You want to be able to look through things like their LinkedIn history, their business history, what endeavors have they tried in the past, what endeavors have failed in the past, do they have any controversy attached to a previous project that they initiated, are they generally a trustworthy and or compassionate person, or maybe compassionate is the wrong word, are they a business savvy person? All of these are questions that you need to ask, and all of these are things that would help in the decision-making process. And this is why I insist that early into the interviewing process, they need to be comfortable sharing that information with you. If they're not comfortable sharing that information with you, that probably is a sign that their vetting processes aren't that good either. Because if they're worried about a talent going gung-ho with the information, too bad, they should have done better background checks. So if it goes two ways is what I am saying. Yes, they will do background checks for their talents. They should do background checks for their talents, but it should be able to go the other way as well. Talents should be able to do background checks on the founder of the company they might be signing on to before making that decision of whether to sign on with that company. Second, company staff are willing to share the business's filing details, file number, place of registration, registered agents, etc., with interviewees at the latter's request. Now, this is why earlier on I said they should sign an NDA. They should get all of the confirmed interviewees to sign NDAs prior to going in. Because there is zero excuse not to share a company's formal business registration details with possible applicants, even as early as the interviewing process, if you signed an NDA. I would even argue, without signing an NDA, you should still be willing to share that publicly, because that is publicly accessible information. Literally any member of the public can go into a government business registrar, search up an ID number or a company LLC name, and they should be able to find an entry if that company has indeed been formally registered. So if a company has been formally registered, they should have no problem whatsoever being transparent about what those filing details actually are. And on top of that, if you have access to those details, you don't need to worry about the CEO or the founder not disclosing their name. Their name will probably be on the founding documents. Third, IP ownership is clearly outlined in the interviewing process, is clearly outlined in the interviewing process and specified in the contract, especially in cases where talents are signing on with a pre-existing IP. This is self-explanatory. Pretty much every talent has an innate understanding of this. You need to be able to understand who your IP belongs to at any given point in time. If you don't understand that, you're operating from a significant point of disadvantage. And finally, secured investors, if any, are disclosed to the public and or applicants during the interview process, and no conflicts of interest are detected. This is an ideal, right? This is optional. However, generally speaking, if a company has investors, it is always a good idea to check who those investors are if they have been disclosed to you. Like I said, this is not essential. You shouldn't stop yourself from signing onto an agency just because they didn't disclose who their investors are. But it is something that can end up affecting the direction your company moves as time goes on. And so it is worth asking in the interview process if a company does have any investors, especially in cases where they have consciously advertised themselves on the basis of having low revenue cuts. It is always worth asking where the money actually comes from. Now, like I said before, maintain tact. Tact is very important when you're asking these questions, but these questions are worth asking, if only so you have a slightly better idea of where the company's priorities and obligations might lie. Because remember, this is a point in time in your relationship, your professional relationship with that company, where neither you nor the company knows the other very well. And as a result, the foundations for trust just aren't really there. Now, more importantly, however, when I talked about signing an NDA earlier on, this is what the NDA should be for. Because when the NDA has been established, that is what allows you to insist upon this degree of transparency. And more importantly, this degree of transparency, when you're able to put your foot down and actually insist on it, is what actually creates the possibility of an equal relationship between you and the company, even in that early stage in the application process. See, when you have that exchange, you give them an NDA in return for information. You give them a way of holding legal liability over your head, while by soliciting information from them, they hand you information that will end up securing accountability for you. Because if you have things like the CEO's legal name, the business's details, the filing details, if you know things like, for example, how the IP ownership works, if they ever try to screw you over in the future, you have someone you can sue. You have something you can sue. Remember that NDAs cannot ever cover illegal activity. So if someone ever commits a crime against you by withholding payments that you've been owed according to your contract, or if someone, for example, sexually harasses you, God forbid, once you've already signed a contract and an NDA with them, you can now put them fully on blast with all of their actual legal information attached to your statement. And if nothing else, This gives you a deterrent that is equally as effective as the NDA that they now have signed by you. And at the end of the day, when it comes to securing an equal relationship, the thing that I want everyone who's watching this to take away from this particular point is that in any situation like this, you must understand that the key to an equal relationship with the company that you are trying to get signed with is information. Usually, the disparity between these two parties is that at this stage of the interview process, because an NDA hasn't been signed, because for some whatever reason the talent doesn't know to ask questions or doesn't feel comfortable asking questions or forgot to ask questions, what ends up happening is the talent hands over a signed NDA while also having handed over their personal information, their past life accounts, their history, their personal details, etc., to the interviewer / the company without anything being given back in return. So now both information / accountability and an NDA / liability has been handed over to the company while the talent, the prospective talent, the interviewee has gotten nothing in return. And what this creates is something we've talked about a lot on this channel, a black box system, but locked around the talent. They are essentially now locked into, if they end up signing a talent contract with this agency without having this equal exchange of information, what ends up happening is that the talent is now locked into a situation where they don't have the ability to understand what is going on. And the reason why so many exploitative companies actively try to place talent into this position is because, like we've talked about 2 weeks ago in the Bond live stream, when you put people in very uncertain situations, they are far easier to control. It is human nature to opt for social conformity, to express compliance when you have no idea what is going on. Zodic-kun, thank you for the 100 THB. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Here's my tribute while hanging on for dear life on rural public transport. Please don't die. That would be really, really sad if you died. I think we would all miss you, so please take care. But thank you so much for your generosity. I hope you make a safe trip wherever you need to go. So yeah, Sokoho sounds like Niji. Yes, this is exactly what they're trying to do. Remember that. And again, I want to... Oh, Lumi! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, Lumi Raiders! Welcome in. We're currently talking about why corporations, especially exploitative ones, go out of their way to put their talents in a black box system where they don't know what the fuck is going on around them. So, as we established in the Bond live stream, when people are faced with uncertainty, social psychology tends to find that people seek out informational and normative influences, basically either more information or more guidance as to how they should behave. I thought this was supposed to be a short stream. Well, we haven't hit the 8-hour mark, so I'm still counting this as a short stream. So, when people are in positions where they don't know what's going on, they tend to be easier to manipulate because they default to looking around them for guidance on how they should act. And guess what? The more uncertain things are, the more they will look towards authority figures when deciding how to act. And who better to insert into their lives as an authority figure than a manager and or CEO that is in charge of whether they get to eat that week or that month. So, as a result, placing talent in a position where they don't know what's going on is really, really effective in a really morbid way at getting them to simply shut up and take whatever you throw at them. So, on top of that though, thing is, when it comes to normative behavior, right, when it comes to the human tendency to look to authority figures in times of uncertainty, generally speaking, it is entirely possible that if your talents are close-knit enough as a group, one of them will be more prone to adopting a leadership role than the others. One of them will exhibit more leadership traits than the others. And as a result, this can be pretty egregious liability, shall we say, for an exploitative company if its talents are, willing enough to express solidarity with one another to the point where it only takes one talent to go against the grain for the entire gen or the entire wave to stage a walkout, for example. And as a result, not only do companies that are exploitative try to make sure their talents know as little as possible about the circumstances they got themselves in, but two, they try to make sure that their talents are as isolated as possible, because that way, through process of elimination, the only authority figures, the only legitimate authorities that can give the talents any indication of what to do in times of uncertainty that are left are going to be representatives of the company. That's the real insidious thing behind why Bond Live tried so hard to make sure all of its talents were isolated, to make sure that what happened with its Gen 1 in its YouTube branch, where all of the talents sort of got together, talked with one another, realized that they were all getting screwed over, and then walked out basically, well, not as a group, not all at the same time, but really, really close in time to one another, before coming up with a conjoined statement that represented all of their experiences and that they could all corroborate. That's why Bond Live has been putting so much energy ever since, I suspect, into keeping the talents isolated, to the point where even when it comes to things like their Discords, they are kept restricted to a single Discord server per talent, or per every 1 or 2 talents. If you keep your talent base atomized, they can never organize to defy you. JV Robert God, I think with 125 pesos, what are the odds of venting to a friend or family that would get you into legal trouble or threat of legal trouble? If they ever find out that you vented to them, then yes, you will get into legal trouble, most likely. Or they will at least threaten you with that. But otherwise, it's always dodgy to say, oh, yeah, sure, you can always leak it so long as you're sure of their discretion. Because, I mean, that's how it works, right? They can only sue you for breaching an NDA if they can prove that you breached the NDA. So, you know, you need to yeah, like Mare said, it's very likely that they could get you into legal trouble, that they could have a very viable legal case against you if you do that. So it's generally not worth it unless, like Mari said, they understand that your job is in their hands if they blab. So better to be safe than sorry. And if you know you're not a great judge of character, safer to be silent than to, you know, leak. No matter how much it, you know, cuts you up on the inside. The other thing as well, though, is on top of that, another thing that particular paper, so understanding social chilling effects, another thing that putting talents in a black box does, another way that it reinforces a chilling effect against them ever speaking out about possible exploitation, is that they achieve something called the watching eye effect. So to remind you guys who might not have watched that stream or who might have forgotten since then, it brings up something called the watching eye effect. Basically a phenomenon where the more, if you ever become aware that you are being watched or surveilled in any way, even if you're only thinking that that's the case, it increases the likelihood that you are going to end up self-censoring and being self-conscious of what you say and do. Now, the thing is, if you are at that stage of the interview process where you are talking to a company and they have already vetted you, they have confirmed that they've looked through your content history, they have your personal details, they've confirmed, done background checks, and confirmed that you are someone who they'd want as a member of their talent roster, you are now put into a position where you are essentially constantly monitored after you sign a talent contract. Because all of your official accounts are going to be watched and protected by contracts and NDAs that you've already signed. However, all of your past life/alternate accounts are also probably known to management because they are what they use to vet you. So you are now in a position, when you sign that talent contract, where there is an inherent and automatic disparity in terms of how much information each party has on the other. Because the company basically knows everything that's relevant about your social media presence, whereas you might not know everything about the internal workings of the company. And so you have this situation where everything you do is being watched. This is especially bad when you are locked into a relationship with an exploitative company, because you can't really cry for help without them knowing that you're doing so. Now, some of you may say, oh, can't you do it from an anonymous account? But that's where the third ring of defense around black box systems comes into effect. The whole obfuscation and uncertainty aspect. Because let's say you try to use an anonymous account to circumvent this problem, right? To convey information about your situation to audiences without being watched by management. The problem is they don't have to watch what you're doing in order to prevent what you're saying from getting across to audiences. Because if you try to relay information from an anonymous account, now you have a whole different set of other obstacles in the way of actually getting people to understand what you're going through, because that audience, first, has no way of confirming your identity and therefore the legitimacy of what you're saying. And two, there is always a chance that what you are saying might not even be comprehensible to the average member of the public, because it could be the case that some part of your company's internal policy is either so convoluted or so fucked up that people simply cannot understand what you are currently attempting to convey to them. Yeah, JV Robagato, 4chan is a great example of this. It is a open secret at this point in time that a lot of talents at various corporations, big or small, good or exploitative, will go onto 4chan to rant about their experiences, to hopefully share quote-unquote dirt about the company with the other 4chaners. Problem? On 4chan, everyone's anonymous. You have no way of confirming anything, and as a result, you can't, well, the information could very well be true, but it's essentially lost to the constant noise of the platform in general, which is as good a deterrent as anything. So, if you end up signing that talent contract without remediating that difference in information, access to information, where the company knows everything there is to know about you, whereas you don't understand everything there is to understand about the company, you are now trapped in a situation. Should that company prove itself to be exploitative, you are now trapped in a situation where you have to make a very, very difficult choice. Either you can only whistleblow at the cost of it being attached to you, or, more often than not, you can only whistleblow to people who either don't understand or cannot share what it is you are saying. And generally speaking, this is not a position anyone wants to find themselves in. So, the reason why I go into so much detail to, stress the importance of this, to stress why this is not a flaw, this is not an accident, but when talents in exploitative companies are put into this position, it is by design. The reason why I stress this is because the only way that you have to intervene is to either not sign the contract or to possess enough know-how about the internal workings of the company to the point where you can circumvent their rules in some way. The second is almost impossible, pretty much every case that you even mind to bring up. Once you've signed that talent contract, your options have been limited significantly, unless either the company has not even been registered in the first place, or the contract is simply so shoddily written that it's not legally binding. Or you've had a crime committed against you, because NDAs can't cover that, and contracts can't prevent you from talking about that either, to my knowledge. So, in general, it is imperative to talents to understand that in that position where they are interviewing with a company, sharing their information with a company to the point where all of their alts, all of their past life, all of their previous content is known to the company, you need to be able to have an equal exchange of information to be on equal footing in negotiation. Because if you're not on equal footing when it comes to negotiation, the chances of you getting screwed go up astronomically. And the thing is, right, you never want to be put into this position where you have to choose between, getting shot for saying something or only being dismissed as the ravings of a madman or madwoman, right? It's just a cruel fate. So I recommend doing everything possible to prevent putting yourself in this situation or allowing yourself to be put in this situation. Third bunch of things. We'll finish what they started. Now, granted, this may seem to some people to be a little more subjective or a little weird in terms of how precise it is, either or, but I'll explain the justifications for each of these dot points as I go through. First, the CEO/founder has made no more than 2 exits over the past 3 years, and no more than one of the companies that they have exited had since shut down or been sold off since their departure. Now, the reason why I've specified this specifically is because if over the last 3 years, this CEO has gone on to both found and then sell off 3 companies or more, the chances of them actually making companies for the express purpose of selling them off being their main modus operandi goes up significantly. Essentially, if you are a talent, you want to get an idea of whether the CEO is founding your company because they intend to stick around or because they just want to make something that is appealing enough for somebody else to buy. Because once you get a change in management, you can no longer guarantee that that's going to stay the same company. And, well, it is a little bit of a bait and switch if you audition and sign on to be part of one company, complete with its culture, complete with its promises, and then you kind of get shafted into someone, a whole different set of management, ownership rules, etc. That's just, a bit of a low blow. On top of that, the reason why I specify no more than one of the companies that they've exited over the last 3 years has since shut down or been sold off since their departure is that, and this is something that's more subjective, but to me at least, the reason why I would take that as an indication that I should probably be a bit more apprehensive. So again, I want to specify, this doesn't mean you don't apply. This doesn't mean it's this doesn't mean it's a black company. This doesn't mean that it's awful. This doesn't mean you shouldn't apply. But it does mean you should be a bit more cautious. The reason why I specify that is because if more than one of the companies that they've exited has since shut down or been sold off within the less than 3 years that they've done so, right? Because we're only talking about the last 3 years prior to when they start the company. That is probably a sign that the company was going to collapse regardless, and that they didn't actually run it correctly. They just ran it sufficiently over a period of time necessary to attract the attention of a buyer. Don't make them, and then as a result, don't get sucked in to being part of the thing that makes it attractive to a buyer. Again, all of this revolves around trying to vet whether the CEO/founder actually wants this to be a long-term business or not. This is why you should always talk to a lawyer? Absolutely, yes. Second point, the CEO/founder is willing to disclose a long-term growth plan to the talents during the interview process, and that long-term growth plan does not rely on individual, quote, superstar talents and or external investors. This is basically just making sure that the CEO/founder actually understands how a talent management business operates. You can't sustain an entire business off of one superstar talent, especially not if you're hiring talents that are already superstars. And also, on top of that, if their long-term, quote-unquote, long-term business plan revolves around relying on external investors coming in and picking them up, first, you don't even know if those investors will show up. And two, even when those investors do show up, you have no way of guaranteeing that those investors will be on board or even comprehend what it is you are selling. And there have been too many stories across the years of entertainment agencies or companies being sold on to a parent company or external investors having a hand in it, and then for some reason the content or the talents take a dip in happiness and or quality. That is a tale as old as time, and that is a tale that you would probably want to avoid if you are looking to sign on to any agency. We've hit 6 hours. At what point is this no longer a short stream? I've made a grievous miscalculation. So the last point, provided models show signs of substantial investment, i.e. not being AI generated with no visible defects and being properly rigged, etc., etc. Debut graphics are also ready to go, i.e. it is not a requirement for talents to draw their own graphics and or create their own models, and especially not without compensation. Again, it's okay if they only have sketches, but if you want reassurance that this company has made a commitment to trying to stick around for the long term, having a model and graphics ready to go prior to you joining is always a good thing. Like I said, not essential, but good when it happens. And this is especially true where, in the cases that they don't have everything ready to go, if you are ever asked to do any of those things yourself, to draw graphics for yourself or to rig models for yourself, make sure that you are not doing it for free. If the company ever tries to get you to do it for free, that is more often than not going to be a sign that they are not actually looking to stick around. They are trying to cheap on as many things as possible. And while you can write that off as just being, as just cutthroat business tactics does not exactly make for a long-term sustainable business when the main capital of said business are people. And one of the things that may have come up as a question for some people would be, why 3 years? Why at the beginning did I specify 3 years? Admittedly, it is a pretty arbitrary number because it isn't based off of extensive objective research or evidence or anything. However, the reason why I specify 3 years is because Face Connect, one of the few agencies to crop up around that era of 2021, 2022, is still operational. And it took them around 2 to 3 years, somewhere around that ballpark, to not even become profitable, but to get into the black, which means that they are not making an active loss on their continued operation. So it took them that long to essentially break even. So if you're not around, if you don't have a plan that's willing to go for 3 years, if you are incapable of sustaining a business for at least 3 years, you probably don't have what it takes to be the CEO of a VTuber company. And now, granted, it is possible that someone is a absolute genius, a savant when it comes to running a business, that they don't need a whole 3 years of experience. They burst onto the scene, they create a beautiful small VTuber corpo from scratch. That is possible. But the chances of that happening, astronomically low. And when it comes to understanding how long it would take for a small business to become profitable or to even just break even, I am willing to trust Sakuna's word on it as an experienced business person and as a competent CEO and founder of a company at this point in time. Because managing a VTuber corpo is not easy, and he's managed to do it for 3 years now, going on 4. So yeah, I'd use Face Connect as a basic metric. Again, not really objective, not as evidence-based as I would like under ideal circumstances, but I think it's one of the best things we have to work off of. In the absence of complete data, case studies will suffice. Face is a coffee company first and a VTuber agency second. True, but Face Connect Coffee is it gives them a merch head start. That's true as well. In case none of you have seen anything from Sakuna when he's talked about, how he's run FaZe as a VTuber agency, I recommend going back to check his interviews that he's done, either the ones that he did really early on. Actually, it's quite fascinating to see how his outlook on FaZe Connect has evolved and how his explanations of his strategy has changed since changed or lack thereof. Has changed since the first initial interviews that he did with Pippa to the one that he did, I think it was in 2023 with Jelly and Sheena, and then the more recent one that he did in 2024 with Lumi and Filian. All of those, when you compare what he said in those streams about what it's like to run a VTubing corpo side by side, it's quite interesting to observe how his business strategy has solidified over the years, and how his priorities over the years hasn't seemed to have changed that much. He's always kind of had that weird, that kind of, how do I say, for want of a better way of phrasing it, that archetypical Chinese businessman tone deafness to anything that isn't a measure of commercial viability that he's managed to preserve, and that has actually served him quite well over the years. Now, again, if you're Chinese, if you have Chinese family or Chinese friends, you'll probably understand what I mean by that. But I recommend going to watch those interviews if the topic of Face Connect as a business interests you at all. Now, second last thing, fourth point, talent-centered debut strategy. Now, essentially, we want to avoid a Nexus or Bond Life situation where they're debuting over 10 talents in one go as their debut generation. Sorry, give me a second. A2, I'm Chinese and this is wild. You mean wildly accurate, right? Right? No, but yeah, what I was saying is you want to avoid a Nexus or Bond Life situation where essentially what they are doing is more debuting an app, not debuting their talents. So, first stop point. CEO/founder only intends to debut one generation at a time, and each generation only includes a maximum of 6 talents. Now, the reason why I say 6 is because, broadly speaking, that tends to be the number of talents that a company, a small company, can support right out of the gate before some talents start getting neglected a little bit in terms of marketing and or managerial support. Now, you might say, for example, oh, didn't Phase Origins have what? Let me do some quick maths for a second. 8 talents? Am I remembering them correctly? 3 Phase JP and 5 Phase EN. Hold on, let me just count them up to make sure. Wait, no, that's 7, right? Surely it's... Let me count them out loud just to make sure. So you have Pippa, Leah, Urika, Tenma, and then the Nasa, Iori, and Michiru. Yeah, 7, sorry. I inserted an extra number for no reason. Yeah, so you might say, for example, oh, Phase Connect, when they debuted, they had 7 talents as part of their debut gen. However, if we're being honest, right, for the first few years... I would say definitely within the first year of Phase's operation, Phase Origins JP was not really that well supported. To be fair, I wouldn't say that any of the Phase talents were very well supported prior to Sakuna hiring Mumi, but the point remains. So nowadays, if you're going to debut as a company in the year 2025, I don't think you can get away with more than 6 talents as part of your debut generation, unless you have a shit ton of staff in the back end and you're willing to risk that the audiences, with the market being as saturated as it is, won't simply tune out by the time you get to debuting your 7th or 8th member. So, yes, they did in their first year. From what I heard was disastrous. Yep, it was. Sakuna had a very recent interview with Merryweather at Vexpo. I've checked out that VOD. Sakuna doesn't really seem to... Well, first, his mic is pretty scuffed, but second, I don't think he talks that much in that interview in particular, and a lot of the stuff that he says tends to overlap quite a bit with his previous streams that he's done as well. Iori's in a grey area. Yeah. But on debut, that was the way that it was separated. And on debut, I don't think anyone would argue that Phase JP went insufficiently supported for quite a while there. So, yeah, especially in 2025, I don't think you can get away with that anymore. Second, talents are set to debut on at least one of the major 2 platforms, those being Twitch or YouTube. And the stated platforms that talents will be streaming on does not change at any point during the onboarding process. Now, here is where, admittedly, with the case of Nexus, anecdotally speaking, from what I've heard from the talents, from one of the talents in Aria that showed up in my chat, the talents were told that they were going to be streaming on Anime Live, quote, they were given less notice than you would think. So it is entirely possible that all throughout the onboarding process, the company actively tries to hide the fact that you are only going to be debuting on an app that isn't one of the major 2. Now, first, the reason why I specify it has to be at least one of the major 2 is because if you're not doing that, well, you're throttling your talent's initial growth, because that's where most of VTuber audiences are. And if you try to EN VTuber audiences, I should specify, and if you're not debuting on that, you are actively sabotaging your talents. However, the second thing, if you're not actively debuting on at least one of those 2, second thing, in the cases that a company does not want to disclose to you which platforms you're going to be streaming on, if you don't manage to get a hard confirmation that you're going to be streaming on at least one of either Twitch or YouTube, that is a sign that you may need to be a bit more cautious. Because so far, we have seen a trend of VTuber corpos, agencies, quote-unquote, partnering up with streaming apps that are being brought over from the East. So, things like Reality, things like Irium, things like 17 Live, or Pacocha, where they will try, those apps and the companies that own them will try to partner up with the talent agency and try to debut the app to EN audiences using the talents that have been conscripted, essentially, as content fodder. That has become a trend that I've observed that is way more prevalent than I would like. And it is, admittedly, at this point in time, something that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. So, if you are a talent, you're looking to apply to a company, it is worth asking, which platforms am I going to be streaming on? And it is worth making sure that that answer does not change at all throughout the streaming process. Or even if it does change, make sure that the fact that you are streaming on at least one of the two major platforms does not change. If they're unwilling to answer that question, then that's a sign that you're being taken in. And finally, production of future generations is suspended until the debut talents reach a certain level of growth and or a certain amount of time has elapsed. This should be specified to said talents upon request. So you could either do what I think FaZe did, where Sakana waited until all of the members of Gen 1 reached a certain stage of growth before he decided to launch a Gen 2. Or you can do what Stronny is currently doing and waiting 1 year until debuting or I would assume announcing a new gen. Either way, the main reason why I encourage all prospective talents to ask how much time is going, how are you going to determine when it's safe to debut another talent after you've another wave after you've debuted your first wave or your first gen. The reason why I encourage you to ask that question is because that is indicative of whether they view you as numbers or whether they view you as people. Whether they care enough about actually investing in your growth, getting you up to a certain level of self-sufficiency before they bother moving on to the next shiny thing. This makes all the difference when it comes to the longevity of a talent management company. And as a result, this is something that I heavily encourage you to actively ask. Mare FaZe's original debut was far enough back that nobody knew what mistakes they were making yet. We've learned a lot in the past few years. That's true. And final thing. Personnel support. Now, hold on, give me a second. Personnel support. In other words, not personal support, but support provided to the personnel in an organization to make sure they can continue functioning as people, right? Personnel support is very much like a good sports bra. It stays close, it holds everything in place, and it allows you to accelerate without hurting yourself. If you don't know what I mean by that, ask any woman that has even medium-sized breasts what it feels like to run up and down a flight of stairs. So, when it comes to personnel support, what determines what makes support work, right? Ideally speaking, this is ideal. At least 2 members of staff, besides the CEO/founder, are present prior to debut. Now, the reason why I specify that is because you never want to end up in a situation where your CEO is the only member of staff. And when you only have one manager looking after all of the talents, that tends to create a scenario where it is very easy for that manager to get overwhelmed and burn out. Remember that your managers are humans as well. And if you are a talent scouting at a company to get an idea of how prepared they are for your arrival and the arrival of all of your peers at the same time, always look to see if they are looking after the managers that have signed on even before they promise to look after you. Having an idea of how many managers or how many members of staff, not even managers, just members of staff they have on payroll prior to your debut is a pretty good indicator to see if the CEO is willing to heap a whole bunch of responsibility or too much responsibility onto the backs of just individual people. Second, talents who have signed on are immediately informed of one another's presence upon being allocated with a company persona. Oh yeah, I saw the, don't worry Lume, I saw the Bond Live Manager update. I was talking about it with chat prior to starting the stream. So, yeah, don't worry, I've seen that. So with this one in particular, it is, well, I'm not saying that the company needs to like dox the talents to one another or anything. They don't need to tell the talents about one another's past lives or anything. However, it is in their best interests to give the talents as much room as possible to begin interacting with one another, to give them as much room as possible to interact with one another prior to debut. Because if you want your talents to function as a cohesive whole, and if you are a corpo with waves or generations, it is in your best interests to ensure that your talents are as unified as possible. If you want that, you need to be able to give them space to do that. And that requires being very quick to tell the talents to tell each talent when the others have been confirmed. Basically make them aware of each other's presence. It's not that difficult, it's not that hard. It goes a long way towards helping your talents build rapport and stuff like that. And the other thing is, if you are a talent and you're applying, right? If you get past the interview stages and your CEO is willing to inform you after signing of who the other talents are who have also signed at this point, what that does is it signals to you that your CEO or your founder or the company in general is not actively trying to keep you isolated from one another. And that is extraordinarily important because of what I talked about before with black box systems, right? About how being isolated makes you easier to force compliance upon. And yet again, this was a tool that we have seen be used by exploitative entities like Vertox, exploitative entities like Bond Live EN, and this is a trick that, well, is very easy to test for. If your company is willing to tell you about the other talents, who they are, etc., and give you space to get to know one another prior to debut, chances are they're clean of that particular sin. And that ties in with the next point, which is emphasis is placed on building rapport between the members of the debut generation. Gen mates are given an exclusive space to interact with one another prior to debut and are heavily encouraged to do so by management. Good support, good personnel support, requires you to be put into the same space and to build chemistry with one another. Yeah, cats are cute. Nice name, by the way. Yeah, chemistry between talents makes collabs better. Exactly. And I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Your talents are going to be working together, hopefully for a while. You want them to be as close to one another as humanly possible. Chris Broer, I love how Michi fell asleep during the meeting and has no idea who's joining right now. It's probably for the best, right? Probably for the best. That way it's a surprise for her as well as for us. And then finally, and this is not essential, right? Well, technically none of these dot points are essential, but this is something that I would advise looking out for. There is a ratio of one manager to every 3 talents at any one time. Now, this isn't a hard ratio, right? You don't have to make sure that for every 6 talents you have 2 managers or anything like that. Once you get a higher number of talents and a higher number of managers, you can be a bit more, loose with the ratio. However, when you're just starting off as a small company, you need to make sure that you have enough managers to go round. You have enough managerial support to go around. And if you are debuting with a generation of 6 or maybe even 7, 8, God forbid 10 plus talents, you need more than one manager between all of them. Because to put that much pressure on the back of a single manager, you're going to collapse that manager. You are not going to be able to keep them going that long. I would hazard a guess that even if you paid them the same amount of money as 5 psychologists in the US, you would still not be able to prevent them from burning out if that was the amount of responsibility that was placed on their shoulders. So when you are signing on with a company, like I said before, and this ties in with the staff thing, but I've said this at the bottom because it is more an ideal thing than a hard ask. Always look to see if the ratio of managers to talents is sustainable. If you have, just plucking a random number out of the air, 1,023 talents and somewhere around 80 staff, that is an inhuman ratio of personnel to talent. That is something that could never, ever work or be sustainable. So when you are a talent, when you are trying to, I suppose, vet the company to see how invested they are in individual well-being, it's always worth paying attention to whether they are willing to invest in management to ensure that everyone concerned, staff or talent, has a sustainable future. As a result, when you look at companies that face these difficulties with managing their personnel, right? For example, Face Connect in that 2021-2022 era where their Gen 1 was falling apart, or, well, not really falling apart, right? Their Gen 1 was finding issue with Sakana. He had a choice, right? He could have gone down one or two paths. Either he could have gone down the path of investing in management to properly hold everything together, which he ended up doing when he hired Mumi, or he could have gone down the path of Bond Live or Vertox, where with Bond Live, he just, gives up on managing them and keeps them in both of these cases where he would try to remedy the problem of talent management conflict by simply trying to keep the talents as isolated from one another as possible. This is almost always the more exploitative version of things, because if you want your talents to be isolated from one another and you're running a VTuber Corpo, you failed at what you were trying to do. So at some point in time, all companies, when they are founding themselves, when they are building themselves up from nothing, when they are confronting the possible problem of talent management conflict, they will be called upon to make this choice. Do I attack the talents, their ability to, express solidarity, come together as a cohesive unit and bargain with me? Or do I invest in the future of the company, in the future of my talents, by getting staff who actually know what they are doing? And the companies that end up going in this direction unilaterally end up lasting longer than the companies that end up going in this direction. Now, actually, not unilaterally, more often than not, most of the time, the overwhelming majority of the time. There are some exceptions to this rule because technically once you get above a certain size, you can get away with this for a little bit longer. Especially if you allow your talents to form cliques that actively perpetuate that toxic work environment for you and keep the other talents isolated for you. You can get away with this a bit longer than usual. However, again, if you are a talent, you want to make sure that you are safe in the conviction, the knowledge that whoever is founding, whoever is managing the company you're signing on with is going to go here, not here. And so, sounds awfully familiar. Yes. By the way, in case you're wondering if exploitative companies birthing cliques is accidental or intentional, it's very much intentional, because it is far easier to convert a small minority of talent into your bitches than it is to try to isolate and crack down on each talent individually. Because even if you keep those talents isolated, the chances of them somehow managing to come together and, push back against you as a cohesive group is always going to be there. However, if you simply empower one small minority to, buddy up with one another and essentially enforce your status quo on your behalf, your job is much easier if you don't actually give a shit about talent well-being. This is also, coincidentally, the reason why in companies that actually care about their talent's well-being, they will actively try to get in the way of, they'll actively try to reduce the amount of intra-talent conflict, and they will also try to discourage the formation of cliques. In any case, so hopefully this illustrates what I've been talking about before. Hopefully this provides some sort of cohesive, some sort of concrete framework, bunch of different criteria that you can proactively, not just retroactively, but proactively use to try and vet companies if you are a talent that is applying for an agency. Hopefully this gives you an idea of some smaller, superficial things you can either look for or ask for early on in the process prior to actually signing on with a company that gives you more bargaining power, gives you a better, enabler of prejudice against possible exploiters or bad actors entering this industry, because there will be bad actors entering this industry. 2024 was a shit show for Corpo VTubing. 2025 may still rival that yet. So that then brings me to the final thing that I really want to hammer home to any talents that might be watching this, any prospective talents that might be watching the stream or the VOD. And that is that if you don't take anything else away from this, the thing that you need to understand is that when you walk into a company, when you're applying for a company, you are fundamentally in a position where neither party, you nor the company, is in a position to trust the other. And in situations like this, there are very few ways open to you to actually equalize that relationship, to ensure that relationship is equal, to ensure that when you negotiate, you are not doing so from an inherent position of weakness. And that thing that you need to be aware of is the fact that in the absence of trust, information is the source of all of your agency. And should you be willing to compromise on either information or agency, you will almost certainly be forced to give up both. If you don't trust the other party, if the other party can't trust you because you simply don't have enough experience with one another, the only way you can ensure that you are actually negotiating with somebody with an equal position is if you know as much about them as they know about you, is if you feel comfortable, well, even not comfortable, you feel you are capable of asking questions, figuring out what aspects of their business operations are ready to go. Where are their weaknesses? What are they sure about? How have they planned for the future? What is their attitude towards you and towards the industry? For example, a thing that I brought up during the Nexus stream. If you ever get the opportunity to talk to a founder or CEO prior to signing on, if they are starting a VTuber corporation, one of the questions that I recommend asking them, who is their Oshi? Why? Because if they don't have an Oshi, if they have no clue what the fuck an Oshi is, or if they just rattle off a famous VTuber without being able to justify or explain why that VTuber appeals to them, chances are they don't actually have a very intimate understanding of this industry. So, if you are capable of asking for information and understanding that information is the main way that you ensure your equal footing with the company you're attempting to audition for prior to signing, if you understand that, then you have the ability to protect yourself. You have the ability to vet the company while it is vetting you. You become exponentially more difficult to deceive and exploit because you have an awareness of little superficial features that when you put them all together might indicate whether a company is actually in it for the long haul, cares about its talents, and has a vision, or whether a company is just there because the CEO is a spoiled brat and thought they'd be able to make a quick buck, or gather a harem of anime women. Because the differences between the two are all down to tiny superficial details that you pick up on during the onboarding process, during the audition process, during the interview process. And if you don't pick up on that before you sign the talent contract, you are going to be in for a world of pain. And finally, the most important thing, if you compromise on either of those two, information or agency, if you are willing to accept low amounts of information being given to you during the interview process, if you are willing to accept a lack of agency in that company that you sign on to, you are always going to be eventually put into a position where you don't have access to the other thing either. Because a company that takes most of your agency from you is going to leave you in a position where you cannot possibly bargain for more information down the line should something go wrong. And if you sign on to a company while being satisfied with not having a lot of information about who's running it, where they get their money from, what they intend to do with you, your content, or the future of the company, then you basically give up all your ability to push back against anything that they do in the future after you've signed a contract with them. And so, I cannot stress this enough. Everyone in this space likes to talk about you deserve more, right? you deserve more, you deserve to be treated better, etc., 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 ad nauseum. But at the end of the day, how you are treated, what you deserve, can only ever be determined by what you are willing to do to ensure you are treated fairly. It may be difficult, it may be uncomfortable, but unless you start looking for reasons to be prejudiced against a new company or a new CEO or whatever, unless you are okay with looking like a little bit of a bitch just so you can get a concrete answer about information that is going to become very relevant to your business operations down the line, you are going to be easy prey for people who enter this space with zero intention of doing anything for you. Zero appreciation of what it means to be a VTuber, to have a dream to become a successful content creator. They will gladly shit all over any of those things and all of those things just to make a quick buck or just to stroke their egos. And when you're dealing with people like that, you have to be able to buckle down, ugly up, and advocate for yourself. And yeah, if you are a talent that has either gone through one of these experiences in the past, or you're somebody who tuned in because you want to know what to look for when it comes to, applying for a different VTuber agency, thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you happen to be watching the VOD, please leave a like, comment, etc., etc. It boosts the video in the algorithm. I'm very appreciative of that. If you like the content and you want more, please subscribe. And I'll be posting the lists of different things to look out for in a thread on Twitter later on, because I think at this point I'm confident enough, because I've spent the past few weeks and days talking to various different types of people about what they think about the various things that I've put onto these lists. I think it's gotten to the point where it's worth putting out as a free resource for people. Hopefully, in some small capacity, it makes it a little bit more difficult for corpos that are entering with the with the intention only to exploit people to profit off of the uninformed. We can't really do anything about the desperate because they won't listen to anything we say, but the uninformed can still be saved, and that is the target audience of this particular list. These companies would have negative credit score if trust was a currency and could be learned. Absolutely. By the way, that's part of the reason why the CEOs who wander into this sphere with no intention of actually making a proper VTuber Corpo, that's why they're terminally afraid of handing out their names to the people who they intend to screw over. Because that shit haunts you. If you start a company, you screw over a bunch of people, and they have your real name, that will haunt you forever in that sphere. 25 more minutes for 7 hours. I think there are some, but none of them are very VTuber specific. It would be great if we had some kind of watchdog. See, the thing is, usually business watchdogs should be sufficient. Consumer watchdogs should be sufficient. But VTubing is a new industry, and as a result, it's a bit late when it comes to, well, the industry watchdogs that already exist are going to be a bit slow on the uptake. Now, Japan, the Japan Consumer Commission, Fair Trade Commission, has started looking at VTubing or talent agencies in general in the hopes of regulating them a bit more in favor of the talents. But that's probably going to take years before it manifests as any sort of concrete policy. So until then, it's pretty much the Wild West, and it's up to the general public to learn how to filter things, police things for themselves. That's why information is, in my opinion, very important. Yeah, Jane, good that you point that out. False is one of the watchdogs of this industry. Until we get some sort of government intervention, the watchdogs of the industry are essentially the people who enforce a PR tax on fucking shit up. And False is undeniably one of those people who enforce that PR tax on mismanagement and malpractice. Same thing for any of the other, news tubers, drama tubers, whatever you want to call us. We do the same thing, where if there is a fuck up, if it is bad enough, we will end up broadcasting it to the point where it becomes difficult to ignore, or it becomes difficult for whoever caused that fuck up, a certain bad CEO or founder, to worm their way back into this industry. So we can't stop things from happening, but we can sure as hell make it a bit more difficult for people to get away with the same things again and again. Now, granted, this is something that False has actually talked about quite a lot on his streams. An observation that he has made is that people in this industry don't tend to have a memory that lasts longer than 6 months. And honestly, I think that is a pretty accurate assessment of the way that the internet in general, and especially VTubing, tends to work. So it's going to be impossible to warn everybody about a bad actor in this industry, especially a bad corporate actor, where there are a whole bunch of things they can do to evade detection, change their name, change their management, change their branding, etc., etc. But every now and then, you have a creator dig up a cold case or follow up on a story that they covered before, and then hopefully things like that make it incrementally more difficult for the same bad actors to get away with the same bad things. And this is something that False does, this is something that Kyo does, this is something that Rima does, this is something that, this is something that I do, something that Lydia does, etc., etc. All of the other news drama tubers that occupy this space do tend to do. And I do think that it is an aspect of our content niche that is sometimes overlooked, although I don't really blame people for overlooking it, because the negative aspects are admittedly there. We do tend to cause, like I said before when I was doing the VShoja stream, people in our content niche have caused quite a bit of grief to VTubers or their audiences in general. We have on occasion spread inaccurate information or outright lies when we're not careful. But I do think that there are also positive aspects to the content niche that we occupy that does get a little overlooked occasionally. But I mean, that's just content creation in general. Wachter, yes. I think it's self-filtering, otherwise you wouldn't see bad corpus collapse. That's true. Although there's always a possibility that a bad corpo simply has too much money to fail. It will never cease to amaze me how many corpos died before V Reverie did, despite the fact that V Reverie has been one of the most infamous small corpo hellholes to exist in this industry over the past few years. And that was purely sustained off of just the obscene amount of money that the founders probably had at their disposal. So, yeah, lol, but people need to be aware that not everything is peaches and cream. Oh, absolutely, Lumi. I have no doubt. Now, one thing I want to say to any of the talents that may end up watching this, or any of the talents that may come across this, because I know that VTubing tends to be, well, my content tends to be a little different, not that popular among very big circles in VTubing, large swaths of the VTubing audience, perhaps. It is very likely, if you are watching this and you are a content creator, that you and I do not agree on a lot of things. You may not like my tone, my expression, you might not agree with my values, you might find me abrasive or rude or callous. You probably won't agree with me politically on quite a lot of things. But at the end of the day, we share the same goals. We are both invested in this industry, both as creators and as viewers of content that creators make in this sphere. So, despite our differences, I would advocate for being a bit more willing to overlook superficial differences between different creators, so we can all collectively look harder at superficial traits in the companies that insist on cropping up in our industry. Because there will be cockroaches and prejudice, there will be bugs, and prejudice will be required in order to protect people from them, and to protect ourselves from them. And that kind of prejudice is what I aim to encourage. Bimu, I'll be honest, you're the only drama tuber I see as a sure boon to the VTuber industry. Most drama tubers, of course, love harm, and most positive things were by accident. My methods are a little different to the norm of what people expect when they say drama tuber. And I call myself a drama tuber only because personally I'm comfortable enough explaining defining what exactly a drama tuber is, and because my content does fall under that if you're talking about it, with no stigma or, anything attached, just pure technicality. But I don't think it's I understand. Like, I definitely understand why drama tubers have a bad rep. There is a lot of motivation behind that. There's a lot of history, there's a lot of motivations behind that rep. However, like I said, even the ones that you find disagreeable have a function, a purpose in this niche. Even if that function is as banal and as basic as just generating more attention around corporate malpractice. Because yes, you can have 364 days of the year where a certain drama tuber is absolute dog shit in both their opinions and their content. But that one day of the year when they manage to get more eyes onto a corporation fucking somebody over, that is a contribution. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a contribution that cancels out the more negative things that they do, depending on how they approach to amending those things. But I am going to say that there's a purpose they end up fulfilling more often than not. However, I'm not going to sit here and lecture people on how they should feel about drama tubers, because I understand if you view us in a negative light. Even if I do think that there is a broader purpose in the wider ecosystem / industry that we occupy that not a lot of other people are able to fulfill. If I ever went Corpo, I would be taking everything you talked about with me, because through your streams I learned a lot. Oh, thank you, Lumi. That always gives me a very, warm and fuzzy feeling on the inside when people show up and they tell me that I actually gave them something that's useful. Because it's one thing to just complain about the problems that exist in the industry. That's really easy to do. That's really profitable to do. And that is a very attractive option. I'm not going to pretend like I'm above that in any way. But I do want to try at contributing something, well, I would hesitate to say positive, because my streams do tend to be a bit more, a little cynical, a little skeptical, a little doom and gloom, and I intend for them to be that way. But I do want to be able to give people something they can use to make themselves more difficult to deceive and exploit. Because, like I've said before, one thing that I find abhorrent is giving people false hope and exploiting people's dreams. I wear the drama tuber badge with pride, as do I. Although we are probably not that common even in our content niche, because I suppose it is us reclaiming the term to some extent. But yeah, the problem with defining a drama tuber is that it's basically used as a slur. It's basically used as a slur. But I don't blame people for using it that way, to be honest. I can understand why. Eddie can't make 100 home runs without 100 strings. That's true. Maybe not positive, but constructive. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I don't aim for my content to be positive per se. I mean, sometimes I get moments where that happens, right? But more often than not, I aim for my content to be constructive, even if it might be a bit of a difficult listen to get through. I'm sure I've bruised plenty of egos without even meaning to, but if you are one such person with an ego that has been bruised, I urge you to to look past the ideas or the expressions that I've used or the case studies that I've chosen, and see if you can measure up what I am saying, see if it's worth taking in for you. Because what I say will not be equally as useful to everybody. There will be some people that find what I say to be, well, I mean, a few people will rightfully look at what I'm saying and conclude that I'm just being Captain Obvious. For good reason. I mean, common sense is depressingly uncommon in this sphere. But I do hope that there are going to be, like, a number of people that look at what I'm saying, look at what I'm doing, and find it to be useful to them in their personal lives. I'm almost like half VTuber audience and half not VTuber audience in my community. Yeah, that's true. You do have a little bit of a unique advantage in that regard, I do think. DramaTuber is meant to be a slur. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I urge you to harden up. See, that's what I'm saying, but I just took a more convoluted route to say it. Yeah, at the end of the day, the purpose of my content is, well, it gatekeeps itself because it demands thick skin in order to absorb what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, this is, well, you need gatekeeping in order to ensure the consistency of a space. And that's how I gatekeep my space with you guys. If you guys can't bear the slight amount of vitriol that comes through my words, then you probably aren't tough enough to learn from anything I say. A short 7-hour stream, amen. 10 more minutes. I will drag you onto the Archcast when he lets me run the stream again. Gotta show the chair to everyone. Thank you, Lumi. I really do appreciate. I appreciate you gunning for me to appear on that. I'm very grateful. Honestly, I'd love to at some point in the future, whenever it is possible for you. But I do appreciate your intellectual analysis. I think there's something positive in actual good faith DramaTuber. I try. I don't always succeed. I can't always succeed, but I try. And speaking of trying, I think, okay, so what I was planning for the next 2 weeks, I am going to be going with content that is a little bit more to give myself a break from essentially just opening my mind to the floodgates of corporate malpractice in the small VTuber Corpo scene. The next 2 weeks, I'm probably going to spend doing streams that are a little bit more chill. A lot of you guys have voted for, in the community tab, the poll. You've decided on the Pirate Software stream. That is going to happen. Although I'm probably going to make that the designated stream and then start surveying for stream topics again 3 weeks from now. Assuming nothing happens in the meantime that is more interesting to talk about. I'm going to take a bit of a 2-week break by switching to streams that are a bit more chill. So next week, I'll probably end up doing the... I'll either end up doing a... I'll either end up finally doing the Fable writing stream or the Twitch Giga interview reaction stream, because, like I said, I have quite a lot of things to say about that. But it's not urgent; it can wait. So I might schedule the react stream to next week's slot, and then do the Fable writing stream afterwards. And then after that, I'll do the Thor stream, and then maybe I can't decide, but maybe I'll do more VTuber fan fiction later on, either as a guerrilla or as a scheduled stream after that. I'm not sure, but yeah. Here's to hoping. React to Andy arc. Yes, I will be quote unquote reacting to that, to those two VODs. But yeah, I want to hear the chairs inside. I appreciate it, Lumi. Yeah. I'm going to continue the trend of not reacting to videos unless I find them extremely disagreeable. I haven't seen the Giga one because you said you were planning on covering it. Oh, I mean, look, I would hope that with the way that I intend to react to it, watching it beforehand doesn't get in the way of enjoying the stream. But if you want to save it until then, you're more than welcome to. However, I do need to warn you that I will likely be pausing pretty regularly to just interject while we're going through, admittedly, a a 1 hour plus segment and then another 1 to 1.5 hour long segment in the Giga stream as well. But yeah. Oh my, we were reacting to that on Rima stream earlier. CEO didn't really answer much. Yeah, no, it wasn't just that. The main thing that bothered me was the way that initially when I just watched the interview and nothing else, what bothered me was the way that they seemed to use Giga as a kind of, essentially a PR softball that they could fling around, or they could use to claim that they'd already been hit by hard-hitting questions. But once I watched the Giga interview, I realized that there may be a genuine possibility that VShojo cannot be trusted to criticize Twitch. Which may sound hyperbolic, but I'm running out of excuses for the lack of acknowledgement of Twitch's lopsided enforcement of its rules. I want to believe that it's just naivete, but I'm not going to lie. There are quite a few things that you notice throughout those two streams that add up to something more. So yeah. I'll be going in blind. I am saving for the chair. That does sound a little silly, but that's fine. It's okay to be a little silly here. VShojo talents should not have been used. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Conflict of interest. Yep. See, the thing is, right, and this is something I will probably end up reiterating, a common retort that people will use when they don't like the idea of distrusting VShojo's ability to critique Twitch, right, is they will often say, oh, Gunrun isn't affiliated with Twitch and he hasn't been for 6 years now. Or they will say something like, oh, but Giga explicitly said that she didn't need to sign anything going in. And again, I'm going to bring up that same principle that I was talking about in the VShojo stream, which is, if you don't have hard rules to define how people behave, people will naturally default to social rules. And social rules are defined by wanting to appear agreeable, diplomatic, and nice. And the thing is, if you don't have any hard rules around what you can or can't say or can or can't do, you will simply opt for whichever is the more diplomatic option. That's what most people will do. And when people praise Giga for being a really professional person, for being capable of projecting professionalism, I agree absolutely with that praise. I do think that Giga is one of the most professional VTubers that could have talked to Dan Clancy about this. However, that is a double-edged sword. That's not just a benefit, it is also a limitation, because of the fact that she needs to maintain professionalism. She's also not really in a great position to call Dan out when he, for want of a better way of phrasing it, when he neglects to or glosses over an aspect of the way that Twitch has been going about its enforcement. And when you talk about Gunrun, not wanting... Gunrun's relationship with Twitch disincentivizing VShojo members from criticizing the platform outright. Yes, he probably no longer has a contractual connection with them. Yes, that is entirely, that's probably the case. However, if you think that he wouldn't be incentivized to preserve diplomatic relationships with the upper management at Twitch, you are being either willfully ignorant, or you are being excessively naive. VShojo and Twitch have a bit of an incestuous relationship. Yeah. Said this earlier, it's ironic that Gunrun would want the talents to be less critical of Twitch in an interview when their motto is talent freedom. No, but that's the thing, right? When you have talent freedom, when you don't have hard rules, what takes over? Because if you say that people won't follow rules, that's not human nature. It is in human nature to make up rules if those haven't been established. So talent freedom doesn't mean that talents are going to behave in any way they wish. It means that they are going to conform the behaviors they wish to participate in based off of what is socially acceptable. In the absence of hard rules, social rules take place. So Because of talent freedom, it makes VShojo members more, not less, susceptible to social pressure. Which actually, now that I say that out loud, explains why so many of them kind of get one guide on Twitter. But yeah. If talents are in trouble with Twitch, it sure helps if you have a good relationship. Exactly. I don't think, well, let me think for a second. Aside from Melody, I don't think any VShojo talents have been banned off of Twitch at any... Well, actually, I need to go back at the date. I need to go back to streamer bans to see. Oh, no, Kson was recently banned. Yeah, Kson was recently banned. But aside from that, I can't remember any other case where a VShojo member has been outright banned by the platform for an excessive number of... for the last 1 or 2 years. Although, it is very much possible that I'm simply misremembering. So I should probably go back and check streamer bans or something to see. But yeah. Is Kson really pushed it? That's true, she did. It's fine if VShojo can't be trusted to criticize Twitch. It's not exactly their job, but it does mean that we can't be trusted to... They can't be trusted to criticize Twitch. Yeah, exactly. I don't object to VShojo talking to Twitch. What I object to is people sort of uncritically elevating them up to the position of being suitable advocates for all of the VTubers that stream on Twitch to negotiate and or talk to Twitch. I don't think they are a good advocate because they are incapable of, well, criticizing them where it matters, which is their enforcement, not the rationale behind the way that the rules are written, even though that can be criticized as well. If children don't have fences, they congregate around the jungle gym. If there are fences around the playground, the children will play all around the yard. Exactly. People make up their own rules, and people bow to social rules when you don't give them legal ones, or contractual ones. Nianos is with Mythic. That's true, although I don't know how much I would count Mythic as a talent agency. They're kind of a, how do I say, a sponsorship hunting, a sponsor hunting organization, I suppose. No one is fit for that position? I'm not sure about that, Bimu. I wouldn't... I think that there are a few talents... no, not talents, but a few individual creators. It certainly has to be an indie, right? Because an indie has no agency behind them that would likely incentivize them to preserve diplomatic relations with Twitch. But I do think that there are indie VTubers that I would trust to be a representative of VTubers in general. If not... I wouldn't say that they are going to be capable of representing everybody's concerns equally, but then no one is. But I think they could do a good enough job and be critical enough of Twitch to actually have a proper interview take place. Not just essentially a glorified PR job. The only interview I'll watch on my own is the Shy Lily one if that actually happens. Yeah, I remember. She announced that way back in September. Who knows why Twitch keeps dodging that, but I will admit, one of the things that did make me cringe a little is how much Giga seemed to be pushing for the VTuber, the Dan Clancy VTuber thing. Because, I mean... ugh. No, I don't know about Fillion. I don't think Fillion would be suitable because she has very much an incentive to be diplomatic with Twitch. She runs the VTuber Awards. And I mean, Twitch is undeniably her biggest platform. Send in the tactical chair. I think Twitch VTubers would be kind of... I don't think that they would be happy being represented by somebody who doesn't stream on Twitch. And while I can say that I am someone who watches streams on Twitch, albeit very much in the minority of the streams that I watch, I don't think that I would be a suitable representative for creators who stream on Twitch. Now, I'm open to being proven wrong about that, but my gut tells me that people would rather be represented by somebody who actually streams on the platform. And I wouldn't blame them if that was the case. In fact, I would probably advocate for that myself. I like Mouse, but everyone should be a VTuber. I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's perfectly possible to say that you like Iron Mouse as a creator, but disagree with her approach towards trying to popularize VTubing. Because I fall in that category. And I think that there are quite a lot of people who are capable of saying that, yeah, you know, Mouse is respectable in terms of making it to the degree of success that she has. But the influence that Mouse has had on VTubing in her attempts to popularize it, I think whether that has been positive or negative, or net positive or net negative, is up for debate. And I'm all for that debate happening, because I tend to, I can see reasons for both sides, because at the end of the day, yes, I can see reasons for both sides, although I lean towards negative. Because, I mean, personally, I believe that VTubing is a medium that isn't just a tool or an aesthetic. And the way that Iron Mouse has been approaching popularizing VTubing is at risk of reducing it to just those things. Chris, thank you for the 10. Niana's a few years ago, while still being in VShojo, was allowed to appear on Twitch's Austin show while being banned on her main channel, so there's definitely something there. Ah, I see. Yeah, the VTubing medium doesn't fit everyone. Yeah, exactly. Because some people can't separate their online identity from who they are IRL. And I would argue that people like that probably won't be fulfilled being a VTuber. I don't think that this is a medium that is equally going to be satisfying for everyone. I think everyone can be convinced to give it a try, but I don't think everyone's going to be able to make full use out of it. Because, and this is where Iron Mouse herself is a little bit of a weird paradox, where, especially early on, the way that she advertises VTubing based off of her own career and her own success is inseparable from her IRL identity, because VTubing, in the way that she talks about it, is the thing that allowed her to overcome the limitations of her illness. It allowed her to overcome the social isolation that was forced upon her with her diagnosis and the worsening of her condition. And so Iron Mouse is in this weird spot where she is an advocate of VTubing whose very brand and existence is at least somewhat contradictory to the main premise of the medium, which is that your IRL identity and your online persona do not have to be connected, do not have to be the same. VTubing is like the other self-employment jobs. Most people quit within the first year. That's true. Iron Mouse approaches VTubing in that way because she uses VTubing. I do tend to think that too, Jane. Yeah. I mean, real estate agent attrition rate is super high. I heard at least in Australia, real estate agents tend to be, what I hear quite often is that real estate agents tend to be the rock stars of the corporate world. But I don't know how true that is for you, Malcolm. In the end, VTubing is not one size fits all magical MacGuffin. Yeah, and I do think that that is a valid criticism of the way that Iron Mouse has been trying to expand and popularize VTubing. Because Iron Mouse seems to adhere to the mentality of, oh, anyone can be a VTuber, it's just a matter of getting them a model. And I mean, yeah, that's the case if all you thought of VTubing was that it is models and that's it. I think the problem is, the main difference in terms of philosophy are, well, it usually comes down to people who think that VTubing is, that streamer with a VTuber model is an accurate description of a VTuber, and those who don't think that that's an accurate description of a VTuber because it's something more than that. And personally, I fall under the second category, which is why I do have criticisms of Mouse's approach towards popularizing VTubing, but oh well. It is what it is. How would you promote the culture, though? The thing about VTubing culture is, if you want to promote it, I think the best way to promote it is to simply... How do I phrase this? VTubing is a medium in the in the 1.5 years or so that I have been able to immerse myself in this medium. I have come to the understanding that VTubing is a medium that inherently appeals towards those that have at least some reason to escape from reality. Now, Some people may dismiss that as being just a medium that appeals to losers. I think it would be a mistake to make that generalization, even though that is a generalization that I think most people in a normie audience would simply default to, which is also why I have a gripe with Iron Mouse trying to popularize VTubing with normies. But inherently, VTubing is a medium that is designed to appeal to people who have at least some reason to want to escape reality. The best way that I can promote VTubing, therefore, is to uplift creators, promote creators, celebrate creators who use VTubing as a medium in a way that cannot be replicated by IRL streaming, which means playing around, finding ways of using things like model toggles or aesthetics to express who you are in a way that doesn't have to be connected to who you are in real life. Actually, if you want a great example of VTubers doing just this, what I mean by people using using VTubing as a medium to do things that you can't do with IRL streaming, for example. Watch any collab between Cecilia Immigreen and Gigi Murin from Hololive EN. Just watch any one of their collabs and you will be furnished with a whole bunch of examples of things that people can do to put on a show with the VTubing models that you simply cannot replicate with IRL streaming. I mean, you can try with things like, I don't know, sock puppets or something like that, or a puppet show, but it's not going to be the same. And those are the examples of VTubing that I think we should be celebrating above just streamers that happen to be using VTuber models. Because at the end of the day, the best thing, this may sound a little morbid, the best advertisement for VTubing is not actually anything that VTubers themselves can do. The best advertisement for VTubing is something awful happening in real life that makes people want to escape from it. And that sounds grim and horrible, but when you think about VTubing as a medium, it is undeniably true. When did VTubing explode? 2020, 2021. What happened in that time period? Worldwide pandemic and lockdowns. So, in any scenario where the world becomes shitty enough for people to want to escape online, to simply want to tune out all of the tragedy that happens in their everyday existence, or that is brought to their attention on an everyday basis, the more they will look to VTubing. Because VTubing, at its core, the spirit of VTubing is the antithesis to that grim, gritty, depressing reality. So what you're saying is bring back COVID. Kind of, yeah. So like Doki with a karaoke stream with like the animated effects and cues, I can't see something like that working IRL. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much. Autofister, my beloved. I still can't get over that name. It's such a funny ship name. This is the slogan of FaZe: bunch up some failures in a room and see what happens. See, that's the thing, right? FaZe is unique because since I read that comment under my Hololive video a few weeks ago, I've come to realize that the whole girl failures in one room is not actually, or I've changed my perspective in that I don't think that's actually the main selling point of FaZe anymore. I've now come to start to think of FaZe as a company that succeeds not because it has reached some sort of critical mass concentration of girl failure, but because all of the individual girl failures that they've brought on are people who seem to have a genuine desire to want to make things better for other people people who'd rather try to make the lives of those they care about better than attempt to improve their own life. And when people like that are left alone, that's horrible because they end up destroying themselves or burning themselves up or stretching themselves too thin. But when you put a bunch of people like that in the same space, all of a sudden each of them kind of make up for one another's self-neglect in a way, which is quite interesting. I think it plays a lot into the, FaZe is the, how do I say? I mean this in the best way possible. But phase is what happens when you take the premise of supporting an idol on their self-improvement journey and you bring that down to a mundane, everyday level. It's what happens when you are not only watching, you're not really watching a person turn themselves into a paragon per se, but you're watching somebody pick themselves up from being deeply unhealthy to being a functional human being. It's like watching somebody go up through Maslow's hierarchy in real time, right? You watch them start off at the bottom where they can't even clean their immediate environment properly. They can't cook, they can't clean, they they drink out of moldy bottles or they swallow a live fish by accident. And then slowly you watch them move further and further up that hierarchy, that pyramid, until they reach the point at the top where they are healthy enough to be able to start caring for those around them as well. And that's the main appeal, right? That's the thing that you want to watch. That's the thing that, self-improvement journeys are built off of. So, yeah, I like watching the self-improvement arc in anime. Exactly. If evil, why hot? She's evil and hot. Amen. Amen. Rooney isn't a girl failure. She's an evil woman. True, true. Uruga, or having a vomit drawer. Yeah. Yeah, Pippa's transformation is insane. If you ever want a little bit of whiplash, go back to 2021 Pippa, go back to 2022 Pippa, and then try watching a stream of her like nowadays. It's very funny. I know I want to eventually do more unique streams, like I'm learning how to butcher this large cut of meat, watch me, or something like that. Oh yeah, no, I saw you bring that up on Archcast. Like I'm trying to see what I can do more to stand out. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of VTubers are trying to branch out to do more, unique things or occupy or build niches that cater to their individual strengths. And it's good to see whenever that happens, honestly. Yeah, I think Pippa's second stream was watching her getting high on Benadryl. FaZe has more genuine connections than a corporate cardboard cutout. For all the memes, you know that they are watching them. You know that you are watching them be themselves. All the good and the bad that comes with that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said in the at the end of the HoloLive stream, the thing that makes FaZe Connect, well, the myth that FaZe Connect is built on, is that, and when I say myth, I don't mean lie. I mean the ideal, the ideal thing, the idealistic concept that it's built off of, is the idea that you can be dysfunctional, you can be yourself, and you can still be loved. And the thing is, with FaZe, the whole point is that you get the good with the bad, and you slowly watch them overcoming the bad on their own to the point where, yeah, sure, it might make their personality a little rough around the edges, but it's no longer actively harming their everyday living or their, their health on an everyday basis or anything like that. Sheena's slowly building up her audience to IRL appearance. I could see that being the case. Picture of her and Sad B was a bit too on the nose for me. I can understand being a bit apprehensive, but I think at the end of the day, Sheena's I think that's still a while into the future. But I don't think Sheena's going to suddenly jam us into just an IRL stream or anything like that. I think she's gonna, if anything, she's gonna ease us into it, so it should be fine. Sheena's on her fixing arc. Yeah. Literally and figuratively, which is quite funny. Jelly vehemently denies being a girl failure, though. No. She denies being autistic, and she denies being a sad girl, but she doesn't deny being a girl failure, I don't think. At least I don't remember her outright denying being a girl failure. I could be wrong. I'm not apprehensive, but it's noticeable. Yeah, that's fair enough. Sheena also needs a lot of time to heal. I mean, everyone does. Everyone does. It's just a matter of when you do it and whether you do it on or off camera. I'm glad she's getting confident enough to start showing herself more. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's always a nice thing. Jelly denies being soy too. I think it would be quite difficult to be soy if you are always consumed with a hunger for every single type of meat that exists in the universe. There is not a single living creature that I'm convinced that there is not a single living creature that Jelly would not like to taste the cooked flesh of. And that is, I think that is the polar opposite of being soy. We're being crude. Jelly lied in that interview? Yeah, no, I saw. There are multiple clips floating around from various points in FaZe's history where Sakuna has bemoaned the fact that Jelly essentially lied in her interview to get into FaZe. It's really funny, though. What about the cult leader allegations? I mean, funny you should bring that up. That's actually something that I'm going to end up using in the fan fiction stream that I end up going with a few weeks down the line. The flesh of armchair. She's a cult leader from outer space, true. I love being groomed. How did FaZe manage to last this long? Easy. Learning critical lessons at critical times. I am convinced that if Sakuna had been even 1 or 2 months slower in snapping up Mumi, FaZe probably wouldn't exist today. A lot of FaZe fans have said that lying in their interviews about liking Minecraft is a tradition. You have to wonder how Sakuna still falls for it at this rate. 44 minutes until 80 hours. Good hiring? Yeah, exactly. FaZe, the thing that saved FaZe, I'm convinced, is good hiring. Actually, funny that you should bring that up. See, the thing that makes the whole Menhera the thing that makes the whole Menhera branding thing work is good hiring. That is branding that could only ever work if you are not only capable of juggling girls that have Menhera, but you are capable of selecting for the right kinds of Menhera that don't breed things like intra-company resentment and conflict. You need just that sweet spot, that specific SSR type of Menhera, where the talents have some sort of personality disorder, yes, but they have personality disorders that don't get in the way of being capable of empathy and collaboration, which is admittedly quite difficult to select for. We call some VTubers idols, and idols are being worshipped by cults. Exactly. The Star Knight cult study was amazing. Oh yeah, no. If any of you are either a Star Knight or you want to read something funny, which actually, all of you who are in my chat, if you're watching my streams, you're probably going to be into parody academic content. A Star Knight I forget, about like a month or so back, they actually wrote they wrote like an academic paper style thing, an academic paper style study on Jelly's fan base. It's so funny. Oh, I'll need to see if I can find it. If I can find the link to it, I'll make a community post in my community tab on YouTube. But it's so funny. The person who wrote it committed so hard to the bit. I know you said SSR Menhera, but I heard SSJ Menhera. Please do. I'll go looking for it. I think I have it saved on Twitter. But yeah. Actually, now that you bring up that we are getting dangerously close to the 8 hour mark, I'll switch to the head horde screen, and I might end the stream here. I have quite a lot to. Since next week is going to be a more chill reaction stream, there will probably be slides. No, actually, no, that's a lie. There will be slides, but there won't be that many, hopefully. And I need to start prepping stuff if I'm going to do the Fable writing stream and fanfiction writing stream, as well as the Pirate Software stream as well. So that will be fun to prep for. One of the things that I'm most grateful for is how I genuinely have like these things to look forward to. Like I have fun prepping these things, coming up with these ideas, and then like the anticipation that builds before I get to show them on stream. It's a rush that I don't get from many other places, and I really appreciate you guys for facilitating, for being my enablers for that. Because of this stream, I got my own head hoard illustration. Aww. I haven't seen that. I'll need to go look. Jane Doe, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Plans for emotes? I can suggest a better emotes. I can suggest a better laughing emote. Yeah, sure. I mean, I have other ideas. I probably want to grab a chair orb emote at some point. Maybe a clueless emote as well. But yeah, I'm open to more suggestions. Makuris, thank you for the gifted membership. That's very kind of you. Lazy Viking, I hope you enjoy those emotes that are now at your disposal. Short stream equals less than 8 hours. Yes, that is the metric we have now adopted over the course of the past few streams. I'll show you in DMs. I cannot wait. All right. Give me an indie VTuber to raid. Because nobody that we usually raid is online at the moment. Is streaming at the moment. I'm thinking we can feed your addiction. A chorb, yes. I guess I should have said more laughing emotes too, I guess. That's true. How the hell are you even alive? That's an excellent question. Vivian Raj, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Have we rated Pio yet? We have not. Is Pio live? She's not live at the moment, no. Pio is not online. Come on, you have to know more indie VTubers than that. Share at 7:30 a.m. You stole my sleep. I apologize, and I'm sorry for your loss. An indie VTuber on YouTube that you don't usually interact with is a tough ask. I'll take that as a compliment. Yes, she is. She's doing Cyberpunk. What? Hold on. Let me search her name up again. Just to be clear, this is Pio channel, right? Pio CH? Check my tweet notifications. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, that's a lot of notice. Thank you for linking that study. I'll put that in the community post later on. Peer channel. Yeah, no. Oh, she might have turned on the. Yeah, she might have turned off the raid function because when I search up her channel name, all that comes up is a waiting room. Yeah, no, she doesn't have raid function turned on. Come on, guys. You have to know more than just that. Elviria? Hold on. Let me search that up. Nothing comes up for me when I search up that name. Come on. You have to know more indie VTubers than just that, guys. Come on. Riko Kumae. Now that is a name I have not heard before. Okay. Okay, we're going to raid Riko Kumae. Now, I haven't come across their content before, so I'm going to be lurking for a little bit just to see what's up. Now, when I send you guys off, remember, behave. This is a new person. I would like them to have a very pleasant introduction to all of you guys, although I'm sure you're very capable of being very polite. And I hope you enjoy her stream if you're still raring to go after this almost 8-hour one, this short stream of 7+ hours. And yeah, thanks for tuning in again. Remember, like, comment, subscribe if you're watching the VOD, etc., etc. Subscribe if you think what I'm doing is worth your time. I really appreciate every single show of support. And yeah, I'll see you next week. Keep your eye on my community tab. I'll be posting updates on what I'm going to be streaming next there. React stream next week. We're going to be dissecting that interview with Twitch. And then afterwards, writing fables, VTuber fanfiction. And then after that, we will resume the more serious, more thoughtful, more more intriguing types of dissective content. But yeah, thanks for tuning in again. I can't talk. Thank you for tuning in again, you guys. Vivian said her stream just ended. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, now I have to pick a different one. Okay, come on. We're gonna put this off for a little bit. We're gonna Oh, why do I have such awful stream luck, raid luck? Take a break from all the Corpo corpses. You know what? I'm just going to... Hold on. Someone else suggested a different name earlier on in chat. Let me see. Let me scroll up. I'm not seeing any other suggestions. Oh, is Amy live? Hold on. Square Mimi just went live. I don't know if they have their raid function turned on. No, they don't. I was typing in a chat instead of here. Oh no. Elvera doesn't show up on my end, so I don't think she has raids enabled. Raid into Mio. I don't think I will. Amy doesn't have raids turned on, so... fuck it. I think we've dragged this on for... Amy Fukada. Hold on, let me see. Amy Fukada. Plastics engineer. Engineering plastics? Okay, hold on, let me see. I thought that was like a trade channel or something like that. Engineering plastics. I don't think she has raid turned on. Yeah, she doesn't have raid privilege. She doesn't have redirect privileges turned on. Is Mercy live from VAllure? Hold on, let me see. Mercy Modiste. Chairman, I was joking. Oh no. Well. I tried typing in the name, but she doesn't come up. You know what? I'm just going to end the stream here because I don't think too many other people have their raid functionality turned on, so that's okay. We will raid next stream. Hopefully there will be more people around. Most season members only. That explains it. All right. I want you guys to have a good rest of your day, morning, afternoon, night, whatever. And I look forward to seeing you guys next stream. Thank you for tuning in yet again. Otsu chair.